Progress.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our afternoon session of today's council meeting. It's November 4th, 2025. I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order, and I'm going to pass it to Clementine to do roll call and share announcements with the public.
Councilmember Barber.
Present.
Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Rash.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
Present.
And Mayor Williamson.
Here.
And public comment and participation information is provided on this meeting's agenda, which is online at monterey.gov/agendas. In-person attendees, please keep your electronic devices muted to prevent interference with our meeting. And thank you for participating in your city government.
Thanks, Clementine. With that, we'll go ahead and start off with our presentations. Item number 1 on today's agenda is Defense Language Institute Quarterly Joint Service Awards for fourth quarter FY25. To kick us off here, I just wanted to share that we had the American Defense Communities Conference in town last week, and essentially, given the name, communities that have military installations within their town participate as members of American Defense Communities, and so they had a conference here on installations, and so City of Monterey was proud to host them. I was fortunate to be able to speak on one of the panels, and one of the things that I brought up when asked the question around what do your communities do to support veterans in the military community, I spoke of this quarterly award that we do, and albeit a small thing, hopefully it's meaningful for those that are receiving it, but it's more of a testament to our dedication and commitment to the military communities that exist within Monterey. And there's a huge historical perspective from this as well, particularly as it relates to the Presidio of Monterey and the role that it played in transitioning California to be part of the United States. So all that to be said, thank you all for your service. I'm going to go ahead and read off the first proclamation. So the first honoree is Sergeant Paul Carnan. Did I say it correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can come on up. Whereas the Defense Language Institute Foreign Language Center has established the quarterly joint service non-commissioned officer, petty officer, and junior enlisted board. And whereas as a recipient of the board award, Sergeant Paul Carnan has demonstrated extraordinary personal abilities, leadership skills, and knowledge of the history of the Presidio of Monterey and DLI FLC, chain of command, world events, customs and courtesies, first aid, code of conduct, uniform code of military justice, military leadership, and the armed forces insignia. And whereas the Monterey community is proud of the country's service members, as well as its outstanding relationship with DLI FLC, now therefore be it proclaimed that I, Tyler Williamson, Mayor of the City of Monterey, on behalf of our City Council and citizens, hereby recognize Sergeant Paul Carnan, United States Marine Corps, for a job well done, and thank them for their continuing contributions to the armed services and to our nation. So please give it up for Sergeant Carnan. And as is tradition, usually each honoree says a few words in perhaps the language that they're learning. So we're all eager to hear what you have to say.
All right. I wrote this down. All right. Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Shagali Sharwal, Salamuna Unikihili Jarta Urandikuam. Zmanu Mangalde, Au Shahwa Wakala Keji, Che de Samandari Askar Pahais, Khpal Khadmat Idarakuam. Zap Dwazara Shalam Kalki, the Pashto Jabe, the Kawunki Pahais, Barele Faragshwam. Oz Zada Defai, Jabe Institute, Berta Ragaliam, Au Idari Karkuam. Stasu Malatar, Au Mushataba, Zmuj Talani, Au Askarita, Yastar we are, Au Maresta Shividi. Thank you.
Awesome. All right. What say you?
I think it's Arabic, but I'm going to say Arabic, but any other language within 3,000 miles. But it's Arabic.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Have we heard it yet?
No. What was your guess, ma'am? Pashto.
Yeah. All right. Give it up to our city attorney. Why don't you come on up and we'll take a picture with you?
Yeah. But I kind of got it with that 3,000-mile qualification.
Yes.
All right, next we have Lance Corporal Averos Quinn. Yeah, give it up for the Lance Corporal.
مرحبا اسمي إيفا روز كوين درست لمدة 16 شهر في معهد دفاع اللغات وتخرجت في الشهر الماضي الحمد لله وأشكركم كثيرا لكل شيء تفعلون لنا شكرا.
Okay.
Prussian.
Russian,
No,
Arabic,
Prussian.
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 Okay. Okay. Arabic.
Arabic.
Arabic. Whoa, man. Staff is on fire today. Come on up.
Yes, she is.
I think she's looking up her resumes or something. Congratulations.
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 All right. And then last but not least is Sergeant Leon Zach. Give it up for Sergeant Zach.
Здравствуйте, меня зовут сержант Зак, я уже служу в Монтерее около 10 месяцев, и до этого я служил в Германии 4,5 года. Я хочу поблагодарить городской совет за признание и за поддержку нашего института и за дела.
That sounds like Russian.
That's
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Why don't you come on up? Kind of weird taking photos up here sometime, by the way. It's like it makes me think of like grandma making everybody get in front of the Christmas tree to take a photo during the holidays.
and what's wrong with that?
You know, to each their own. But well deserved. Please let's give it up one more time for all of our service members. And feel free to stay. We have 2 more presentations. You don't have to sit through them all, but you can feel comfortable in transitioning out if you all so choose. Our next item. Oh, I have to go out to public comment. Does anybody in the council have anything? Sorry, I probably should have.
Thank you all.
I did this last time and I will get this right next time. We're going to open it up for public comment. How this process works is we identify those that want to speak during public comment at the beginning of the public comment period. Once those folks are identified, we close that off and then only those folks will be able to speak.
About the military awards.
That's correct. This is specifically the DLI Quarterly Joint Service Awards for 4th quarter of FY25. So for folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, go back to Zoom. I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 1 person on Zoom. We'll go ahead and take that caller.
This is our telephone caller with the last 3 digits, 837. You can go ahead.
Yes, Brian Rosen here. Last time I spoke on a military topic, the mayor cut me off and he said I was off topic, but I was on topic. And given what our government is doing with the Department of War now, I don't think we should be celebrating the military right now. They're doing some pretty terrible things for Trump, like killing people on the high seas, the innocent fishermen, and not bringing democracy, supporting dictatorships and going into our cities. I just don't think this is the appropriate time. I wish you would all listen to Martin Luther King's speeches beyond Vietnam and the 3 evils of society. He said the great spirit that of liberty that this country spread is we're the enemies of liberty, the United States and the Western world. I agree, it's gotten even worse, and this is not the time to be celebrating the military. In the military industrial complex, I know it, you know, you get money from it, it butters your bread or whatever, so you're all into it, but I would strongly oppose this at the present time and do some worthwhile resolutions like against ICE or the tyranny and the fascism that's overtaking our country all too quickly. You're just making a big mistake, and I think you should really be ashamed of yourself at the present time. The military doesn't, when's the last time the military fought for freedom? World War II? What about all the dictators and people we've had assassinated like Allende of Chile? And what about the 100 years or so of the killing Indians and Native Americans? We're so proud of the military. They're here to protect our freedom. Tell me when they've protected our freedom after World War II. You look at their wars. So what are they doing to protect our freedom? This is a bunch of crap. You're all being buttered by them and you're getting money from them, but this is a bunch of garbage. Just be specific. Where are they protecting our freedom since World War II and World War I? Thank you very much.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close general public comment. I just have to say this moment is about celebrating our service members. These are people that signed up to volunteer to serve our country, put themselves in harm's way. You can have a disagreement in regards to the policy direction that the country has taken or has taken over the last several administrations. But we're not here today to praise the military as a body. We're praising the individual service members who have decided to take that step and protect our country. So I am proud of this program. I'm glad to continue it. And with that, I'm just going to go ahead and have us move on to the next item on the agenda. Number 2 is to recognize November as Native American Heritage Month. And with that, I will go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas the initial effort to have a day of recognition for Native Americans were first approved in 1915 by the Annual Congress of the American Indian Association as directed by its president, Reverend Sherman Coolidge, in Aparo Minister, and whereas in 1976, members of the Cherokee Nation, J.C. Elliott High Eagle, authored the first legislation to proclaim a Native American Awareness Week, and the resolution was later signed by President Gerald Ford. In 1990, President George H.W. Bush designated November as National American Indian Heritage Month after approving a joint resolution, and whereas the month of November is designated as a time to learn about the original inhabitants of the land that is now the United States of America. From the rich traditions to the languages spoken to the history of persecution and forced removal, the entire story of the indigenous peoples of America should be learned and reckoned with. And whereas the culture and history of the Native people of all 50 states weave an undeniable thread in the tapestry that is the United States, and their stories continue to be an important part of the continued story of this country. And whereas the Esselen, Rumsen, Aholen, Castanoan natives live and have lived in Monterey for generations, the members of these nations work to honor their past and continue to share their culture with the Monterey community through events in connection with the seasons, through artwork that keeps time-honored traditions and practices alive, and through the constant reminder that they are active members of the Monterey community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Tyler Williamson, Mayor of the City of Monterey, on behalf of the City Council and citizens, hereby proclaim the month of November 2025 as Native American Heritage Month. And just as a way of reference, something I'm also thankful for the council and our community is some of the work that we've done towards apologizing towards the local Native tribes. And we're committed to continuing to do that work. So with that, I will open it up to the council. Any additional comments?
No, I support it as it's written and look forward to hearing from speakers.
Awesome. With that, we'll go ahead and open it up to public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, I will bring it back to Zoom. We'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's nobody on Zoom. So with that, we'll go ahead and move to our next presentation. Oh, I'm sorry, there's not another presentation. It's general public comment. So At this time, we will now take public comment on items that are not on today's agenda. So if it's on today's agenda, this is not the time to speak on this item. You can speak on that item when that comes up. We'll have a separate public comment period for each of those items. This is for general public comments for non-agendized items. So for folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. In the meantime, I will check in the chamber. If you would like to speak on public comment, I just ask that you stand up to the left of the podium. I see 2 speakers that are standing. Anybody still sitting that would like to speak for general public comment? Okay, so you can do it during public comment. Yep, this is to be the time. So we have 3 folks. Anybody else? All right, with that, I'll go ahead and close it off in the chamber to those 3 individuals. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 6, 7, 8, 7 on Zoom. I'm going to go ahead and cut it off at those 7. We're going to go do 2 minutes and we'll go ahead and start in the chamber. Ma'am, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Janice Russo. My family owns a local heating business. I'm here today to bring attention to an ongoing problem on the 200 block of Ramona Avenue between Del Monte Boulevard and Highway 1. This block is zoned for commercial use and is home to about 14 local businesses. Our biggest challenge is parking. There are only 28 marked spots on our block serving all of these businesses. Deliveries have become increasingly difficult because of congestion. Trucks are often forced to double or even triple park, and some delivery drivers now refuse to come down the street. Many of us have made repeated calls to parking enforcement and even non-emergency police line when necessary. When the people answering the phone already know your name and which block you're calling from, it's a sign that the system isn't working. We routinely see 6 to 8 vehicles, including motorhomes, parked for weeks or months. The owners know the 72-hour rule and simply move their vehicles a few feet to avoid citations. Over the past 5 years, our block has dealt with gray water being dumped into the storm drains, drug paraphernalia, trash, block sidewalks, vandalism, crime, and suspicious nighttime activity that makes employees feel unsafe. Some businesses have had their water and electrical outlets used without permission. We ask the city to consider installing time-based parking restrictions. Nearby streets have implemented these restrictions successfully, and we believe the same approach would make a real difference for Ramona Avenue. We thank you for your help. We want to be part of the long-term solution. I'm going to leave some handouts and other letters from the local businesses. And I'm also going to be meeting with the traffic engineer department, and hopefully we can work together to make this street better.
Awesome. And then just as a heads up, I didn't stop you because I didn't know that it was so tightly connected, but we do have an item coming up on today's agenda regarding parking program.
Right.
So if you'd like to stay for that, that might be informative towards that. But by all means, please feel free to pass the.
This is a commercial zoned block, not residential.
Okay. Yep.
I
So
don't know if that's different.
if you want to pass those to staff, and then it sounds like you're connected with staff. So please keep us informed if there's any issues that persist. Thank you. All right, we'll go to our next speaker.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. My name is Noah Daniels. I'm the Executive Director of Access Media Productions, otherwise known as AMP. This evening, I just wanted to give you all some context and history about our organization and a little bit about what we do here beyond controlling the cameras in this chamber from the small room behind you. AMP was actually created with help from the city of Monterey in 1997, and we've been proud partners ever since. From the start, the city understood how important it is for people to be able to see their local government in action, and that's really what AMP was built for. We manage Channel 25 on Comcast, where we air city council meetings like the one being broadcast tonight, along with other City of Monterey meetings and local programming. We've also expanded a lot over the years. You can now watch meetings live on the city website, AMP's website, YouTube, Roku, and other streaming services, and also watch those meetings back almost immediately so people can stay informed however and whenever they would like to watch. We're more than just a government channel. AMP gives community members a place to learn, create, and share their stories. We work with students, nonprofits, and local creators to help bring their voices to the screen. We're really proud of our long history with the City of Monterey and grateful for the partnership that's helped keep local, non-commercial media alive and accessible for our community. Thank you for your time.
You. Sir, did you still want to speak? Okay, you'll speak on that item. Okay, thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and go to our Zoom callers.
First, I'll call on Mayaika. If I'm pronouncing that correctly, you can unmute and go ahead, please.
My name is Malaika Velasquez, and I am commenting today in celebration of SB 515 being passed, legislation that was authored by the coalition in celebration of SB 515 being passed, legislation that was authored by the coalition in celebration of. I'm not sure what is happening. There's like I'm hearing a really bad echo.
All right, it sounds like the echo went away, so why don't you just go ahead and pick up where you left off?
Okay. Let's see. Okay, so legislation that was authored by the the Coalition for Just and Equitable California and Senator Laura Richardson. This is something very important to me as a Black American freedman. So though I serve on multiple boards and a commission, I am speaking as a private citizen. SB 515 is implemented by local municipalities, or is to be implemented by local municipalities in the state of California by January 1st, 2027. Yet we are asking the cities of Monterey, Seaside, and Marina to be proactive and to begin implementing the requirements of this law as soon as possible. Those requirements include the updating of forms and data systems. This is about invisibility and truth for California communities such as that of my Black American freedmen community, defined as those descended from American chattel enslavement, a community whose needs have often been invisible under the Black umbrella in this county and throughout the state. This has caused real disparities in housing, health, income, and opportunity that have stayed hidden in Monterey County and throughout the state of California, if not the nation. The disaggregation of this type of information has proved important time and time again for multiple communities and that have found themselves lacking and being excluded from needed resources. This mainly due to being placed under a racial or ethnic umbrella. This is why this is important to the Black American freedmen community. By disaggregating this information, we can finally understand and act on the specific conditions of our local Black freedmen community, one that has drastically decreased over multiple decades, often due to lack of resources to retain and maintain residency in this county. The full implementation of SB 515 will make our county a statewide model for fairness, visibility, and justice. And the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California has offered their assistance in this task. I have emailed all of the council members and, of course, Mayor Tyler. So if you need more information, you'll have that. Thank you.
Next speaker is LaShawn. And please correct me if I pronounced it wrong. Go ahead, please.
Oh, thank you. Oh no, you did it. You corrected it. You pronounced it perfectly. Thank you so much. And good evening and good afternoon to everyone. My name is LaShawn Coleman, and I am also a part of the Coalition of a Just and Equitable California. That was my colleague that just spoke, and I agree with her. I also want to talk about Senate Bill 515, which recently became law. This law makes sure local governments update their forms and data systems so people can identify as descendants of enslaved Black Americans. Freedmen. So for a long time, our community hasn't been clearly seen in the public data. When everyone is placed into one big category, it hides what really is going on. The difference in housing, jobs, health, the opportunity, et cetera, just everyday things. And so SB 515 helps fix that. It allows local agencies to collect information that actually shows the real big picture so leaders can make better decisions and create programs that truly meet people's needs. We've seen how this kind of data helps other groups when places like San Francisco and Santa Clara County broke down data for Vietnamese, Filipino, and Tongan residents. They discovered big gaps and were able to respond with language support, better health outreach, and targeted resources, and etc. Doing the same for American freedmen such as myself will make sure programs meant to help Black communities actually reach the descendants of those who were enslaved and freed here in the U.S. soil. Our team, CJEC, is ready to help with training, templates, and guidance to make implementation easy for the departments and staff. So we're really looking to seeing SB 515 put into action. And we appreciate your leadership in making sure our community is finally visible in the data and included in the solution. I want to thank you guys and have a blessed day.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Tiffany. Tiffany, you can unmute and you can go ahead, please.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Tiffany Quarles. I'm with the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California. Although I was raised in Los Angeles, I was born at Fort Ord in Monterey County, so it is meaningful to speak with you today. I'm bringing to your attention the newly signed state law SB 515, authored by Senator Laura Richardson. This law requires every city and county in California to create a specific category for Black Americans who descend from U.S. chattel slavery within their public employee data systems. This is a critical step towards accurate data collection and ensuring equity for a distinct lineage community whose ancestors built this nation and whose contributions and barriers must be recognized in public policy. I am respectfully asking this council to begin implementation of SB 515 and collaborate with CJAC as a partner in this work. CJAC is the first statewide organization dedicated to lineage-based reparations in California, and we stand ready to support you throughout this process. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your commitment to equity and justice for all Monterey residents. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Chris.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I mean, this is an amazing day, and I have to echo the comments and the thoughts and the sentiments of my colleagues who just spoke. My name is Chris. Of course, I'm with the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California. We wrote what is now Senate Bill, or now the law that was Senate Bill 515. That does require every city and county, including this amazing city and county that you're in, to, by January 1st, 2027, change the way that you collect data specifically for Black Americans who are public employees. Specifically, what you're going to be asked to do is to update your hiring form, so the application forms and the post-hiring forms, to add a new category of data collection, specifically to allow folks to self-report or self-identify as descendants of people who were enslaved in this country. That work is built on some work that we've done with the state over the past several years, specifically Senate Bill 189 of 2022. Section 14 specifically, which requires all state agencies to do this very same thing. And now this new law, SB 515, requires all cities and counties to do what the state agencies have already been doing. We've already seen lots and lots of great examples across not just the country, but here in California too, of when cities and counties start to get better information, better targeted, better disaggregated, better delineated data about specific racial and ethnic subgroups. That they can design and then do better policies and better solutions that actually reach the people who we're trying to reach. So just wanted to offer, again, ourselves up as a resource here. We're going around from city to city to city. This is our third city council meeting of the day. We got 2 more coming, and we're just offering ourselves up as a resource to help you implement, again, over the next 15 months. And with that, I'll give it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gina.
Good afternoon. I would just like to make a few comments. I'm really concerned still about the decisions that the leadership of Monterey is making about moving forward with reviewing new projects for the NCIP while reviewing existing authorized and funded projects for deletion. It's very concerning that there's kind of an agreement that this is a reasonable approach, and suggests that the city really embrace its obligation to review that program, to review the assumptions, the protocols, the commitments that are made, and begin to reframe it in a manner that will make it workable and of benefit to the community and the people that are involved in bringing forward projects
We're
for
the
funding.
clock for a second. I just wanted to clarify something. Are you referring to item number 7 on today's agenda?
When I read the agenda, there was no item about NCIP on there.
There, item number 7 is, so I just wanted to make sure, but it sounds like, because it sounds like that might be where you're leading to, but if you didn't see that one, then I will let you continue with your general public comment.
Thank you very much. And I'm actually done. I was going to end right now. So I'm sorry if I broke a protocol. I truly hadn't seen it when I looked at the agenda last week.
No worries. Thank you for your public comment.
Thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
Next speaker is Colin.
Okay, my name's Colin Gallagher, and I wish to speak on a couple items that are not on today's agenda. Let's see. One of the items, I was interested to hear about this 515 that various people have been talking about. Hadn't really heard too much about it, but while they were talking about it, I took some time and read over the law and found it interesting about the new data collection that would go into effect in 2027. I wanted people to be aware that this had nothing to do with reparations. There is no reparations requirement associated with this law. It's simply data collection initiative. And I thought it is also noteworthy that in 2020, California's Proposition 16 did fail. It was a failed California ballot proposition that appeared on the November 3, 2020 general election ballot, asking California voters to amend the Constitution of California to repeal Prop 209. I mention that in this context because there was a point at which this basically Prop 209 generally prohibits state and local governments from discriminating against or granting certain preferences to people on the basis of race, sex, color, ethnicity, or national origin in the operation of public employment, education, or contracting. And 209 is still on the books and has not been wiped out by any vote of any kind. So it is worth pointing that out from a legal context. I also want to use my remaining time to speak on another issue, and it's that I think the city council needs to meet with business owners individually before it forecloses on the possibility of issuance of or revocation of licenses or licensing potential in the future. And I think I have 5 seconds left, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. That is on the agenda, so I was going to cut you off there, but we'll go ahead and go to our next public commenter.
This is the last speaker. This is Audra. You can go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Good evening, everyone. Mr. Mayor, the board, or the city council members. My name is Audra Walton, and although I'm currently the vice chair of the City of Marina's Planning Commission, I am calling in this evening as a private citizen and very proud to be a part of blackaf.net and the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California. I am also celebrating the passage of SB 515 and just wanted to echo the comments my colleagues have already made. My father was born here in 1953 while my grandfather served at former Fort Ord. And huge shout out to our service members in the audience here today. However, over the last few decades, we have seen the Black American freedmen population decline from around 18,000 in 1980 to around 9,000 today. This bill may be a little too late to change that dramatic drop in population that I grew up around. However, it could help those of us that remain here today be able to stay. And it may even become a destination area for Black American freedmen the way it was back in the 60s to the late 80s. So like my brothers and sisters have already stated this evening, CJAC is ready to support you, the city and the county, as we move forward. Please let us know, reach out. I am right around the corner from you. Thank you.
Alrighty. Thank you to all of our public commenters. We're going to go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council, and we're going to move on to consent agenda. Number 11 has been requested to be pulled. Does the council wish to pull anything else?
No, we're here.
I'm going to ask for 10 as well. So we're looking at 10 and 11. I'm also going to make a quick announcement. So due to a financial conflict of interest regarding item number 7, the Larkin Park Swings installation project stemming from the proximity of my personal residence, I am disqualified from voting on this item because it appears on the consent agenda and is uncontested. I do not need to recuse myself or leave the room. However, I will be recorded as disqualified in the minutes. And with that, we're going to go ahead and go to public comment on consent items. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on any of the consent items? Seeing none in the room, we'll go ahead and cut it off here, and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have one public speaker. We'll go ahead and take them.
Mr. Rosen, you can go ahead, please. Mr. Rosen, you'll need to unmute and then you can speak for the public comments on the consent agenda.
Mr. Rosen, are you there? We're going to give you another few seconds here to.
Hi, I'm sorry. I had my hand raised for the last item and somehow it didn't work out. Either I made a mistake or you made a mistake. So I'll see you at 7. Sorry about that.
Just to clarify, you had your hand raised during the general public comment and you had the opportunity to speak. So we haven't had anything else for public comment since then.
No, I spoke for the presentation, not the general public comment, but I'll do it later.
Okay, got you. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close general public comment, bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation.
You're looking for a vote on the consent.
Yep, I just need a motion to approve consent.
Motion made for consent tonight.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion?
And just to clarify, that's minus items 10 and 11 and with you recused on item 7?
I'm not recused, but disqualified.
Okay.
That's my motion. That's correct.
Perfect, thanks.
All right, with that, call the question. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, we will go to item number 10. And it might help if I just ask my question first. So general context for everybody. This is a professional services agreement for storm drain master plan and stormwater utility rate study. So I'm a little bit confused in regards to the extension of the scope. I guess I'm a little bit confused specifically regarding like if the intent was to do the rate study. Let me just read some of the language that's in the staff report. It says amendment number 1 expands the scope of work to include preparing a comprehensive cost of service analysis, conducting a public opinion survey, developing the engineering report, preparing ballot materials, and providing administrative support during the first year of fee collection. So I think I'm just trying to get clarity in regards to why maybe some of this wasn't included in the initial, particularly the comprehensive cost of service analysis, when that would feed the work that we're doing for the rate study. So I guess just a little bit of clarity would be helpful.
Sure. That's a great question. When we originally wrote the RFP, we didn't really identify some of these services. So the survey, the community outreach that was through the community survey, and some of the modeling that was included in this amendment wasn't originally considered in the original RFP and agreement. We did look at potential reductions to offset some of the costs for some stuff we can do in-house to truly kind of save some money. So when we originally scoped this, these were services that we didn't consider.
Okay, and then that was actually my next question, which is I saw that there was the reduction, but the reduction seems to be more than the cost of the increase. But is the increase more than what's being asked for?
The increase is 111,000 total. I think there were additional services. There's a subtotal in there, and maybe that was probably poorly worded, but there was a subtotal for additional tasks in task 8. But it's a net increase of 111,000.
Okay. All right. That was it. Thank you for that clarification. Sure. All right. Is there any other questions from the council?
Yeah, just one.
Please.
Just one. When does that come back to staff, and when will it be in play to help you for the staff work plan?
Sure.
Everything related to sewer collection.
Storm
Or
drain.
I'm sorry, storm.
So
stormwater.
great question. The survey, I believe, is going to be released on the 14th, and I think would come back to staff within about a month or so. I'm going off memory, so it could be a little off. And then we do plan to bring it back to council just after the new year. So it'll come back to you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I actually have a follow-up. How much is in the budget now for the stormwater budget?
I don't have those numbers committed. We were talking about the storm drain utility fund.
Yeah,
I don't, is there someone?
more or less.
I
It's
don't.
about 1.2, 1.5 million.
Okay, and the funding for this is coming out of that budget that.
No, if you, I don't know where the funding comes from exactly right now, but as Andrew said, what is in the stormwater maintenance fund, or what do we spend on stormwater maintenance annually? It's about 1.2 to 1.5. So that's what we spend on storm drain maintenance. So I was responding when he spoke about this. I don't know out of which funding this comes right now.
It's coming out of a CIP that has storm drain utility funds in it. So it is using storm drain utility funds that was appropriated into a CIP. It is transferring out of, I'm trying to find the exact count, but it is storm drain utility fund.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're trying, since we've been talking a lot about the general fund, I just want to make sure that we're restoring that and not stealing from Peter to pay Paul. So I guess as long as we clarify that, I think we're good.
I do have it right here. It's coming out of the CIP Storm Drain Utility Repair and Maintenance Program account, CIP 2312.
Yeah,
Okay.
From
And not coming out of the
2023.
general fund.
It's from 2023 because the CIP gives it away. So it's CIP 2312, and it comes out of the, as the city engineer says, storm drain utility repair and maintenance project account. So it's a CIP account.
I guess just to clarify, to make sure that I'm fully tracking, the cost of the base agreement and the amendment is being paid for or reimbursed by ratepayers, not the general fund. I guess that's the part I'm trying to clarify.
So for sure, the amendment's coming out of the Storm Drain Utility Fund. I don't have it committed to memory where the original base contract is. I think it did come out of the Storm Drain Fund,
Okay.
but I can follow up with you on that.
Okay. All right. I'm good. Let's go ahead and thank you for the presentation. Let's go ahead and open it up for public comment on this item. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? We have one taker. Anybody else? All right. So we're going to cut it off to the one speaker in the chambers, and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have nobody on Zoom. Please, sir.
Mayor, I'm bringing it up as I'll be talking about it in 11, but it appears to me that we have a $10 million upside down in the general fund. And I appreciate the fact that you bring it up that it isn't coming out of the general fund, but I'm concerned that all these things that are being done on consent agendas, while we're $10 million upside down, is shocking to the public that we continue to spend, and we're not addressing that $10 million. And I'm thinking, you're going to wait till the very end and say, well, we got no choice but to raise it on the taxpayer. You guys should be cutting as you go along on things that are repeat and passing on to the general public all these costs. Keep in mind, we keep paying, and then you're going to be asking us for more money. I'll hold the other comments on the next item. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. With that, we'll go ahead and close general public comment. And I'll just quickly respond. I understand the concern. I think staff and the council hear you. We've been engaged. The council has been engaged in a lot of conversation around our deficit. It's not just easy to cut a program and just make it happen. It's obviously quite complex and challenging and political, all the things that make any government agency, make it difficult and challenging to cut, but it's on the table. We're discussing it. At the same time, we can't stop operating. There's things that are still going on in the city of Monterey that we've allocated funding for. And even if it's on the consent, just like we see tonight, we can pull things from the consent agenda so we can have a deeper conversation around that. So it's trying to find that right balance of continuing the work, but also looking at it with the microscope, and appreciate folks like you coming to the council and making sure that we're keeping we're being accountable to our taxpayers. So I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve this item.
Second.
Is there any other discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, we'll move on to item number 11, which is camera replacement. Give me one second. Security camera replacement. So with that, I'll pass it to. Sorry, let me figure myself out here. Yeah, I'll pass it to staff to do. Are we doing a presentation?
Yeah. We can do a presentation. I don't know.
There was a member of public, Mr. Vega, you pulled this one? Okay.
So I ask.
Why don't you just give like a 2-sentence version of a presentation, and then maybe we can hear from Vega and then hear what needs answers to.
Yeah, I'll ask our Chief Information Officer to give a
Hi,
2-sentence presentation.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Angie Blake. I'm the Chief Information Officer for the City of Monterey. I'm here before you today to request funding and approval to replace over 300 cameras across the city that we use for safety and security purposes. These cameras are used to deter theft, protect public property, promote safety, and support lawful investigations after crimes have been committed. They're used in our jail, in our parking garages, our conference center, and I have about 13 other locations as well that these cameras are located. This project started out with just replacing cameras one by one, and we quickly realized that this was not a cost-effective way to run this project. And so then we investigated and researched different solutions and determined it was best to do a replacement of all the cameras. And this was done through a piggyback approach. The city is receiving over almost $200,000 discount in doing it this way. And I'm open to questions for you.
And I would just clarify one thing if my computer will work. When I remember looking at the agenda report, it did show a cost savings to the city associated with this project. So I just wanted to kind of add that to yours. I think I saw a hand up over here.
At least my eyebrows. Thanks, Angie. So I know in the world of technology and moving from analog to digital to cloud services, we've seen significant improvements in cameras. What do you think is the time of the aged system that we have? I know we've got a variety of cameras that were put in, and then more were put in, and then some broke and more put in. But generally speaking, the system we currently have, how old is it?
The current system with the cameras are over 10 years old. Some of them are up to 17 years old, the cameras are. The amount of data is 150 terabytes that are on premise, and this is going to a cloud solution. The hardware that stores that 150 terabytes plus the cloud backup is all due for replacement as well. So by going to a cloud solution with the storage of this data is.
So that was my second probing, is that we actually save money by going to a cloud rather than having to have a rack with servers that we maintain that then ages. So, what you're saying is it's a holistic change for the new technology. And with 17 years, 10 years, even 3 years, it's light years and changes for technology. So thank you.
Yes.
All right, Dr. Barber.
And just quickly, I believe this is, I'm reading it correctly, but I just want to make sure that this would be coming from the IT account.
It is coming from the IT account and then also a couple of special funding accounts as well.
Okay. It says a contingency fund of the 15% would be included in the project budget. Is that a part of that amount that's being requested?
The 15% is coming from the IT project account.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Rash.
I presume that a big hunk of the 1.8 is the storage on the cloud and those kinds of supports and services. But can you just remind us what it breaks down to for you had mentioned 300 cameras. So what is it per camera? Just the camera.
To fully state what this project is, it's to replace the cameras across the city. It's also to store that data. It's also, I want to say off the top of my head, it was, I have it written down, $630 per camera over the 10-year period.
I thought I saw maintenance on there as well or something like that.
There's a 10-year warranty on the system. And what this project for is for the first 5 years, and the camera itself will come back to council after 5 years for that last 5 years.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you, Angie. Good to see you.
So just to confirm, this is to replace 318 outdated cameras specifically versus replacing and then adding some more.
It's a little bit of both. Currently, the city has over 340 cameras, so we're going to 318. Some of the new cameras have extra lenses like the newer technology, so we don't have to replace as many cameras. Also, there was a couple areas where they felt we needed to add a couple and remove some, so.
And then I have a few. You said you had the list of where they were located. Could you just go through that list just for everybody's awareness?
Point to generalize, because these are security cameras. So
Yeah,
just an
whatever is
overview.
appropriate to share.
Yeah, an overview.
Not, so a cemetery, the harbor docks. There are server rooms where we have to track who's coming in and out. A couple at the library, the conference center where they've been very helpful for damage to the building or trips and falls. Parking structures, all three of the parking garages have them. Police department, our jail that we have to man 24/7, and also concern with making sure everyone's okay. The property of the police department, there are storage rooms up at the Presidio, Bryan Ranch Maintenance Yard, the sports center, where we also have people that get injured. There's some new ones that are going in for the public safety gates. And then that's it.
And then how many of these 318 cameras are affiliated with the public safety facility?
Not as, they're mainly parking garages is where hundreds are going. There's 215 in the parking garages. That's the big chunk. For public safety, we're looking at about 25.
Okay. Okay. Awesome. Thank you for answering those questions in the presentation. With that, we'll go ahead and open up for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody else in the chamber except for Mr. Vega? Who's going to get a chance to speak? I'm not excluding him. Anybody else, though, in the chamber want to speak on this item? All right. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and cut it off to the one public commenter. And I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's nobody on Zoom. Please, sir.
Mayor, Council, I'm not against the cameras. Okay, I have cameras all around my business. Matter of fact, the police department comes and sometimes asks to look at our cameras. We actually saw that, I believe it was a murder that was stabbed in downtown that ran across, and we caught them on our cameras. So I understand the cameras. What I'm upset about is the structure of how you guys do business here. You're demanding that you're going to be up $10 million upside down at the end of the year, and this isn't part of your priority list. This should be in that list, and you should say, we're gonna have to get $10 million. This is a priority. I understand that. But it appears to me that every consent agenda, we're spending millions and millions and millions of dollars, and we're gonna wait to the very end and then say, oh, well, we're out of money. And then you're gonna come to the public. And what I'm asking is for the council to have the courage to say, we're not going to spend this kind of money until we can give the public a full accounting of the money before you ask us for more money, because we have expenses just like you have expenses. You're going to raise the sewer tax. You're going to raise the water tax. You're going to raise every bringing tax in this town to put it upon us. And then you're going to come back and ask us for more money for the general fund. And I think that's wrong. That's not how we do it in a household at home. We don't do it in a business that way. We don't do it in any other except in government. And as a taxpayer, I'm just exhausted that you guys don't get the message. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Vega. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close general public comment, bring it back to the council. Can I just ask for clarification? Is this something that's already baked into the budget, or is this going above and beyond what we've already allocated and approved, like and for our annual budget? It's already in the budget. Okay. Any open for motion deliberation?
I just want to make a comment.
Please.
Yeah, I think when we look at capital improvement for equipment that ages out, as we heard from staff, some of the equipment we have is 17 years old and 10 years old. And we cannot, there's a certain part of what we do in our system in the city is that we have to identify essential priorities, statutorily required, and we get through that. And we've had 4 or 5 sessions already where we've all been talking about the deep, areas that we may need to reduce or cut. You certainly would never consider cutting something like this, and I fully support it, because actually 2 or 3 trips and falls, 2 or 3 thefts, 1 or 2 crime incidents in the garage, this pays for the public safety and the wellness, and health and safety is always my number 1 priority. And I think it's everybody's priority in the city, is we always look at health and safety priorities for the city. And this is exactly in that lane. So never would I consider modifying or cutting this. This is all one of those that comes into absolutely essential. We'll have further meetings where we are actually making hard decisions, where we're going to be talking about many of the things that the last speaker spoke about in terms of setting priorities. That's for days in the future and the very near future.
Anybody else on this one?
I was just
Please.
make a motion because for the same reason, I would be supporting it and making a motion to approve, understanding the frustration of the public, dealing with the deficit that we're dealing with. We're frustrated too, but we're also making hard decisions. And so I also am just reminded that this is already in the budget that we already approved. So we want to make sure that we are making sound decisions that are going to be about safety, just like my colleague just said. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
So moved and seconded. Any other comments?
Well, I just want to say that I think Mr. Vega has an important point that will drive us to review more publicly and more thoroughly, like your question on pulling the other project off, and a little bit more scrutiny and a little bit more deeper dive, perhaps on, I guess I can only speak for me on my part, so that we are scrutinizing everything with a lot of due diligence. I think that's an important point that he made.
Yeah. Councilman Garcia, did you have anything you wanted to add? I will just add, is he still here?
No.
Oh, he walked out. Well, if somebody could relay this to him, or maybe he'll watch later. At the last council meeting, I reiterated something that I asked for in the past, which was to have a budget or finance committee made up of residents that can do this very thing, helping to go through the budget and look through things. I know it's excruciating, it's painful, but I think it's a helpful and necessary, transparent process so that the public can engage more. Because even sitting on the council, it's hard for me to see fully everything that's going on in the city. There's a lot going on in the city. Not that I necessarily need to see every little thing, but transparency is important when you're talking about public dollars. As it relates to this project, I can guarantee you, if you're the victim of an incident or a crime and there was a camera there that wasn't working because it's not functioning right now, I guarantee you'd be pissed at the city for not having a functioning camera. So we need to make sure that we keep that high standard that we expect in the city of Monterey, albeit it's loud and clear. We need to focus on our budget. And that's the process that we're engaging with. So with that, I do want to throw out one other thing. And if I could ask maybe staff to just your thoughts on this. I had an incident with my vehicle in the parking lot here behind City Hall. There's no cameras on City Hall campus. So I just wonder what your thoughts are as far as potentially incorporating City Hall, particularly when this is probably one of the areas where we see the highest number of residents coming and participating in our city facilities. So I just kind of wonder your thoughts on that.
You're not the first person to ask me to add more cameras to my project. To answer your question, it would need to be a phase 2, and there are other places that have asked for cameras. We didn't have the budget this year to do it, and so it is definitely something that could be brought forward to discuss further.
Okay, awesome. I would love for that to come back as far as part of phase 2. I know that there is the discount that we get for the agreement. So appreciate staff's work on this and look forward to seeing this implemented. With that, I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And it is 5 o'clock. We just finished our consent, and we're going to go to our public hearing item. And then we have a public appearance item. So we have 2 items left We're going to try to get through these by 5:30. So with that, item 13, our public hearing item is to adopt the Planning Commission recommendation and approve first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 38 of Monterey City Code to establish regulations and development standards for firearms and ammunition, retail sales, uses, and amending the home occupation permit procedures. With that, pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Levi Hill will present the Planning Commission recommendation and the request to approve the first reading of this ordinance.
Thank you, Hans. Good evening, Mayor, Council. The item before you is a proposed ordinance that would establish regulations and standards for firearms and ammunition sales in the city. As the mayor mentioned, it would also amend the home occupation permit procedures as it relates to those same uses. Quick refresher on how we got here. If you recall, in February, the City Council adopted an urgency ordinance that would suspend the establishment and operation of new firearms and ammunition retail sales businesses in the city. This was necessary as the municipal code does not currently distinguish the sale of firearms and ammunition from that of general retail sales, meaning that there are no specific limitations, restrictions, or location requirements for those uses. Given that the council adopted a moratorium for new firearms and ammunition sales establishments under that urgency ordinance and was, of course, later extended in April for an additional 10 months and 15 days. So under the proposed ordinance that's before you this evening, the city regulations would now prohibit new firearms and ammunition sales within the city, except for sites located in the IR zone, and that's the city's industrial zone. Within the IR zone, firearm sales would be allowed with the approval of a use permit, which would involve a separate public hearing than that of tonight. Ammunition sales, however, would be permitted as a principal use without a use permit. Additionally, beyond the use permit requirement, the ordinance would establish location restrictions that would require a minimum of 600-foot buffer from various sensitive users like schools, daycares, residential zones, and other uses as noted in the ordinance. The ordinance would also prohibit firearms and ammunition sales for new home occupations as well. If approved, there are 4 businesses in the city that would be rendered non-conforming uses because they engage in the sale of firearms and or ammunition. All of those businesses would be allowed to continue to operate without expansion under the city's non-conforming provisions of the zoning code, with the exception of one business, which is L&B Firearms located at 301 Ocean. They would be required to cease operation after a 3-year period that lines up with their federal firearms license life. In conclusion, staff recommends that the City Council approve the first reading of the proposed ordinance. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Levi, for the presentation. Any questions from the council, please?
Levi, do I understand my one read of the agenda, but it was around page 99, section 7-4.06. If the 301 Ocean L&B Firearms wanted to ask for a longer amount of time or a shorter amount of time, a change in the application of the 3-year period, they could petition the Planning Commission and then it would come back to us. Am I reading that right?
The ordinance does have a provision in there that allows for existing businesses to appeal or maybe should let the city attorney answer this question. All right, tell us.
That process was inserted into the ordinance to make sure that they can recoup their investment in that amount of time. So if they feel that that's not an appropriate amount of time, they can petition and present evidence of the amount of their lease, how much did they put in improvements into the facility and things like that. So that analysis can be done. Otherwise, we're working from an assumption based on the length of the firearm license that 3 years is sufficient.
Okay, all right.
Could I ask a follow-up question to this?
Sure.
So L&B on Ocean, at what point, like if they submitted their the lease payments that they made, up to what date would those lease payments be considered? Would it be the entire 3-year period if they stuck with that, or would it be up until the finalization of this ordinance?
I think it's going to depend on a lot of factors outlined in the code. Maybe they have a 10-year lease. I don't know that offhand. And so we would look at what is the cost of the lease, what has been the cost of the improvements, their inventory, things like that to make sure it's amortized sufficiently over a reasonable period of time,
Okay.
which may be shorter than 3 years, or it may be longer than 3 years, or it may be precisely 3 years.
Okay. Did you have anything else?
No.
Okay. Any questions on this side?
Yeah, Levi, what's the zone that the address of L&B Firearms is at? Is that just purely residential, but then there's also some multi?
No, it's actually zoned a neighborhood commercial zone.
Okay.
So it is actually commercially zoned. However, it's one of our less intense commercial zones. So it's our C1, which is our neighborhood commercial.
So it currently is neighborhood commercial, and we are not doing anything to change that zoning.
That's correct.
With this.
We're just changing the permitted uses throughout the zoning districts in the city. But you're correct, the zoning won't be changing.
Okay. Also with the L&B Firearms, what have they been issued from the city when they originally made their application up to this point? Refresh the audience and the council. What have they done so far to comply, and be issued permits?
Sure. So they submitted an application with the city for a business license that was subsequently issued because it was classified as general retail sales at that time because an ordinance like this wasn't in effect at that time. I do believe they've also applied for building permits to complete tenant improvements as well. I may be incorrect about that, but I do believe they intend on doing tenant improvements to.
Okay, so as far as you know, for sure, a business license.
Definitely a business license, correct.
Okay, and then under pre-emergency ordinance, there would have been no requirement of a use permit for that business. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And if there is, I'll just pull a business and pick on one. If it's a liquor store, if it's a bar, they now are required to have a use permit. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, are you asking?
So if there was a bar, if there was a liquor store, that application in our city ordinance would require a process, and we would have a use permit for that business.
That's correct. Depends on how it's classified under a restaurant or bar, but yes, typically alcoholic beverage outlets would require some type of use permit for a new establishment.
Okay.
If you're asking, but that's what you're asking, not if a firearms or ammunition was locating.
Well, my next question is, do we require a use permit for any firearms sales anywhere in the city?
Not currently, no.
Okay. And this ordinance does not require a use permit for any of those other businesses as well.
This ordinance will require a use permit for a firearms sales business in the IR zone.
Okay.
But doesn't change the process for any other businesses beyond firearms and ammunition sales.
Okay. So I guess the question is, if we have an IR zone currently, and there is a gun store in an IR zone, and they are currently working, existing, hold a business license, what do we do with them?
So that's a great question. So that actually is applicable to one of the operating businesses. So they are operating as a firearms and ammunition sales business. They are in an IR district, but they don't have a use permit currently because it wasn't required. They will be rendered non-conforming if this ordinance is approved and adopted because they don't have that use permit. They would be allowed to continue to operate as is, but if they were looking to expand or move or anything like that, they'd be required to obtain a use permit at that time.
Okay. So what will that process be? How much time are they provided?
So we've reached out to those businesses and they did not indicate any intentions of expanding. They were communicated what was in this ordinance. So if that were to still happen in the future, they would apply for a use permit from the planning division that would get reviewed and go to the planning commission for approval at that point.
Okay. So when we give a business that's non-conforming, that doesn't trigger a timeline for them to apply and become compliant?
No, not in the same way as it would for, say, the L&B Firearms location.
Okay, thanks. That's the only questions I have.
Okay. Any other questions from the council at this time? I asked Nat if we can pull up the city zoning map, and hopefully we can just kind of show the public, kind of have a visual understanding of if this passes the council, where are they restricted to? So we can just
Sure.
talk through this a little bit.
Sure. There's actually a pretty limited amount of industrial zones in the city. So the industrial zone is that dark shade of purple that you'll see there. So it's primarily the north and south side of Garden Road. And then also, as you see, the bigger area to the bottom right-hand corner is the Ryan Ranch area. And then there's a few parcels between the Fenton and Keller site on 68 and the Monterey Motorsports Park site on that north side of Highway
Can
68.
you, Nat, could you just kind of use your cursor to show folks where that's at?
Yes, a deep
there.
shade of purple
Yep.
there.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you for that.
Follow up to that?
Yeah.
Was there one in the middle of the city or is that pink? No, there is. Over off Pacific?
No, that's actually a deeper kind of a magenta color. It does kind of look similar, but it's a commercial zone.
Okay.
Sure.
Given the fact that we have already have done a what is it, the zone overlay for Garden Road, at least the south side of Garden Road. How is that impacted since it's now going to be more of a residential?
Sure. So the ordinance actually includes one of the buffers is 600 feet from any residential zone. That includes our multifamily overlay, which is the south side of Garden Road. So 600 feet from that, Garden Road, I don't know the exact width, but it's going to eliminate a large portion of the Garden Road area based on that.
Okay. And then, so I saw the language regarding 600 feet and I appreciate staff including that in there. It kind of marries our ordinance as it relates to cannabis. And when I was comparing that language, there were some other elements that were included in the cannabis one that I didn't see here. So I just wanted to read the language. Establishments shall not be located within 600 foot radius of a school providing instruction in kindergarten or any grades 1 through 12, preschool, daycare center, youth center, playground, or educational institution that is in existence at the time of the license issued. So I saw the language included school, daycare center, and playground, but those other elements, I'm just wondering if we can just do small tweaks to that language to make sure that it's consistent.
Can I ask a clarifying question? You're saying that language was in the cannabis ordinance, but not in this ordinance?
That's correct.
I will double check, but I went through painstaking effort to not duplicate state law because we can't. And state law very aggressively regulates firearm retail sales. So if it already prohibits that, we don't duplicate that in our city code, but I don't have that chart comparison right now.
Well, maybe what I could ask is when we get to it, maybe in the motion, if we can just have staff look at that. And if there's space to add something, we can. If it's duplicative, then we don't need to add it.
Right.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that, Chrissy.
Yeah.
And then the last question I have is I'm wondering why we took a direction of saying that firearms would require the use permit or in essence require a public hearing where ammunition would be the principally permitted.
Yeah, so there's just different licensing requirements for those two. So there's different licensing requirements for businesses that sell firearms and ammunition, and there's different licensing requirement, a lesser licensing requirement for those that just sell ammunition. So we do have businesses in the city that are more sporting goods oriented that do happen to sell ammunition but don't sell firearms. So it just seemed like it was more compatible and in line with the federal licensing process.
Okay. Thank you for that. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. If you're in the chamber, I just ask that you stand to the left of the podium. And if you prefer to remain seated, feel free to do so. I will ask for your hands in a second once we get a group to stand. We have 2 folks. Anybody else that's still seating that wants to speak on this item? So we'll go ahead and cut it off to those 2 in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 2. Did you want to speak as well? Yes. Okay, so we're going to cut it off to the 3 in the chamber and we have 2 on Zoom. All right, we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
I would like to speak against the adoption of this resolution, and I'll tell you why. I remember a few weeks back when this was initiated, there were several members from the Oak Grove Neighborhood Committee that came and asked the council to prevent a store going into 301 Ocean Avenue. The reasons they gave that I heard was that it would attract seedy people and it would devaluate the property. They gave no evidence of these comments. For seedy, I think they're talking about felons. A felon doesn't go to a retail store because that merchant can check the background very quickly on a computer. And that felon knows he won't get that gun. Someone that would be adjudicated mentally incapable of having a gun knows that also. So I don't know who they referred to by seedy or shady people. The type of people that will go to that organization are sportsmen primarily, people who shoot competitively, firearms like shotguns for skeet or trap, rifles for target shooting at 100 and 200 yards, handguns for 25 and 50 yards. We have an organization in the Carmel Valley, the Carmel Associated Sportsmen, that have been in business for, over 70 years now. There are 100 members. They would go to that store too. There would be people who would go there to buy a weapon for home protection or maybe for concealed carry. There would be hunters. Those are the type of people that'll go to a retail store of that nature. I was reading the comment here, some of the restrictions that this ordinance would put forth. I looked at where it said there should be a 600-foot setback, and they named a preschool. And I'd bring to your attention that there's a preschool on the corner of 4th and Sloat in Oak Grove, that very area. It's only 2 sidewalks and a street away from the Naval School, people that are very friendly to weapons. There's never been a negative incident with that preschool. My point is that people who don't want a retail firearm business are not operating on facts. They're operating on fears. They have no way of justifying the passage of this ordinance. Now I'd like to speak just a little bit about 301 Ocean and the tenants that signed a lease. They signed a lease for 3 years, and this ordinance would restrict them to that 3-year term.
Sir, sorry, I have to cut you off there. Just to be fair for everybody, you get your 3 minutes. So if you have additional comments that you want to provide, you can send them in to us, but your time is unfortunately ended.
All I want to tell you is that there are two options.
Sorry, sir. I can't let you do that, because if I do that for you, I have to do that for everybody else. So I apologize.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your public comment. Go ahead and take the next speaker, please.
My name is Rebecca Sumners, the federal firearm license holder alongside my husband, Larry, for 301 Ocean Avenue. I have heard the concerns of residents, and many of those same concerns had crossed my mind as well when it came to this business. We put a lot of thought into this and obviously would have not jumped in if we did not see how this could serve the community of Monterey and serve safely. As you mentioned, safety was your guys' number one concern as well. If you guys choose to pass to force us to move in 3 years to the IR district, we would no longer be surrounded by 3 to 4 fire or law enforcement agencies at any given time. At Ocean Avenue, we are Monterey, Seaside, NSA at Naval Postgraduate School, and Monday through Fridays, the sheriff's office at the Monterey County Courthouse. I'm just asking you to consider those and to maybe not pass this tonight and consider some other options, some other places for us to go even. I really don't want to move from 301 Ocean Avenue, but I really don't think the IR district is the best place for us to be either. It puts us on a highway. It puts us near no law enforcement help if we do get in any safety issues. I don't foresee any. There's never been any with any firearm stores in Monterey before. We do plan on working very closely with local law enforcement as well to ensure that the safety of the residents and everyone else is taken seriously. But I also think that there are different solutions that we can come up with. In my mind, you guys are pushing us to the outside. And I will end with this quote here. We push what we fear to the margins, hoping distance will silence it. But silence is not resolution. I don't know who said it, but I found it online and I liked it. So thank you guys.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Duncan Emmons, and I hadn't originally come to speak on this matter, but it piqued my interest, particularly because, as the gentleman before me mentioned, I'm previously an avid hunter, target shooter, in my personal life, and I'm a fairly new resident to Monterey, and I have found that it is difficult to find firearms and ammunition within this community for those with legitimate reasons to use those items. I also work for a particular organization in which sometimes we do purchase our own ammunition to hone those skills for our. I don't want to mention the organization because I do not want to present any bias. But it has been a challenge living in Monterey to try and keep those skills sharp for the profession. And I just want to make sure that those concerns are kind of put out there if nobody else is considering them. Not to say that I am for or against this ordinance, but I just want to make kind of make those concerns known, because I think that sometimes people aren't connected to that particular profession to know that that's a challenge that we do face, is trying to keep our tools of that profession in stock so that we can keep those skills sharp. Thank you. Thank you. All right, with that, we'll go to our callers on Zoom.
Yes, first I'll call on Colin.
Yes, hi. My name is Colin Gallagher, and just for the record, I'm the owner and manager of Gallagher Ammunition, which I basically maintain as kind of a side gig, but sort of it's my thing. And I wanted to start this off, my comment, just by saying kind of those of us who have been monitoring this whole process that the city has been doing have known how it started. This started when Mayor Tyler got upset because he noticed that lo and behold, L&B had been permitted, and it didn't take a whole lot. They got their FFL, and they got the license, the business license, and they had their state stuff as well, their state licenses, and I think I had mine. I forget exactly when I got mine, but for my ammo vendor stuff, which was not the FFL for me, but it didn't take very much, and that's the way it's always been in Monterey. It did not take very much, and that's fine. That's the way it should be. Things should be permissive, and you should let businesses do business in Monterey. But unfortunately, the city of Monterey has taken a tack of reacting in shrill and noisome tones, and having a very bad reaction to business people being able to do business. And as a consequence, the city has a $10 million structural deficit. And here we are today about to adopt an ordinance, which is not only wrong, but which I would argue is unconstitutional, and which will probably eventually result in being overturned at some point a few years down the road, when you have court cases like Road versus Becerra eventually come to their proper conclusion. Now, this is something where I think the city needs to really take a look at what is actually happening with cases like Road versus Becerra, Road versus Bonta, which has to do with the ammunition front, but also with respect to just treating L&B Firearms and other businesses like it properly, and treating all businesses in the city properly, and saying, look, what we're doing is wrong. Treating businesses way is wrong. We need to be welcoming businesses, not rejecting them. And you need to be looking at what you can do for people instead of shutting them down and not letting people apply for licenses, which is what the city is about to do. And the realistic consequence of you saying you're going to take a whole swath of the city and shut it down and not let people apply for licenses across most of the city for this kind of business class is that the city isn't going to make a lot of money. That's the actual truth. So the city is taking an anti-business position, and it will continue doing so. And that's highly unfortunate for the city and for everybody that lives in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we also have Lori. as a speaker. Laura, you can unmute and you can go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I wasn't planning on speaking on this topic tonight, but after listening and seeing the situation as an outsider, I just feel compelled to speak in support of L&B Firearms and its owner. And I want to share, it's important to know that I do not own a gun, never have owned a gun, and probably never will. I come from Colorado, where I lost friends in the Columbine shooting. I coached there. So I'm not a big gun person, but I've handled rifles only to biopsy dart and tag whales. So I'm no stranger to the safety of guns. But I just feel like this is unfair to L&B Firearms and its owner because they did everything right under the law and followed city procedures. The business applied properly, obtained its federal and state licenses, passed background checks, met security requirements, and received a valid city business license. So there was no violation of any city ordinance in effect at that time. I think that's really important here. Now, after the fact, because the neighborhood complained and political pressure, the city's now retroactively trying to zone them out, forcing closure within 3 years. And that's just not fairness. They're being punished. And these are members of our community. And he's sitting there with a child on his lap. So these are clearly good, responsible people. And I just think it's unfair. The agenda report makes it clear that the ordinance isn't about violations or safety incidents, that it's about the location preferences and neighborhood pressure. A single business owner who followed the rules should not have to bear the cost of the city changing its mind. If the council wants to tighten zoning for future applications, fine, I'm fine with that, and I think that's fair, but existing lawful businesses deserve to be grandfathered in permanently, not amortized out like a nuisance. The Planning Commission was divided on this, if I remember right. Two commissioners voted against it, of this recommendation, explicitly warning that it would unfairly harm legitimate small businesses. And I think those concerns are valid. This ordinance sets a dangerous precedent. If political pressure can erase a lawful business today, it can happen to any business tomorrow. Please respect the rights of those who complied with the rules in good faith. L&B Firearms earned its place under the city's existing code and should be allowed to continue operating without an expiration date. Thank you, and I really hope you'll consider my comments and some of the others, and L&B Firearms and the owners. I think they only deserve to be grandfathered in. Thank you very much.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment on this item, bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation. Who wants to start us off?
Couple of comments. Yeah. I think that it's one of those difficult dilemmas that L&B got caught in a situation where they had applied under the circumstances and didn't do anything wrong. So they were issued a business permit or a business license. I understand the sentiments in the neighborhood, and I understand the reasonings in the findings that the Planning Commission has come up with and that the staff recommends here today. But I take a different slight on the timing of making this application. L&B obtained a business license. They've already expended certainly some investment in their pursuit of their business. They had plans for the business model. And if this were to pass tonight, it puts a business owner in a situation where they would really have to think hard about investing another dime in the business today if they know there's a really strong likelihood that in 3 years they're not going to be able to hold on to the license and the investment because of the nature of the way it's outlined when we look at all of the reasons for the qualifications. It would be a great risk for someone to go into business with the likelihood that they know in 3 years they're going to be not granted the rights to stay. So the reasonings that are listed in here with the staff report, the Planning Commission shall consider and may recommend to the city council the complete termination of the non-conforming use within a shorter or longer amount of time based on facts applicable to the business, including but not limited to. So there's a lot of variabilities there, and that would be the planning commission. And then, of course, the city council could take the matter up and completely reverse the recommendations of the planning commission. But what's included in here is the total cost of improvements, the duration of the lease, the length of time the use has existed, adaptability of the land and improvements to a currently permitted use. And by the way, I would add that it's currently a permitted zone of neighborhood and commercial. Another one that's listed is the cost of moving and reestablishing the use elsewhere, whether the use is significantly non-conforming. And if this passes tonight, it would be significantly non-conforming. Compatibility with the existing land use patterns and densities of the surrounding neighborhood, the expiration date of the federal firearms license, and the possible threat to public health, safety, or welfare, and any other relevant factors. That stacks it against a business. I don't see how a business would pursue on a temporary basis of just 3 years, because in 3 years, this threshold is going to be almost impossible to meet. But if the nature of the business is very selective in terms of what gun sales they're making, and by the way, in California, it's exceedingly difficult to purchase guns from their manufacturers because California's state law and the drop list and the ability to buy guns and sell guns is extremely reduced in California. I could not purchase a well-known gun of a particular caliber in Monterey County, and several guns that I wanted to purchase could not purchase in California. I purchased a gun in Southern California, went through a gun dealer. It was a real pain in the neck. The application, the waiting period, the fee, the permit, the computer, the clearance, and I'm an ex-cop. It didn't matter. I was viewed just like any other customer, and that's okay. That system works. I think a business like this would certainly comply. I'm going to guess the majority of their business is going to be sales of ammo and gun repairs. Probably not going to have that much inventory to sell in guns because a small store has a hard time getting the inventory. When they have the inventory, it's not just sitting in a counter when they lock up and go home at night. Everything is very highly regulated and secured and locked down. Probably better than any bank. So I just have a hard time agreeing with the staff recommendation to invent a system that prevents L&B from being successful for a longer period of time beyond the 3 years, because I think that they complied with the law at the time. They did the right thing within the zoning that we still have there. And I think that because it's zoned commercial as well as neighborhood, I think it should be permitted, and we should not move on this such a restricted with a 3-year time frame. I don't know how we carve it out, but I think that L&B should be grandfathered in, and I would be comfortable with there were no others, that this was a one of a kind because they applied when it was legally permitted. And I'd be more comfortable if we said that L&B would be the one and only store that would be permitted in that zone because it is commercial. I'm not comfortable with saying that they would be denied to continue beyond the 3 years.
Okay. Who would like to go next? Anybody? Please.
I agree with Councilmember Smith comment about this being a difficult conversation to have at this point, given that the business owners did everything right based on the policy, the ordinance that was in place at that time. So there's, I think for me, there's no question about that. What I also need to make sure that, and for me personally, that I consider as I make a decision is also all the other public comment that we've heard throughout the process. And I think it community has spoken and quite loudly about their concerns about this business. I mean, personally, I don't necessarily, in terms of a business, don't necessarily lean either way. I do have my own personal opinions about guns in general, but I'm trying to leave that aside because it's not about me. It's about what our community sees as important and as a priority in terms of either building or continuing to maintain the character of their community. So I think council is trying to do the best that we can in terms of finding a balance in also trying to identify other areas that could potentially work for the business owners for the business owners. So for those reasons, I am going to support the staff recommendation.
Okay, who'd like to go next? Please.
Well, Councilmember Garcia said it quite well for me, and I apologize to the Summer family because they didn't do anything wrong. And the trouble is our constituents are vocal strongly about this, and they do have an idea of their neighborhood, and my platform has always been that the residents are first. So I apologize to you that I will support this. And I'm sorry you got caught in the middle.
And so for me, I've looked at this in a lot of in a balanced way, kind of similar to what's been stated between Councilmember Garcia and Smith. It's about balance, and for me, the business did get caught in the middle of this, and that is not something that we wish would have happened. That's for sure. You didn't do anything wrong, but we are trying to correct some things as far as when we look at it from a totality from the residents, because this is an area that is industrial and residential. And so when you have industrial and residential in the same space, that can cause some concerns and issues. And I believe if I'm recalling it correctly, it was safety issues that were brought up by the neighbors. And maybe it was some other comments that were talked about as one of the public commenters talked about, but I remember one of the main pieces was about safety. The Naval School and a store selling firearms are two different things. They're two different accesses, two different controls, just very different. And so for me, when I look at this, I look at the 3 years being the time period that staff is saying that the business could be able to recoup the amount that has been invested in the business, is my understanding. And so because of that, I think that's possible, but it may not be the case, because with business in itself, you don't know exactly how much that is. And those aren't the hard numbers I have. So my thinking is in terms of whether we can give them, instead of 3 years, whether we could give them 6 years. I don't see it being grandfathered in, but being able to extend a little bit of the time, but being able to continue to support this proposal. I agree with that, because I think we need to correct what should have not have been in the first place. So I think that balance does need to come forward with some sort of structure with this policy tonight. But then I'd like to see what that would look like in being able to put L and B at least close to recouping their investment.
Okay, I'm inclined to support the planning commission's approval of the ordinance. this is a hard conversation, and I would take a little offense to the fact that we're not a business-friendly community. I mean, our communities, our revenue for our city depends on our business community being successful, particularly hospitality. We've had conversations throughout the year around creating an economic development manager position and looking at ways to diversify our economy. This isn't about being anti-business. I think the conversation here comes up around what I think we can all agree, regardless of where you stand on the political spectrum on the issue, that guns are a politically charged topic in this country. There's no removing that from the conversation. So I think if we can all recognize that, that obviously has manifested itself within our community. And I agree with Councilmember Rash and Councilmember Garcia in regards to the community has spoken. I mean, we've heard from a lot of people within that neighborhood. And frankly, for me, it's not just about their voice. I felt it the same way. And I wish that we could have had this conversation before a business went down the path and made these investments. And unfortunately, that's not the circumstance. But what we did do is that as soon as the city found out about it, we acted swiftly. And I don't know if our action as it relates to this topic had any impact on LMB and what's happened over the last several months, which doesn't seem to be very much as it relates to progressing the business at the location. But I think that our swift action in trying to find a timeline to get this resolved as soon as possible, this isn't an attack on any one business. And the first public commenter alluded to comments that were made by some of the folks from the neighborhood around safety, security, and there's actually many studies that show that the more gun stores that you have in a community, statistically, it increases the odds of suicide, homicide. And I'll just read a little bit from the Rockefeller Institute of Government, but it is not just about across access to the firearms in the home. Research shows that greater availability of guns throughout local neighborhoods in cities like Detroit and Newark corresponds to higher rates of firearm deaths, especially in communities suffering from concentrated economic disadvantage. And those economic disadvantaged communities exist within Monterey, believe it or not. And across cities, legal access to guns via federally licensed dealers and the availability of stolen guns results in higher firearm homicide rates. At the county level, more access to guns within and surrounding counties equates to more gun deaths. Across states, researchers found that more guns equal more gun deaths, looking at all 50 states in the country from 1981 to 2010. This finding has been replicated in numerous other studies. Importantly, states with both lax gun laws and greater access to guns have higher rates of mass shootings. I completely hear the concerns around those that are hunting, those that are recreational. I can appreciate that. I grew up Boy Scouts. I'm an Eagle Scout. I shot many firearms growing up. I was in the Navy. I shot firearms when I was in the Navy. This isn't an anti-gun effort. It's about pro-life. Keep saving people in our community, making people feel safe, welcome, accepted. And to me, frankly, having a gun store in the middle of a beautiful residential community in the center of our town just doesn't, when I walk by and I look at it, it doesn't feel like it's the right location. So again, it's unfortunate that this business ended up in the crosshairs of this political discussion. But for those reasons, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve the ordinance.
Can I make a comment before we do the ordinance?
Well, there's a motion on the table, so let's get a second, and then we can go to you.
All right.
Second.
All right, moved and seconded. Please, Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to something that Dr. Barber mentioned, that when you mentioned something like a 6-year period of time, were you thinking that we would carve out an exception for L&B for that location for a period of time?
For a period, not grandfather.
Yeah, so a period of time that would be longer than 3 years. Okay. So I'd like to make a substitute motion to see if we can get there. You okay, Mayor? I do that?
Yeah, you have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
So the motion that I would make is that we would carve out the ability for L&B to execute their permit that they have pulled for the business at the location on Ocean for a period of 5 years. And at that time, then it would revert to a no ability to operate a gun store because it's in the wrong zone.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion on the motion? All right, I'm going to go ahead and vote. All those in favor?
On the
substitute motion.
substitute motion. Okay.
All those in favor?
I missed the call to say something because you asked if there's any discussion on the motion.
Okay.
Okay. So just a real quick piece. I just think it's difficult in public policy to correct things and we have some limitations, but this is a zoning question, but also because it was legally zoned at the time of the application, I feel like we need to be able to answer the reason of the business and give this particular business an opportunity to be successful. In 5 years, I think would give them that ability to then find a more successful location that would probably be a bigger location that they're going to need. So I think it's a compromise. But after 5 years, then there would be no gun store allowed in that neighborhood.
Okay. Anybody else have comment on this one?
Well, whether the substitute motion passes or not, the gun shop owner can still apply to the planning commission for an adjustment. Then whatever the planning commission decides can be.
With the council.
I think it says it has to go to council, back to council. So we may get another bite at the apple, which to me would allow more public participation in the whole process, a little bit more agony for everybody, but it's not precluded tonight. It doesn't stop tonight. I just want to say that.
Yeah, I guess the only thing it would do is signal the council's tolerance to the planning commission and this applicant
Yes.
that
And
5 years would be a business opportunity.
Sorry, may I just seek some clarification on the motion, because the way it's drafted right now, it does have a 3-year sort of presumpted period for amortization. If I'm understanding the motion correctly, that 3-year period would be presumptively 5. And depending on how you want it to be worded, you might be saying it can't be decreased from 5. You would like it to be at least 5. Maybe it gets longer if it were to go to the planning commission. That's sort of how I'm reading your motion.
Could I
No,
ask
okay.
for clarity too? Because what I heard you share earlier as it relates to the 3 years that's currently in the ordinance is that it wouldn't necessarily be 3 years. It could be less than 3 years. It could be more than 3 years.
Correct.
So what I'm sensing from your response now is that changing it to 5 doesn't really make much of a difference because it's the amortization of the cost.
It changes it insofar as maybe they accept 5 years and don't petition for review of
But
that.
couldn't it be less? I'm confused.
That's why I'm saying I was reading from Councilmember Smith's request that it not be less than 5 years. And so it could be reworded, the language of the ordinance to say any existing businesses, whether it's this one or any others, presumptively can operate for 5 years, at which time they must stop operating. Unless if they go to planning commission and say, we need longer than 5 years based on our income, expenses, investment into the property and into the business and that whole showing that they can do.
So let me clarify. So that's
Okay,
not,
that-
no.
okay.
So my intent was 5 years
Uh-huh.
that they would have to go back to the planning commission and apply for the use permit for compliance of conditions on that site. They would be granted the 5 years, up to 5 years, And if they violated the condition, then it would be less than 5 years. But the conditions of the application to get them 5 years. And then after that 5 years, no business that's a gun store would be permitted unless it's in the industrial area.
Mhm.
So this applicant would need to apply at the planning commission, where the planning commission would set conditions for the business.
I'm confused. Can you,
Okay.
could you,
Yes.
Chrissy, could you help maybe summarize? Did something change from what you previously said in regards to what you just shared now?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Okay, let me ask this question to clarify. If the council tonight said they don't want to restrict it until 5 years, is it required that it would go back to the planning commission for use permit?
It would no longer be allowed to operate there at all after 5 years. They would have to relocate.
No, I understand.
And then it would be subject to a use permit,
I'm
correct?
talking about between 1 and 5 years. Would the planning commission need to touch it at all?
If they petitioned for a longer period of time than 5 years,
But we're saying they can't have I'm saying it can't go past 5 years.
understood. It could be I could draft it to match that intention. That's not what it says right now.
Okay, so if, and the way I'm intending this is that they get 5 years to operate, and after that, they have to move, they can't be there, it has to be in an industrial zone. That's the intent of my motion.
The issue with that, and I'll just state this, is we don't want to be taking property from people that are lawfully operating. And so we need to make sure that they're able to amortize the expenses that they put into their business. And so if they were able to show, for example, that really they need 10 years based on their lease, their lack of revenue, a bunch of other factors, and we put a hard line on it without allowing an evidentiary showing, that I wouldn't recommend that course.
So isn't 3 years doing even less?
Yeah.
So sitting here, the council staff, we don't have individualized financial information to make a judgment call on this. We want to make sure the business recoups their investment.
So you're estimating.
We're estimating, and we're saying a firearms license is 3 years. And so it might be reasonable to expect that maybe your license doesn't get renewed for X, Y, and Z reason. But we're allowing the business to say, no, we need more time than 3 years to recoup our investment and make that showing before the planning commission. The planning commission can say, yes, this looks like it's a 7-year, 10-year. I don't know what they might say. And then it comes to the city council to agree or disagree with that, because we do want to be fair to this business and the investment-backed expectation of operating there.
So that's actually baked into the policy now.
Correct.
Correct.
It's a due process issue.
Right, right.
Okay, so there's a substitute motion on the floor. Does somebody else want to second it? All right. Seeing none, we're back to our original motion, which was made by me and seconded by Councilmember Garcia, to approve the ordinance as is. Any other comments?
So I just want to ask the question so we can have, because I know the public is watching and they're hearing legal interpretations in our discussion. With the motion passing tonight, what does that mean for L&B firearms?
So there's, as written in the staff report, L&B Firearms is located at 301 Ocean, not currently open, which is not in an IR zone, an industrial zone. The proposed ordinance would amortize the existence of the business for a period of 3 years. The property owner and or the operator of the non-conforming firearm retail sales business may apply to the planning commission to review the reasonableness of the 3-year amortization period within 10 days of the ordinance adoption. Ultimately, the ordinance's goal is to limit firearm retail sales only in the IR district with a minimum of 600 setback from schools, daycare, playground, residential zones, multifamily overlay zones, store to sell liquor, bar, other firearm and ammunition retailers or cannabis businesses.
Okay,
So 10 days, check in with city.
Yeah.
So that you can figure out if you want to change it beyond the 3 years that we're providing.
Okay. And the planning commission's vote was in favor of this process. And then what you're saying is that the applicant can apply within 10 days, then it would go to the planning commission. And the planning commission would give them their approval for the business based on the criteria that's listed here.
Yes. So they would make their recommendation to the council, I'm assuming, in regards to the evidence that they've submitted to justify why longer than 3 years might be needed.
Okay. So I need clarity here because it's already gone to the planning commission.
The
So-
ordinance has gone to the planning commission,
ordinance,
not
yeah,
their, not
yeah.
a
So the
request from
So
them.
the applicant would apply, would go to the planning commission. They would make a recommendation to this council. And what's this council likely to do with an applicant that's trying to apply in a non-conforming neighborhood?
I would like to see the evidence. So it would be great to see the evidence so that we can have a public, transparent process. And I think it kind of is in alignment with what Councilmember Rash was saying. It just creates more transparency around the process. So I wouldn't sit here today and say what I'm going to do later without having the evidence in front of me to be able to make that decision.
Yeah, and if it went to the planning commission on an application, there would be a business plan, there'd be photographs, there'd be sketches.
100%.
There'd be a business model. I just wanted to get that out there so the record knows.
Okay. All right. With that, I'm going to go ahead and call the question. All those in favor of the motion? Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Motion passes 4-1. All right. Does staff have any heartburn if we continue on to 14?
I think we need to get to the closed session and I have heartburn and I suggest we continue it into the evening.
Okay. All right. So I'll go ahead and do we need to make a motion on that?
Should we ask if there's anybody here for that item?
Yeah, but are we going to open up public comment twice on this?
No, couldn't we take public comment?
Is there anybody here in the residential parking program that has issue with coming back in the evening session? You have issue coming back in evening session? Well, I'll just offer this. This agenda item, we're not finalizing anything. So there's going to be more opportunity for conversation. So with that, let's go ahead and continue it to the evening session. Hopefully you might be able to squeeze some time to make it back in, but otherwise this will come back around for potentially more discussion.
It'll be the first one.
That's right.
It'll be the first
reading.
agenda item.
Okay. All right. And with that, we'll take public comments on closed session items. There's closed session 15, conference of legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to government code section 54956.92. There's two cases, Ashley Elsesser versus City of Monterey and Ronald Rogers versus City of Monterey. And then closed session item 16 is public employment pursuant to government code section 54957B1, unrepresented employee, city manager recruitment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand. I just ask folks to keep it down for a second. Folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item for closed session items? I'm not seeing anybody in the chamber. Nobody? Okay, we'll go ahead and close it off in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's one on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and take that caller.
Colin, you can unmute and go ahead.
Yeah, I just think that this whole thing is I just want to comment very briefly on these closed session items. We're in closed session items, right?
That's
Can you hear
correct.
me okay?
That's correct.
Okay.
The item that we just.
Okay, so closed session items. I don't really have much to add except that I think that the city needs to kind of take a look again, kind of at its process, at how it engages with people. These comments just keep coming up again and again, and at its spending.
That has nothing to do with the closed session agenda item. So we have two legal cases and we have city manager recruitment. So if you have comments specifically on those closed session items, we'll take those.
It does have to do with the city manager recruitment. I would argue, yes.
Okay. Are you all set?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Thank you for your public comment. With that, we'll go ahead and close public comment and we'll recess to close session. Thank you. And I'm going to ask Dr. Barber to kick us off with the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Thank you, Dr. Barber. With that, we will continue general public comments. These are for non-agendized items. So if it's on the agenda tonight, this is not the time to speak. If you're here to speak on a specific item, that item will have its own public comment period. So again, non-agendized items for folks on, let me back up. For folks that this may be their first meeting or it's been a while, what we do is we identify folks for public comment at the beginning of the public comment period. After that period where we identify folks, we cut it off, and then only those folks will be able to speak. So you have to identify yourself at the beginning in order to speak on public comment. So I will check with folks on Zoom. You can use the raise hand function. In the meantime, I will check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on general public comment? We have one. Anybody else? All right, so we have the one in the chamber. I'll go ahead and cut it off in the chamber, and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 3.
Colin Gallagher already spoke in general public comment, though, I believe.
And his hands raised.
So actually just 2.
Okay. So we have the 2 on Zoom. We'll go ahead and close it off on Zoom. And just to keep it consistent with the afternoon session, general public comment, we'll leave it to 2 minutes. So we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Good evening. There was a District 4 community meeting a few weeks ago at the Kona Community Center. There were several speakers there. One of them was the Fairgrounds CEO, Kelly Violini. And I spoke to her after the meeting, and she said that the city of Monterey has missed revenue from the fairgrounds. The city should be collecting the TOT for the RV park, and they don't. And I'm asking that this source of revenue to be researched and implemented, and every bit helps. These things do add up. If some of the recent public commenting of the various suggestions for unexplored avenues of revenue were looked into, then maybe you would have been able to take less money from sorry, I'm a nervous speaker, so my voice starts to crack and I can't control it. So anyway, if some of the recent public commentary of the various suggestions for unexplored avenues of revenue were looked into, then maybe you would have been able to take less money from the NCIP program or none at all. This TOT from the RV park is just one example of many that have been publicly suggested. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll go to our callers on Zoom.
All right, we have Mr. Rosen.
Hello, City Council members. I just wanted to, I didn't get a chance because I made a mistake to comment on the Native American thing, and it just seems there's so much recognition going on, but that doesn't really help Native Americans that much. Why don't you give them some land back? This was all their land. It was funny. Now, if they're sleeping in their cars or whatever, I guess they're going to get a warning and then fined. And if they keep doing it, they're going to get arrested on their own land, public land that was stolen by a bunch of immigrants that came and took it away from them.
Guys, we're gonna pause here for a second. You're speaking to an item that was on the agenda. This is for non-agendized items.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to bring up the. I think you need to revise your attitude on the military. When we do these agenda items, and the military is in Monterey, and I know it's your bread and butter, but they haven't really fought for our freedom since World War II, and there's 100 years of killing Indians and so forth, and you don't bring that up. But why don't you do some exhibits around town about the real history? Look, I'm not saying there weren't a lot of good people, all different kinds and colors, there always are. Okay, so let's talk about a resolution. There's some very brave mayors out there and DAs that are saying that if ICE breaks the law, they're going to be held accountable. In Philadelphia, they're switching license plates for Illinois, which is completely illegal, and they're making ice-free zones on public property, and there's plenty of people who need protection from ice. And Mayor Robinson, you said that we're a full-service city when I suggested prioritizing the poor and the vulnerable, but they really should be prioritized. I understand the military and the wealthy have a lot of influence, but you need to prioritize the poor. We're the richest country in the world. There's lots of money out there. If we get our priorities right, it's shameful that there are so many veterans out on the streets. You're going to celebrate them all day and the Native Americans, but you need action. Thank you.
And our next speaker is a telephone caller with the last three digits, 705.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Lorna Moffett here. I want to bring to your attention the color of the sea. It's perpetually brown nowadays. I've lived on my boat for 35 years and never have I seen it this color for so long. Each year it lasts longer, and on days it's clearer, it's green with algae. So it's either brown with the red tide or pea green with the algae. I've asked this council to consider planting eucalyptus, thousands of them, and cypress trees along our coastline to cool down the sanctuary, but I am met with scoffing disapproval. Why eucalyptus and cypress? Because eucalyptus is one of the most fast-growing trees on Earth, and they tolerate salt water. But because it's condemned as an invasive species, it's forbidden to help us ward off the coming hurricanes and cyclones like the one that hit Scotts Valley last winter. Where has the invasive species rhetoric come from? It was born and developed by Dr. Nelroy Jackson, public relations man for Monsanto, to sell Roundup. We Americans have been brainwashed to the extreme, to the point they would rather risk cancer from these chemicals than allow the beautiful trees to help us ward off the coming global catastrophes we are now beginning to face in our town. Please reconsider and start planting the cypress and eucalyptus along our coastline. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we will go ahead and close general public comment. Thank you for all those that provided some public comments. We continued an item from the afternoon session. It's a public appearance, item number 14. So we're going to take that first before we get to our evening session items. 14 is to adopt the residential parking permit program framework, including updates to special permit areas, and approve the proposed fee structure effective January 1, 2026. With that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This agenda item will be presented by our parking superintendent, but Christy is also accompanied by Julie Dixon, who is a parking expert and parking consultant. And if you ever are in the presence of Julie, she can explain all the parking theories to you in very good, simple words. I'm very, very happy that Julie is personally here, because over the years I have learned that parking is actually a very exciting science, and a lot of things can be learned from applying the science in the correct way. So tonight, again, we are in the presence of Julie Dixon, and I want the council to enjoy that as well. So with that, Christy, if you can start us off, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Christy Steffi, and I serve as the parking superintendent for the city's parking division. And I'm excited to be here today to discuss the proposed improvements to our city's residential parking permit program. Our program was originally established in 1985 and over time has expanded to 18 zones, where while the program has served the community for many years, it has become outdated and administratively challenging, and in many cases is no longer effectively addressing the parking challenges and different neighborhood dynamics. To support this effort, the city has engaged with Dixon Resources Unlimited, a professional parking consulting organization specializing in municipal parking and mobility solutions. Over the past year, we have worked closely with the Dixon team to evaluate the existing RPP program and review the best practices, gather community community feedback to help shape a modernized, more user-friendly program that will serve our residents. With that, I would like to introduce Julie Dixon formally from the Dixon Youth Resources Unlimited, who will walk us through the recommended program updates and the framework recommended for council approval today.
Thank you, and thank you for that introduction from you both. Again, we're here to talk about residential parking, and we appreciate the opportunity. We know that you have a busy schedule, and so we will be efficient in this presentation. As Christy mentioned, the Residential Parking Permit Program, what I'll call RPP, was established in 1985, and it's important to understand kind of the hodgepodge of what's been put together over many decades, and the fact that we have over 1,500 participating addresses currently throughout the city, with about an average of 1.5 parking permits per household. And the one thing that's really important to recognize is that the current residential parking permit program is free to our residents. And I really appreciated Han's introduction, because the one thing I hope that everyone will take away from today is there is no such thing as a free parking space. And I think that's very important when we talk about parking management moving forward. And I also want to call to attention two items as we jump into this conversation about residential parking permits. Is that number one, in 2018, the state attorney general published an opinion. It is only an opinion that we can't differentiate between multifamily and single family housing when it comes to residential parking passes. And that's really important because historically, when RPP really came into fruition throughout the United States, it was created as a result of single family neighborhoods trying to prevent multifamily dwellings from being able to park in those neighborhoods. And it's something that has evolved over the years, but this was a really important reason why that opinion is so relevant to how we manage parking moving forward, especially in our residential neighborhoods. I also want to call attention to California Proposition 26. Proposition 26 specifically calls out residential parking permits, and it recognizes that cities cannot treat a parking permit as another sales tax, but that programs need to be designed to be sustainable, where the program needs to be designed to pay for itself, and that the cities need to be sure that they're right size, right pricing parking permits. So it's one of the things I wanted to be sure and kind of lay out as a preface as we get into some of the recommendations talking about this project. Yes, sir.
Could I just clarify? Now, I might have missed it, so I apologize, but the opinion, what did the opinion say?
It basically said that cities cannot differentiate between multifamily and single family housing, because that's what has historically been done here in California. And so many municipalities really started to revamp their residential parking permit programs because historically they have eliminated or not allowed multifamily apartments in particular and condominiums from participating in residential parking permit programs. Not to say that that's what's happening here in Monterey. I just like to lay the groundwork so everybody kind of understands the tools that we're working with. So as Christy mentioned, we've actually been working on this project for several years, but really over this last year in particular, it's really been full steam ahead because we did a lot of data gathering over the years. And this year in particular, we'll talk about the online survey that was put out. We dedicated a page on Have Your Say Monterey. We also drafted the action plan, which we're presenting tonight for adoption. We also held several community town hall meetings, discussed the resources and the data and the information that came back, and also met individually with the Kona, Oak Grove, and Cannery Row neighborhoods as well. And then ultimately are here today to present those recommendations to all of you. A couple of details that came out of the survey that we think are really important. We had about 280 responses, and what we found from the responses is that we have an average of about 2 cars per household and an average of about 1 to 2 off-street spaces on average per household. So that's very important when we start to talk about vehicle management and some of the recommendations that we'll talk about upcoming. Evening turns out to be the most challenging time to find on-street parking, and most of the respondents asked for and appreciated supporting what we call a digital residential parking permit program. This is something that communities across the United States are transitioning to. Your license plate is a unique identifier for your car, and basically your license plate can become your parking permit. So you no longer need a hang tag, you no longer need something on your dashboard. Your license plate basically becomes your permit. And many of you are already familiar with the fact that the city's already been leveraging license plate recognition technology or LPR technology. This becomes not only a more efficient way for us to manage the residential parking permit program more efficiently and cover more ground and provide more consistent coverage. But it also provides a convenience to our residents where they can actually self-manage their parking permit needs online, and they can still come into the office if they prefer to be able to acquire their parking permits. But it's just another convenience for our community to be able to manage their parking needs online. So when we talk about the program's intent moving forward, I think we're all aware that there are a lot of legislative changes happening in Sacramento, especially as it relates to parking reform and especially with the housing crisis. And this is something that we know will continue to impact residential parking demands in the future. And so something that we've been working towards is transitioning residential parking demand based on what we call mitigating external factors. And here what we're describing is what we really have are three primary categories of what really justifies the need for a residential parking permit program. One of which is your neighborhood is adjacent to a commercial or business district. So you might have spillover from said business district. Another one is where you're adjacent to a neighboring city, where you might have spillover from one of the neighboring cities into your neighborhood. And the third is what we call a venue impact. A venue impact could be anything from a high school, a city hall facility, a fairground, a concert venue, a tourist destination. And those are really kind of the three mitigating factors that as we start to talk about curb management and curb demand, that we really try to really centralize that impact. And it's one of the reasons why when we talk about rejustification of existing residential parking zones, this is one of the things that we want to bring into that process is to make sure that for future residential parking permit requests is that we consider these external impacts for any future requests for new parking zones. And we'll talk about the existing zones here in just a moment. But we really wanted to make sure that everybody understood that the strategies and recommendations that we've outlined here today are based on the community feedback, the survey results, industry best practices, and also the input that we've received to you over the last several years as well. So when we talk about the establishment of a new residential parking permit zone, and I want to highlight, this is for a new request, not for existing zones. We'll talk about those in a moment. There are several basic rules that we want to bring into play so that for those folks that want to establish a new residential parking permit zone, you would need to basically gather 4 contiguous blocks in your neighborhood and ultimately bring forward a petition that has an 80% threshold in that. Now, a lot of folks think that that's a really high number, and you're saying 80% of my neighbors, you mean I got to go knock on 80% of the doors? This is a really important factor because there is a proposed cost associated with this, and anybody that lives in a residential parking permit zone can appreciate there's rules. You have to manage your guest parking and a lot of factors that start to tie into maybe your quality of life choices. So you need to make sure that the majority of your neighborhood is on board. And this is something that's really important because you can't have the city force a residential parking permit on a neighborhood. You have to have a want for that residential parking permit, and you need to have the majority of your neighborhood on board. If in a new request you have 80% of that majority of the neighborhood on board through the petitioning process, then the city conducts an occupancy study to determine that we have at least a 70% average occupancy on average in that neighborhood to demonstrate the impact on parking availability. And then after all of those factors are met, then at that point, if it is approved and moving forward, 50% plus one of the neighborhood has to purchase a parking permit in order for the signs to go up and for the program to be live. These are really important details as you talk about moving this program forward because this is a heavy lift. There's an administrative burden associated with this. And we also start to talk about the impact on the neighborhood. You've got to really make sure that all of these boxes are checked to ensure that this is going to be something that is going to be sustainable and successful in that neighborhood. So as I mentioned earlier, when we talked about transitioning to an online platform, some folks call it virtual permits. I like to say permit by plate, but this transition for any of the permit programs moving forward is proposed again to take it online to allow us to leverage the license plate recognition technology so that we can be as efficient as possible with the management of the program moving forward. And then when we talk about the permit program moving forward, and this will also become relevant for existing and future zones, we're making the suggestion that the permits should be driven by licensed drivers. I use this as an example because if I live by myself, but I own 4 cars, I would only be eligible for 1 parking permit because I am one licensed driver that lives in that household. Now, if I have Christy as a roommate and she's a licensed driver, she would also be eligible for a parking permit with a maximum of 4 permits per household. And that's something that we have seen has had a really big impact in communities when it comes to helping mitigate access to the curb. We'd also like to reinforce that oversized vehicles would not be eligible for the parking permit program. And if there were any auxiliary permits, like we call them caretaker permits, maybe I have a nurse that comes into my home or a nanny or a babysitter, I can apply for one of those auxiliary permits, but that would count for one of my 4 parking passes. And it's important to recognize the fact that there are exceptions, obviously, for those types of passes. And that's something that the parking division basically helps to mitigate and manage. Now let's talk for a minute about costs and fees. We're suggesting with this revamp of the program that we would initiate the fee at $25. You can see by the examples of some of our neighboring communities, that's right there in the median of the overall pricing that's out there. And we are suggesting that this is our starting place based on our forecasts of expenses. And expenses can include everything from the digital parking permit system, our staff time, the enforcement resources, the signage, basically all of those costs when we talk about the design of a sustainable solution is really ultimately where, after the first year of the program, we would anticipate coming back to you to be able to report out on the actual expenses. That price could be modified down, could be modified slightly up, but we think that this pricing is really, really on the mark, and it's something that we would monitor very closely. Now, another factor would be guest passes. Basically, all of the addresses in a residential parking permit zone would be eligible for guest passes. The first 25 one-time use 24-hour passes would be free. And then incrementally for every additional 25 up to 100, you'd have that additional price. So that ultimately, if I acquired 100 guest passes for the year, the price is about $150. And so that's basically a $1.50 a day. And that's really ultimately, again, to cover the administrative aspect of the program. And again, those would be 24-hour passes. And again, if I wanted to have Christy over as my house guest, she would still be subject to our street sweeping rules and to our 72-hour rules and all of the same rules that apply by our vehicle code and municipal code. But I could still issue to my guest my passes, and for 100 days for that matter, Christy, we might get sick of each other by then, but we'd figure that out. Now let's talk about the existing zones, which you can actually see here. And if you look at our older maps, you would see a hodgepodge of colors where we basically have different block faces adjacent to each other that are different zones. What we're basically proposing here is to simplify and to collaborate and to unify our parking permit program. And ultimately, what we are suggesting is that each of these zones would end up requalifying, and we would work with the community throughout this process to make sure everybody understands through mailers and town hall meetings to go through this requalification process. And what we've done is we've actually lowered that threshold that we said for new zones, and we've actually lowered it down to 50% plus 1. So basically, in one of those 5 zones, you'd have to collaborate with your neighborhood and get 50% plus 1 of the addresses to say, I want to continue with this program. Now, some of you may say, well, why wouldn't I want to continue with this program? Today, the program is free. And if you're going to offer me something for free, sure, why not? I would take that. But now if I have to start to talk about the rules associated with managing a parking permit, and now I actually have to pay for it, it's only $25, but it's not really of interest to me. That's something that the community and the neighborhood ultimately has to decide upon. And we're suggesting at 50% plus 1, that's up to the neighborhood in order for us to have that program move forward. If we achieve that through the petitioning process, then again, when we get to the place of going live and active, 50% of the households have to purchase at least 1 parking permit in order for the program to go live. Now, some folks may say, why is that last rule important? is because we have found in other communities that what has happened is the neighborhoods have gotten together and basically they have plenty of off-street parking, but what they wanted to do was prohibit, in this case, sometimes multifamily housing from parking on their streets. So they basically got the petitioning process, got the permit program, the signs went up, and then nobody ever purchased a parking permit. And so it really has caused congestion mitigations in other communities. Not to say that that would happen here, but it's very important when we talk about the administration of the program and the costs that we want to ensure that we have a sustainable solution. So that's the reason why 50% of the households have to acquire a parking permit. Now let's talk about a couple of the very specific neighborhoods, because this is one for Oak Grove. If the Oak Grove residential parking permit program moves forward, we also wanted to suggest that we would introduce an Oak Grove employee parking program. This is important because we want to ensure that there is parking for our commercial district, and we're suggesting that we would use the same fee structure for our employee parking permits in the Lighthouse District that currently allows Lighthouse District employees to park on street. And so we're suggesting a very similar model that would authorize our employees in Oak Grove to be able to park on the south side of 10th and also expand the permit area to the south side of 9th as well as Sloat Avenue, because we want to ensure that we have those opportunities. We've also spent some time working with Public Works about 9th Street. We might be able to do some adaptations on 9th Street that could also potentially provide some additional employee parking. And that's really important when we talk about the sustainability for those businesses, is we want to make sure that there's adequate commercial parking for our customers to be able to visit all of those stores and shops as well. And if there's one thing that I want to reinforce when we talk about parking, this will not be the last time you talk about parking. I'm sorry for that, but I like to say this because it's important that we assess the program on an annual basis and that we modify and adjust accordingly. One of the best things that we have as a result of the license plate recognition technology is that we have the data resources now so that we can come forward to all of you with recommendations or modifications to the program that can either modify down or modify up depending upon what the occupancy numbers are. So really allowing data to drive the decisions. Now, for our Cannery Row resident parking program, this is one where I want to highlight we have about 50 addresses in this location. About 50% of them have 2 or more parking spaces, and we currently have about 109 parking permits in Cannery Row. What we're suggesting moving forward for this program is that only residents that are currently registered at that 109 would remain eligible for on-street parking permits, and that off-street parking spaces will be applied for a maximum of 4. So knowing that we have those roughly 50 addresses, we would actually evaluate those properties to look at how many off-street spaces are currently eligible to ultimately determine how many on-street space parking permits that they would be eligible for. And very importantly there on that third bullet is that future residential developments would not be eligible in the Cannery Row location. And that again, we know that we would need to conduct annual reviews to make sure if we need to make any refinements or adaptations. And we are suggesting the similar pricing structure of what we described for the other neighborhoods. And we had a lot of residents that expressed grave concern because we did talk about how much a parking pass is in the garage. And I know that we might have startled a few residents when we talked about those dollars and figures, but we know to initiate this program, it was important that we have that continuity of the program. And that's why we're suggesting, again, the similar or same pricing program that we would introduce in the other neighborhoods. The one qualifier is to the unique design is that guest permits would not be allowed to park in the on-street parking spaces. And that again, with the availability of off-street spaces, that would be the one acclamation that we'd have to make for our Cannery Row program. Now, for the Kona neighborhood, this is important to also recognize is that this is an existing program that is very unique with the fairgrounds, especially due to the special events. So what we're suggesting is that we're not proposing any revisions at this time, especially based on the feedback that we've had from the neighborhood and also the most recent town hall meeting where the fairgrounds participated. We know that we need to do more analysis, and we also need to actively engage the fairground in the conversation as well, especially when we talk about the number of events that are happening and what are qualifying events. So there needs to be more discussion about this so that in the current proposed RPP framework, if it's adopted, Kona will have an opportunity to opt in at a later date. And we're just suggesting that we'll bring that back to you because we need to roll our sleeves up higher so that we really can come up with a conducive plan that's going to work for everyone. And so the plan will be for staff to return with very specific recommendations in the near future, but it allows us to really focus on all of the other neighborhoods, knowing that this is a very unique location with the fairground impact. We're not forgetting about the Kona neighborhood. We just need to do a little bit more work, and we need to bring some other stakeholders to the table so that we can come forward with a very sustainable solution for that location. And so the recommendations tonight are to approve and adopt the residential parking permit program framework with the updated guidelines as presented, to approve the proposed annual permit fee structure that would be effective January 1st, 2026, and direct staff to update the city's master fee schedule accordingly, and to approve the recommendation updates to the Oak Grove and Cannery Row special permit areas. And I believe that's our last slide.
Beautiful. Awesome. Thank you for the presentation. I'll open up to the council for questions. Please.
Thank you very much. In your last presentation, when you were talking about the Cannery Row parking area, you said that for residents that you mentioned something about parking lot, offsite, or garage parking, but you didn't talk about a fee for the residents. So I know there is a city garage. There's also in the 100 lot or 100 Cannery Row, a city parking lot. So was your intention that we would create a fee for resident parking if they're living in Cannery Row where they could get a monthly fee at a parking lot or a garage?
When we were in our public meeting, we debated and discussed the fees associated with monthly parking in the public parking structure locations, and that was a very high fee. What I was saying is that the $25 for the on-street with the offset of the off-street spaces in those households, but for guest passes, for guest parking, your guests would be subject to all of the posted regulations in Cannery Row. So whether it be the on-street regulations and having to potentially pay at a parking meter or having to buy a pass in either a public or private parking location, we're just saying that Cannery Row would be the exception on guest passes.
Okay.
Yes.
And thank you for that clarification. On packet page 115, where you have the list, which is talking under the Cannery Row residents on-street parking permits, you outline only addresses currently registered in the existing RPP program will remain eligible. So that means if someone vacates and there's a new tenant, what do they do?
They are not eligible for the program. It would only be your grandfathered existing residents. And so that's something that would have to be a disclosure in whatever rental or sale in terms of that location. And it's one of the challenges that we have is that so many of the addresses have existing off-street spaces. And so I think that this is absolutely a unique design, but your opportunity to allow the grandfathered locations to eventually be eliminated. Ideally, there would be no residential parking on street in Cannery Row by design because of the fact that it is that commercial district in terms of the revenue structure that we have with our paid parking program.
Okay. And did the survey go to the depth where they were able to determine, I think you said there's 109 current permit holders.
Yep, for about 50 addresses.
For 50 addresses. So are any of those 50 addresses without a driveway?
I believe I'm going to defer to Christy if about 50% of them, just to make sure what the number was. So of the 50 addresses, about 25 of them do not have off-street parking.
Okay, so if I'm renting a location, I'm one of those 25, and I'm on, and does Foam Street get included there? Or just Cannery goes up to Foam Street, okay, below Lighthouse. So what would that resident do to unload their groceries, unload their stroller? unload their trunk and go into their home.
So subject to all of the same rules that exist today, just like right now, I'm not guaranteed the parking space in front of my house. And the fact is that if a visitor or a guest or anyone coming to the Cannery Row area parks in any of those spaces, they're allowed to park in those spaces based on the posted regulations. So there's honestly no guarantee that I can even get the parking space near my household. And it's something that we encourage throughout California is anytime you're going to live somewhere, be sure that you understand what parking provisions are provided, especially as we talk about some of the legislative changes and now with new developments that there's no parking being provided. So this is a real cautionary tale to everyone out there that you need to really understand what parking options are available to you. And that's something that's really important when anyone is buying or renting a home.
Okay, and I think with this list of demands in the Cannery Row area, the intent is really to, at some point in the future, not have a program.
It'll take a while for us to get there because, again, we have long-term residents that live there, but ideally, any new resident would not be eligible. It's very similar to the current legislation where developments that are within a half mile of a transit stop are not required to provide parking. And so you see a lot of cities trying to implement policies that make those new developments exempt from residential parking permit programs because the whole intent of those developments is supposed to be, transit oriented development. So I'm not supposed to have a car. And so ideally, this is something that's supposed to influence folks' personal choices about where they have a car or the expense and management of having that car. And it should not be the city's burden to provide public space for me to park my car. That's the reason why I wanted to make sure everybody understands there's no such thing as free parking. And the reality of your program is that folks for many decades have received a true benefit from the city when the city should at least be covering the cost.
Yeah. But it does open up a dilemma for somebody who lives on Hawthorne or up the streets, because then they're going to have the suffered limited parking space shared with Cannery Row.
So that's a great question. And that's why we tried to outline the rules associated with new residential parking zone requests. Is that what you would have to do is basically work with your 4 contiguous block neighborhood to apply for said program and ultimately go through that list of items that we described and for those to be considered moving forward. In the longer term, if I looked in my parking crystal ball, especially as laws are changing in California, residential parking programs will become smaller and smaller and smaller over the years to come. And that's the reason why we wanted to highlight the external impacts, is that we really need to drive these policy decisions based on limiting what makes a zone eligible. And so knowing that we do have those mitigating factors, using those mitigating factors, programs need to be designed around those mitigating factors. So like an example I used was the high school. A residential parking permit program around a high school, for example, has hours that are more like 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., right? It's not a 24/7 parking permit program. And so that's why those external impacts are so relevant when we talk about a program moving forward. So even in the location that you described, if they can meet those requirements, you custom design the rules so that it meets the need of that community as well.
Thank you, Mayor.
Dr. Barber.
So yeah, I have a lot of concerns about some of these pieces, especially in the Cannery Row area. Very similar to what my colleague brought up as well. I did have a question. Is there another map? Because I know even in the agenda, I can't even see what the map looks like, the existing and consolidated proposed. Is there a bigger one that we could be able to see that you could send to us? I'd appreciate that. My other question is, you had on here for the different from PG and other cities and what they were charging. What does Seaside and Marina charge? Because I didn't see them on there.
I'd have to go back and confirm. I don't have that information at hand, but we can definitely come back to you.
I'd be curious about that because they're part of our peninsula as well. Because I saw other places like Santa Cruz, which is a lot larger than us, and wanted to be able to look at those things as well. Also, I was trying to understand about the guest permits. They aren't allowed. And then also the 50% that you were just talking about a minute ago, that's of the current
Currently, you have 109 permits in Cannery Row.
I'm sorry, say it
You have
again.
109 permits in Cannery Road today,
Okay.
and that's for 50 addresses.
Uh-huh. And so for 50 addresses, they don't have off-street parking. Is that correct?
So we're saying of the 50 addresses, 25 of those addresses do not have off-street
So the
parking.
50% is correct.
Right.
Okay. And so I'm trying to see, because what I didn't know, and that's why I was glad he asked the question, is that it doesn't carry over the current ones that actually have it of that 109. If someone moves out, that impacts housing as well, because people have cars and they have to travel. So everybody doesn't live in the community or work in the community that live in that area. So I'm looking at how it's even impacting housing as well.
Well, this is where our state legislators are changing laws to basically try to address transit-oriented development. And that's something that I absolutely appreciate what you're describing. And that's why we're trying to right-size fit this to recognize the fact that using the example of myself, if I own 4 cars, this is also something to try to mitigate that issue, because it should not be the city's burden to store my other 3 cars. It's my responsibility for those other 3 cars, like definitely that one permit for my particular household. But this is absolutely a decision that the city has to make when it comes to how to manage the parking in the future. And I think that that's something that, again, our state legislator are approving policies that are trying to mitigate transit-oriented development. So the elimination or mitigation of vehicle parking.
And I can appreciate that and what you're saying and what they're trying to do. But I also look at how it also impacts right now too. I mean, yeah, you go from free to this, but then in those cases, you're talking about the residents that are able to have 4 and to Cannery Row where they can't even have 1. And so I'm not seeing the balance and the equity there. So I'm just having a question and some concerns about that. Okay, thank you.
Please, Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Julie, for the presentation. I want to start off by acknowledging the flavors that you add to the conversation. It's definitely been a learning experience listening to what you're offering for our city. And also, I had the opportunity to sit in on your presentation in Long Beach as well, and that brought additional context with what you were sharing based on your experiences in other cities throughout the state. So thank you so much for all the work you do. I have a few questions. I'll start with a confirmation of a detail that I think I heard. In terms of folks who are not necessarily excited about the technology aspect of parking programs, did I hear correctly that those folks would still have the opportunity to come to our department and get physical parking permits?
Absolutely. During our open business hours, they can still come to the counter and see our amazing parking staff and engage with them. We just like to be able to provide the convenience of the person that wants to sit at their computer at whatever hour of the day or night to be able to self-manage their permit. Sorry again? Yeah, no more physical permits. Thank you, Christy. Is that, again, everything will still be plate based. So when you did come into the office, you would bring your vehicle registration and you would no longer get a physical decal or any kind of hang tag or anything like that. No sticker. Your license plate becomes your parking permit.
Got it.
Yeah.
So the added, I guess, difference there would be that folks could come to the office and they would get support with getting signed up or whatever that.
Absolutely. Anyone who may be technology adverse or just, I don't want to bother with that process.
Right.
But I will share with you with the existing vendor system that you currently utilize for your parking management program. If your vehicle is registered to your address, fulfillment can take literally 30 seconds because they have a direct connection to DMV that validates the address. So I don't even have to submit a utility bill or any kind of proof of ownership or any kind of, rental agreement. If my vehicle is registered to that address, the permit can actually be fulfilled like as soon as payment is made. So it's a really nice convenience, but we can also do that at the counter for any customer that wants to come in as well.
So just as a follow-up, I'm trying to think an instance where the vehicle would not be registered to that address.
You'd bring in an electric bill or a rental agreement, anything that shows proof of residency.
Okay.
ultimately. It's how you do it currently. But the nice thing about you being able to do that online, about 90% nearly of vehicles are registered to the home. There's exceptions for every other car, but that's why fulfillment is so easily managed online. It's a really nice convenience for those that want to self-fulfill for themselves.
Got it. Thank you. And going back to the thresholds, so for new parking programs, you went through the various thresholds of 80%, 70%, I think,
Occupancy,
right?
yep.
Yeah. So for revising a parking program, would that be the same as requalifying?
So for a revised program, I want to say Kona is definitely the exception because theirs is a very unique special event driven activity. So that's why we anticipate bringing back specialized rules for their location. But for any existing program, basically the requalification process would be that threshold down to that 50% number and no occupancy requirements. I think that's another important one, kind of talk about grandfathering in, is that we don't have to go out and do the roadside evaluation process. Basically, if you get 50% of your neighborhood involved in the process, that's the requirement to basically be able to requalify and move forward.
Okay. Yeah, and thank you for bringing it up specifically regarding Kona because that's where I was headed, and I really appreciate the outreach done to our community there and the willingness to roll up sleeves even higher, right? To really identify what is the best solution with our community's feedback, and this is maybe a little bit related to Kona, definitely, but maybe more for staff. And I'm just going to share it as a question. If maybe there's something that we can do in the interim to maybe think about a more or a different way of announcing, right, that events are coming.
Mm-hmm.
Currently, we use the sandwich boards or the barricades, whatever you want to call them. But I see it happen during events where we have staff with a packed trailer coming through Airport Road and putting those things down, and then at the end of the event, picking them up. I wonder if there's a better way and maybe something that also addresses aesthetics while we're at it, right? In terms of that in the interim, or if it has to be part of a parking program. But I'll just leave that there. Could you also define what an oversized vehicle is in the context of this parking program?
Sure. And this is something too that as we dig into the municipal code in terms of defining that moving forward, most agencies have a vehicle width and a vehicle height and also a vehicle weight associated, and it can be and or when it comes to those types of requirements. The challenge that we truly run into when it comes to residential parking permit programs is the introduction of the Sprinter van, because the Sprinter van just falls just shy of a lot of those requirements. And so that's something often we've been able to tackle through vehicle height. And so oftentimes it can be vehicles in a length exceeding 20 feet or vehicles in height over 8 feet. Those are very much standards. I'll just look to Christy to see if you currently have anything in your municipal code defining oversize as it stands today. Part of the revisions. Thank you, Christy. So yes.
So would you say that it's safe to assume that any vehicle larger than a Sprinter van is probably an oversized?
I would say that's a pretty safe bet when you start to get into box vans, trucks and trailers, factors like that. Yes, that's
Okay.
really when you start to get into oversized RVs, things like that.
Right. Yeah, that's a good frame of reference there. Thank you. And one last question here. In terms of 10th Street in Oak Grove, could you share a little bit of what the community reaction has been to the proposal we're seeing tonight?
So far we've heard from the businesses, and we know that there's definitely concern about, where I need to park, and the fact that we want to make sure that we have available customer parking. That's obviously a priority. But what we really need to do is see how the Oak Grove residents respond and whether or not there's an interest in having a parking permit program, because right now it's very much holistic. And when you look at the history, with the Naval Academy and the location of why that permit program likely started decades ago. And so I think that the evolution of that demand, the program might go away for a while until demand rebuilds. And then you might see a petitioning process come back. And I think that that's likely to happen. We've kind of speculated on Oak Grove because right now it's a very large swatch, and it's very likely that it might break up into segments, but it might end up potentially going away first and then have the demand rebuild. I think that's one of the things that's important when we look at a program as old as yours, is that we really need to look at what is the true need today. And in some cases, you might have neighborhoods that don't want the program to continue, but it might be in 6 months to a year, a portion of that previous zone would end up coming forward potentially to petition. And I would anticipate with Oak Grove that that is what could happen. And that's why I would anticipate what happens for the business district will be reflected on what happens in the neighborhood first. Because with the rules as they stand today, the business district is not eligible to park in the neighborhood. And if that program did happen to go away, that would change the rules. So that's where it's really got to be what happens with the neighborhood to ultimately determines what happens with the commercial district. So it's kind of the chicken or the egg aspect of it. But that's why in some cases, you do have to let demand rebuild in order to ultimately make the best decision for the neighborhood. And in some cases, the program might go away, but then it might come back in a different form at a later time. And that's what I would anticipate will happen with some of the zones, not all of them, but potentially some of them.
I applaud also taking time with Kona. It's a unique neighborhood, and I hear, I don't know why I hear, but I hear a lot from Kona, and they want to take the time.
Yeah.
So that's great. To Councilmember Garcia's questions about people who want to walk in and register, would they be required to have their driver's license inputted into an electronic system?
So all you'll have to do is basically show proof. And ultimately, again, if I bring in my lease or utility bill, when you're coming into the counter, ultimately I'm showing it to the clerk or the front person at the front desk. So it's a very simplified process. But for those that don't want to do it online, it's just a convenience for them to be able to bring the documents in and show them.
Right. I'm just thinking it's so highly identifying personal ID now.
Sure.
That people are sensitive about that. Okay.
I will reinforce though, just so everybody understands, with the rules and regulations associated with California DMV and the city's handling of such documents and records, all of the personnel associated with the parking department are subject to those policies and such. So I just want to really reinforce that's information is handled in a way that is per the requirements of CADMV as well.
Good to know. And just out of curiosity, why, it wasn't real clear to me why you were recommending that the petition not be kept online, but be requested by an interested neighbor/neighborhood.
So when you say not being online, meaning that I can't as a neighbor go on to a website and sign it. So this really comes.
Download it and begin the process.
Oh, no, you honestly, it's whatever the city's process for any kind of petitioning is. It's just really whatever the city protocols are for the petitioning, whether it be online, being able to download it. Ultimately, for any petitioning process in a neighborhood, the signatures have to be able to be verified and vetted by the city to ensure they're accurate. But whatever methodologies that the city allows, especially for convenience of the neighborhood, we do want to make this easy for the neighborhoods. Absolutely. It's really just a matter of, and I can't emphasize this enough, the neighborhood has to have a want for the program. The city cannot force a residential parking permit program on the neighborhood. That's really the core of the process.
Okay. And we received one letter from Mr. Argenbright asking that an existing zone not have to requalify. Would you just I know you've addressed it, but would you repeat that?
Absolutely. So it's very important that now that there's going to ideally be a fee associated with the program, it's really important that you allow the neighborhood to opt back into the program. We're changing the parameters around the program, and we want to make sure that everybody gets a fair shot at being able to participate and to make sure that they understand what they're committing themselves to. And so that's the reason why we've also lowered the thresholds so that you can really make it easy for the neighborhoods to be able to come back into the program. But again, a program that was historically free for a long time, we're now suggesting, again, a modest fee just to cover the cost of the program. But it's very important that we have to give the neighborhood the opportunity to opt in or to opt out.
Okay, great. That makes sense. Thank you.
Is it my turn? Ooh, okay. Are there any staffing changes proposed with this in the short term or long term? It seems like we're creating efficiencies in the system. So how does that benefit us from a financial standpoint, I guess, is part of my question.
So great question. And right now we're not proposing any staffing changes at this time. And in fact, one of the things that we've heard from the community loud and clear, and I know this is going to surprise you, but the want for more consistent parking enforcement. Currently, our resources are covered and stretched across the city. And so one of the things with the technology and the optimization of the program recommendations that we're talking about is we should be able to cover more ground more effectively. And so what we're hoping for is that we'll really be able to be more efficient and more adaptable with our existing resources. And this is something that as we talk about moving forward, it really takes our, customer first approach, towards our parking ambassador model to make sure that we're really focused on customer service and also responding to those calls where maybe we have vehicle abatement calls or calls for blocked driveways. These are things that when we talk about the service lists that we have today, we are extended across the entire city. And so we're really looking forward to being able to bring those resources back to you through some of the data drivers to be able to demonstrate to you how much more effective we can be with the resources moving forward.
Okay, thank you for that. I have a big question as it relates to the cost. And I know that I appreciate you starting the conversation off by recognizing that there's no such thing as free parking. So I appreciate that. It would be helpful to see the numbers. And I don't know if that's something that's available today to look at, but it'd be interesting to see the expenses associated with managing these programs versus the actual revenue that we anticipate bringing in from it. And I know that we outlined the estimated approximate $70,000 depending on participation, but how does that align with the expenses associated with the program? So I think it'd be helpful to see that.
Sure. We've done all the financial modeling, and that's how we basically landed on the $25 as the starting point. And again, a lot of this will depend on how many programs, how many neighborhoods opt in, how many people buy permits. So this is why when we talk about really ensuring that we come back to you as well, it's going to be very important that we monitor this closely to ensure that we are close to the mark. We do need to make additional investments in parking infrastructure in the future. And so this is also something that we know that if there was an upside in the revenue, we have infrastructure that we need to buy. We're talking about covering the basic expenses associated with the program today. We need to revamp some signs. So that threshold of 70,000 is really what I'm going to say that covers the basics. And I think that one of the things that you'll see, especially when you look at the cost comparisons, is that $25 for an annual parking permit is very reasonable when you really start to talk about even some other cities throughout California as well. But our ability to accurately report on those numbers is something that we can absolutely bring those performance measures moving forward. Having done this for many other cities, those numbers are really, really on the mark when it comes to that structure. And I also want to reinforce, and this was included in the report, we are also proposing a low income option as well, so that for the first parking permit for those that have, the proof of, low income status is that first parking permit would be free as well. So that was another important factor when we talk about equitability in the program too.
Nope. Thank you for sharing that. You had also discussed the idea of focusing the permit based off of the driver license as opposed to the plate. And the example that you gave was if you had 4 vehicles. In my mind, if my partner and we have 2 vehicles, in that scenario, I would just put both of the vehicles under mine and not have them under his. So then it would just be the one permit that would transfer plates because I have two cars.
So in your case, using that as the example, if you have two licensed drivers in your household would be eligible for two parking permits. And I
But
think
but my point is like, why would I need two parking permits?
if you had two cars, so that's
But the scenario that you gave was saying if it's based off of the driver's license and you had four vehicles,
I would only be eligible.
so all four license plates would be considered one permit?
No,
Oh.
that's a great question. So
Okay.
I would, in my household, if I owned four cars, I would only be eligible based on me being the only licensed driver. I would only be eligible to permit one of those vehicles. And that's really important when we talk about mitigating the curbside.
Okay.
Is that, yeah. And
Helps a lot. Thank you.
exactly. Yeah. And
I was thinking like, why would I give somebody, if you have four vehicles, you could probably pay for.
Well, again, I think that's an important factor to recognize, but I also want to highlight the cities of Cerritos and San Mateo have had this licensed driver program in place for, I think, more than 3 decades, and it has really had an impact. And it's something that we've been rolling out probably for the last 6 years progressively. And I got to tell you, it's a game changer. And it really, again, so I can't highlight enough. It's not the city's burden for me to park my 3 extra cars. And that's something that does become an issue in a lot of neighborhoods.
Last question for you. When we talk about the Cannery Row program, any new residents wouldn't be
eligible.
They wouldn't continue that grandfathered opportunity that the 50 or so have now.
Correct.
It made me think of like Prop 13, and if somebody inherits a property, they kind of are still grandfathered in. So would that work the same way here? Or if the property is acquired by a child of a deceased, would they continue to carry that parking space too, or would they be considered a new resident?
So really great questions. Ultimately, business rules that are set up by the city. I do want to reinforce something that I didn't highlight earlier. Today, many Cannery Row residents currently purchase Cannery Row garage permits. So I do want to highlight that today, that many of them have parking permits to park in the parking garage. So I just want to call that out. But as we talk about moving forward, ultimately that becomes a city policy decision. But it's the reason why I wanted to bring up the legislative changes when we talk about the TOD oriented development, is that it's something that is going to impact cities across California as we talk about how we mitigate the curb moving forward, because we are building without providing parking. And as the council member said, people still have cars. Where are they going to go? And so I think that that's one of the reasons why we need to be cognizant of that as we're making these policy decisions moving forward. So I know that's not a direct answer to you, but I would just say ultimately it's the city's decision. We're suggesting, especially for in this area where you have your paid parking zone, it is not to the city's advantage for you to continue to give away parking, especially in your metered parking areas.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you for that. And I'm going to transition here to public comment. But before I do so, I'm just going to make a quick statement in that obviously this is a really hard, difficult conversation. It makes people uncomfortable. It's a lot of change. But what I appreciate about the presentation, and I think the direction that staff is trying to take us here, is by moving in this direction, it helps us to stay on top of how we want to transition what's likely to happen at the state legislature level. So something for us to all keep in mind. Really appreciate the presentation. With that, I'll open it up public comment. For those on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? If you could do me a favor and just stand up to the left of the podium. If you'd like to remain seated, feel free to do so. Just identify yourself by raising your hand. So I see 7 folks standing in the chamber. Anybody else that's still seating that wants to speak to this one? All right, so we'll cut it off to the 7 here, and then I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 5 online. We're going to bring it to 2 minutes. We're going to go ahead and start in the chamber.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, and citizen. And first of all, I did think it was a good presentation, and I also appreciate the comments of council. A couple of the issues. Number one, there's a lot of vehicles, and I'm talking about specifically the Kona program, and I understand we're going to study it, but there's some other issues that overlap, so I'll address them. A lot of vehicles have commercial plates, and the commercial plates are there for a reason by state mandate, not local. And that they have certain privileges of parking when they're doing jobs, et cetera. You also have utility companies that have commercial plates, and they park in our neighborhoods because they're on call. To get a guest pass every night that a guy has to be on call would be unreasonable for public safety, nothing else. I think that's an issue that needs to be just addressed. The other issue I will address really quickly is if you have workers come to your house, and it's related, but they may not have commercial plates, for a remodel or a fire in your house, you're going to be paying a daily guest pass to have workers there, 4 or 5 cars sometimes. I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Rich Wilson. On a commercial or a apartment building at 320 Foam Street. And I called, learned about this not that long ago, and I called the city parking and just had a good talk with, I'm not sure I spoke to there, but what it was explained to me was sort of like what I heard tonight, but even a little worse, where it sounded like the tenants were not going to be allowed to park on the street right away, immediately. We weren't going to be able to grandfather in the current renters. So my thoughts are that you might consider if a tenant moves out, I've had the building maybe 30 years, and there's a retired school teacher and families there, and they love the neighborhood. It's a neighborhood. It's not a commercial, just a commercial neighborhood. And so my point is, if parking is taken away from parking right in front of the apartment, there's always parking available at our block. If it's taken away, you're really discriminated against elderly people that can't walk that far to a parking garage. You're making it a dangerous walk for women and probably anybody at night to walk from the parking garage to our apartment building. So I think I truly believe that we should always have our parking spaces. I purchased the building, like I said, 30 years ago, and with the vested interest in having parking in front, we can park there, and we're fine with paying for the permit, but I just hope you consider allowing the residents that live in Cannery Road to continue to live there with their parking spaces. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Williamson and members of the City Council. Luis Osorio, former Planning Commissioner. I reside at 25 Del Monte Avenue, which is between Pacific Street and Van Buren. It's an interesting street because you have Portola Vista, which is a senior citizen housing unit, housing development, and there's Troyas, and there's a couple of buildings across the street. It's been mentioned that there is no free parking. This street has at least 10 parking streets that are for free. There's no parking limitation there other than the 72-hour time limit where you have to move your car. So I don't know if this has been looked at, but there's always fighting for parking spaces on this street. This is one of the areas where there's a spillover from downtown. There's a lot of people that park there, that work downtown, that don't want to use the parking structure. And I think it needs to be revisited. It needs to be thought through without us having to make a petition to change the regulations. Because if we do, I don't know what the definition of neighborhood is. If we make a petition to change the regulations so that there is residential parking only, how many people we will have to get on the petition? Because there's the senior citizens on Portola Vista and there's us on the other side, which is just a house and three apartments. So I think, I don't know, for the consultant, she did a great presentation. Haven't seen a presentation that good in a long time. A lot of information. I don't know if it's been looked at, but I think we need to ask her whether that's been looked at, because it is free parking. And she said there's no such a thing. Thank you.
Thank you, City Council and residents. I just want to tell you who I am. I'm Dan Garrett. I'm owner of Bay Service Automotive at 1201 10th Street. I'm the second generation, and working for me now is my son is going to be a third generation. So we've been there a long time, and hopefully we'll be there a long time. I had a great meeting, by the way, nice presentation. And I appreciate you, Mr. Garcia, for the question about 10th Street, because it answered a lot of questions for me that I didn't have the answers to. So with that being said, I just, yes, we do have some issues that need resolving. I just ask that the city and everybody involved just have open dialogue with us business owners that are on 10th Street and keep that open. If it means coming to the shop or the business and talking to us about it and what needs are that we need or concerns, that would be really helpful. So with that being said, I appreciate your guys' time and listening to what my comments are. Thank you.
Hi, Mayor, City Council. My name is Pete DiMaria. I also have an interest in 10th Street, but I'm not going to go into that right now because we've had a meeting earlier on, and I'm pretty happy the way that's going on. We have an understanding on that. But I do have a concern about Casanova. I've lived in Casanova between Fremont and Del Monte for 56 years. And are we talking about that area here at all? Okay. I've been called several times. Ever since I've been retired, I'm kind of like, go out and drink my coffee in the yard. I live in a corner. And the traffic coming off the freeway onto English Street, okay, they don't stop there. They, especially when after work, you know, they blow through there trying to get ahead of the traffic. So they'll cut through Montecito and they'll go up English, cut through Montecito. There's a stop sign there, 4-way stop. And I can see that corner from my corner. Nobody ever stops there. I got a driveway on Montecito. So am I doing something wrong? Oh, okay. I'm trying to back. When I try to back out, it gets kind of hectic when you're halfway out and somebody just blows through the stop sign. Also on the other side, we have a lot of big trucks, over 8 feet wide trailers, motorhomes, and I've called several times. The corner we live on, when the fairground's going on, they park right to the edge, right to the handicap spot, actually into the handicap spot. So when I pull out of my driveway on Montecito, the other driveway, because I'm on a corner, especially my wife, you got to pull out, you got to pull out, you got to pull out. And then by the time you're halfway out, the guy's blasting the horn because he didn't stop. So it's really hectic. But I got concerns about that. I think we should be included in that. And I think the motorhomes on Fremont Street with their generators and a 5-gallon gas can on the street is concerning, especially the big one that parks in front of Cypress Bowl. Somebody's going to rear end that thing, and it's just a matter of time. And that's just something I think should be added to that area. I don't know why you don't add that with the rest of Casanova. Okay. Thank you. All right.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Monique Caldy, resident of the City of Monterey. Pardon me if this comes out a little bit disjointed. I hadn't prepared to speak on parking tonight, but there were a few things that caught my attention. So it seems like we put the cart before the horse again. This would have been a great presentation to have had before the downtown parking requirements were removed to accommodate higher density developments. It's very concerning that we're stripping our property owners of their parking on the street, and I sincerely disagree. The city is responsible for providing parking. Why? We pay property taxes that go into infrastructure improvements. That's why we live here. We don't live in Santa Cruz. We don't live in Long Beach. This is Monterey. We don't have the kind of mass transit that those larger cities support. And we cannot get our residents from their homes to the airport, to mass transit, to up to San Jose, to the doctor. We don't have any real, as you know, safe bicycle routes. Our pedestrian routes are busy. They're dangerous. Walking on Lighthouse is sketchy. We need to take more consideration. Overall, residential passes should not phase out upon change of ownership or tenancy. And if that's going to happen, then why are we even talking about implementing a costly new program? Just let it all phase out. So please consider these things. We all own properties. We all pay property taxes, and we do have a right to park in our city. Thank you.
Hello. Hopefully my voice won't crack again. It already is. The Kona Community Center had a District 4 community meeting, as I mentioned before, a few weeks ago. The parking program was discussed. I understand that the staff will be doing additional separate outreach and discussion regarding the Kona program. However, I want to let you know that I'm here to advocate for the event-based Kona parking program and for it to continue as it is currently. I think you will find that the majority of the Kona residents will support a continuation and will not want to transition into the citywide residential parking program. After that community meeting, I did have the opportunity to speak with the Fairgrounds CEO, Kelly Violini, and she pointed out that the city of Monterey is missing out on revenue from the fairgrounds. This revenue would support the city's management of our program through the vendors and admission fees. That would help the parking program to get out of the red and actually increase the enforcement during the entire event period. And that speaks to the bottom line of our event-based parking program, and that is the fairgrounds causes the problem. They should pay for the parking. Also, I would like to know why, when people violate the parking restrictions all day, that there is only a maximum of 2 tickets that can be given. Is this a city or a state law? If it's city, I would ask for someone to look into changing that for revenue purposes. Thank you.
With that, we'll go to our callers on Zoom.
Yes, our first speaker will be Marta.
Good evening. I would like to thank Christy Steffi and staff for the work they have done to revamp the residential parking permit within the city. I understand the need for this program to be financially viable as well as enforceable. I have concerns over the new 80% threshold for participation, as this higher level could deter residents from applying for permits in areas that have consistent parking challenges due to the application process. I helped my neighbors apply for residential permit parking for just one single block adjacent to Monterey High School. The residential permit parking application was onerous. First, I needed to contact all my neighbors, some of whom I know, others I do not. I need to look on the city's GIS maps to get all their addresses and to send a letter addressed to Dear Neighbor to explain the application. Then, with the help of my neighbors, had to get all the neighbors to sign the same application, one single document. There was no way for individual neighbors to sign the petition online, so we had to reach out and arrange to meet each neighbors for a signature. This involved time and effort of individuals, and this application only involved a single block. I am hopeful that the city will help residents with the application process and provide names and addresses of residents in the application area, as well as allow residents to sign an online petition. Without the city's help in identifying residents and applying for a permit, the 80% threshold appears to be put an increased burden on applicants and is not helpful for residents who must deal with parking challenges daily. Although I can't speak for Oak Grove, Cannery Row, or Kona, I do know that the streets that surround Monterey High School are severely impacted. Many of my neighbors do not have access to any on-street parking for workers or guests, as a small number of spaces available are occupied by students, often forcing residents to park blocks from their homes. I am hopeful the city is mindful of these hardships and will prioritize parking for access for all residents. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Lori.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I'm going to talk about the Del Monte Beach neighborhood. I'm not sure if folks can answer any questions, but I appreciate the parking presentation, and I understand that we could maybe have somebody come to the neighborhood. Ours is sort of a mixed bag. Many people would like a parking permit program. Others maybe not. Might be. I know there's ups and downs to both of them. But wondering if Del Monte Beach is one of those one-offs because the local coastal plan is not done. So I know many of us filled out the parking survey, but none of us got anything back from it. It's not the sleepy neighborhood it used to be. There are up to 4 people living in units that one person used to be able to afford here. So up to 4 cars per unit. Everyone around me has 4 cars. I have 1 parking spot and 1 parking spot in front of my house that no one ever gets to park in because somebody else is always parked there. We have surf trucks that run businesses out of our neighborhood that store their vehicles. Here, we kind of have a joke here. We call it Surfway Storage. We have a number of folks that live in it. Some of the residents are just as bad, 8 to 10 cars, and they store them here. They just wipe off the chalk mark. We have not yet seen the video new trucks that we hear that they're going to be ticketing with. That would be great. But there's also possibility for revenue that we could get on Tide Avenue. We have RVs, mobile homes. They come, they run generators, they park here. We're like a free RV parking lot a lot of times because nobody has to pay. So there's a revenue opportunity here as well. I'm out of my time, but thank you. And maybe you could direct me to somebody who could come.
Next speaker is Colin.
Hi, I just have I guess it's a few observations I'll make, and maybe they'll transform into questions that you can answer later. One of them is, will this petition process have to occur across the entire city? Will all residents have to participate in this petition process? Like, for example, I live up on Alice, which is off of David, and it's pretty parking impacted. Like, my son has a car, drives to the university to CSUMB. My wife drives to work at WIC and so on, and I have a car too. And there's only one designated parking space where we live, and the other one is used as a guest parking spot. So there's always somebody parking on the street. Another thing that comes up is that there's some military people that live in our complex, and it is the case that they aren't necessarily residents of the area because sometimes they're new because they arrived from somewhere else. So how would they prove their residency? And they're not necessarily required to disclose their details. So then that occurred to me as I was listening to the presentation. So this whole residency proof thing, that doesn't make a lot of sense in the context of like the military. And then like a whole nother thing is the business thing that somebody else brought up. You don't want businesses to have to show proof and all this. And then Monique Caldy brought up some really good points. We pay our taxes, and we shouldn't have to necessarily be paying again if we're already paying our taxes. So what's up with that? So these are kind of observations I make that are taking the form of questions. And I think that the council and staff should not object to these observations I make, but get back to these questions I have, and that others have pointed out as well. So I'd like to have these questions answered.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tom.
Thank you. At the top of the presentation, a statement was made that we can't discriminate between single and multifamily neighborhoods per state law. Yet if you look at the map of New Monterey, I think it's designated as Zone H, you couldn't redline a multifamily portion of the city any better than this yellow zone. That's predominantly multifamily zone, yet they're being burdened with this program. People like me who live further up the hill, or the city manager who lives in another part of the neighborhood, we're not part of this. So that to me does seem to be discriminatory. It's unfairly burdening the people in the multifamily neighborhoods. The statement about no such thing as being free parking, I understand the statement. I was in public works for many years. The parking lane costs money to maintain. But again, it's a matter of, well, then why aren't people in the upper part of the neighborhood or anywhere in the city? Why aren't we part of a parking permit program and having to pay the same parking fees? And then I have a kind of a mechanical question, which is, what happens if you get less than 50% of the people initially buying the permits? Do the people who bought the permits get refunded then if it falls short of the 50% plus one? And then what happens if years down the road it falls under that threshold? Do you all of a sudden then just cold turkey tell people, sorry, the program's ending? And I know of at least one person down on near Wave Street who owns multiple cars, and it seems kind of brutal to just drop the hammer on him and say, sorry, buddy, you don't get a permit because you have too many cars. So I just think this thing needs to be thought out a little bit better before it gets initiated. Thank you.
And our last speaker is Richard.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have a couple of questions maybe you can answer. One, I'm worried about the city budget and the deficit. How much have we expended in the survey, the consultant's fee, and as we ramp up a public education program? Because as you can see by your audience, few people know about this. And part of the revenue expenses that are not considered are citations. Of a $48 parking citation, how much does the city get of that? Because I know it's farmed out, and that's part of the revenue that nobody's discussing. The other thing that concerns me the most is the city deficit of $10 million a year from now on, and we have to have some tax measures. Speaking as somebody that ran many tax measure campaigns, the thing I worry about the most is negatives. And when we get people with multiple cars and they can only keep one, they're going to get angry. And I fear they will vote no on taxes. If so, I fear for the city of Monterey. So that needs to be considered, the measure of trust that is being sent to the community, the measure of anger you're going to get in return, and is this the right time? Let's get measure S and G and the increase in the sales tax done. And those are my concerns. It's the future of Monterey. Thank you.
Okay, we have a few questions that I'm going to try to work through. Commercial plates. And then I'm going to tie something else with that one too, which was the construction on private property, how that might be handled.
So a contractor's permit is very common in a city when we talk about one of the permit options. And typically, if I have a contractor coming to work at my home, or if I work in the city as a contractor, those are permit opportunities that are things that work really well in many cities. So a contractor's permit is very commonplace. The reality in a residential parking permit zone is that there are also time limits posted, so that if I am coming to work in a household, the fact is there's time limits on street. But what most communities do is that I, as a resident, again, my car, I have a parking permit. I simply park on the street so that my contractor can park in my driveway. And so there's things that you have to do to adapt and modify to ensure that you can accommodate. But I will also say if you're doing major renovations and you're bringing in 10 contracting vehicles, that's something that in most communities, you identify how many of those contractor vehicles are going to park in the neighborhood and how many need to park off-site. I know this is a different way of thinking for a lot of folks, but the reality is that's an impact on your neighborhood. And again, I can purchase guest passes and I can leverage, the guest pass program that we described, for most of the neighborhoods. But the reality is you need to plan for your use of the curb. And that's an important factor when you talk about the use of contractors.
And then the commercial plates.
So commercial plates, I was really interested in what the fellow brought up. I mean, when we talk about commercial plates, especially in loading zones, that's really what's applicable. But my ability to park in a neighborhood that has a residential parking permit program, I'm still eligible for based on the posted regulations. So a commercial parking license plate, a commercial license plate doesn't give me exemption to the rules as posted. So I'm not quite sure what that speaker was referring to. But again, I am subject to the same rules as posted. Again, my eligibility in a loading zone is really where commercial plates become relevant.
Okay, thank you for that. And then there was a comment, and I know you spoke to this in your presentation, but around that parking kind of more close to the complex. I think it was the owner of the complex and Cannery Row on Wave Street. And it specifically referred to seniors and women. But I think if I were to reiterate what you shared earlier, it's a public parking space, so there's no guarantee that they would get that parking space right in the front as the program currently is.
That's correct. It's just like the curb in front of my house does not belong to me. And if Christy parks in front of my house and she's eligible to park there, she can technically park there for as long as the vehicle code or the municipal code allows. And so the reality, there's no guarantee of those parking spaces as they stand today. So
there was a couple of people that commented on their street or block or neighborhood specific around the idea of there not currently being a program. And Luis, you were one of them that spoke to this. But my assumption is that if you're not currently included in a program, that you can work with your neighborhood to elevate that and go through the process of getting whatever the threshold is that the council ends up deciding to move forward on. I think specifically for Luis's, though, he's on Del Monte above Pacific.
Mm-hmm.
And if I recall correctly, can we pull up the map? If I recall correct, it's above Kaipi, but it sounds like his street isn't included. So I'm wondering if it's an adjacent street to what's currently identified as the new condensed models, is there a way for those
to petition in?
Yeah,
absolutely. And in fact, the way that you design a model is so that contiguous block faces can actually petition in. And if there's one thing I can highlight about the requalification process. We didn't go into all the details here today, but what will be very important is that we would take each of those zones and very specifically mailers would be received by zone to all of the households. We would have an orientation meeting, instructions would be provided so that every eligible address in said zone would understand the timeline and the process of what they have to do in order to retain that process. So I know that the petitioning process sounds quite onerous, but I can assure you of the fact that the intention is to very much work with the neighborhoods so that they can make sure that they can have that information, know what address is, and make sure everybody's a part of the discussion. So, and also the time frame. So I think that's really an important part of the communication process. This is not going to happen overnight. And if this is approved to move forward, this is something that would happen incrementally through each of the zones so that we would be able to work with each of those neighborhoods and be able to work through the process to ensure that if they want to retain the program and go through the process with them as well.
Just a quick follow-up question to this. When we're talking about sending it to the addresses, is it just the residential addresses or is it also property assessment address is like the property owner, the landlord.
So ultimately, it goes to the owners and in some cases the renters, and that's very much the addresses that are on file, basically with the city.
Okay.
And so in some cases, if I as a renter receive said notice, it highlights in that letter to please be sure to also inform property owner as well. So, we'll do every best effort to get the information, and that's just the mailer. Obviously, social media, posts, everything that we have to do to get the information out there. Definitely from shouting it from as many rooftops as possible so that everybody understands, like if you live in this impacted zone, you need to be a part of the process. So.
Okay. And this might be a question for Christy. There was a question around the max 2 ticket threshold. And so just wanted to maybe get some clarity in regards to that question.
Specific to that neighborhood.
I don't think it's on.
That is specific to that neighborhood for that.
Could you speak to, is that a city policy, city code?
Correct. It's part of that program in that neighborhood for it.
Is
It
that
is a
something
double
we could
site,
change?
double site zone.
Is that something that we could change that allows greater flex? I think the intent of the question was to allow for more than just the up to 2 tickets.
Yeah, and then in the Kona program, that's one of the considerations is defining what is an event, and then also it could be a special event citation rate even. So yes, it is subject to something that could be looked at.
Okay. Okay. So I'm hearing that there's flexibility there. There was an interesting question from Lori that came up around the Del Monte Beach neighborhood and it being in the coastal zone. And does that change
It does.
the implementation of our parking program?
And I'm glad that she brought up the LCP because that is definitely something that is one thing for the rest of the permit program. We didn't have to address the coastal zone, but for that specific neighborhood, that would be subject to coastal commission approvals. And so the LCP, I don't know if you want to speak about the status of the LCP, but that is a part of that process.
Yeah, I think the plan is to get through the local coastal plan by sometime next year.
Yep.
So we're working our way there, Lori, and Del Monte neighborhood. And I'm assuming staff is tracking that and we'll work that back into the work plan when the time is right.
Yep. We know it's an impacted area.
Absolutely. Okay. Will all residents have to participate in petition process? And I think I might be able to answer that in saying, no, it's only for the zones that are identified, or if there is interest within a neighborhood to go through the process of transitioning your block neighborhood into a residential parking program.
And the one thing, sir, that I wanted to be sure to mention too, when we talk about that 50% number, and I appreciate the question that came up, well, what if nobody buys a permit the second year? Then is there truly a need for a parking permit program? And I think that that's really what gets to the core root of this whole effort is there still a need for a parking permit program? That's why we brought up the external impacts. And what we should really be thinking about is what is the impact in your neighborhood? And if there is a true need for the administration of the program.
So there was two questions, or there was kind of three questions embedded in that. I'm glad that you brought that one up. So it was, what if you get less than 50% for those that purchased? Do they get a refund?
Yes. And in fact, having done this in several other cities, you basically set up a time frame. For example, if they meet the 50% requirement on the petitioning, then you set the clock that basically says, let's just say starting today, day one, you have 60 days or sooner if you hit 50% plus one. And if basically at 61 days, we don't have that 50% number, any monies would be basically held in escrow and ultimately would be refunded.
Okay. And then the subsequent question was what you were getting to, which is subsequent years.
Yep.
So as the program currently is proposed, does it end? Does the zone basically go away if it doesn't maintain the 50% plus one, or is it just the requirement for the first year?
So it's the requirement for the first year. And I have to be honest with you, nobody's brought up this issue of year 2 and year 3, because if that does become an issue, the fact is, how are we getting past the mark in the first place? So I will say that that's going to be something that we will have to consider because the reality of this methodology of what we're talking about, it hasn't become an issue. And in fact, In most communities, we've seen in some cases a 75% decrease in the number of permits requested in communities because traditionally when permits are free and I can have them at my will, when we started to charge and started to mitigate and manage, we've seen programs literally go away and only where they have those external impacts. And so we've seen that really kind of community after community. So it's a really great question. I can't tell you I have the answer to that one, but it's something that we can definitely address in future policies. And maybe as we talk about those annual reviews to bring that moving forward, because ideally, as we talk about this program, we would only end up with those programs that truly have an impact and truly have a need. But that's something we could definitely bring back in the annual review if we see that type of impact happening. The benefit that we have is that we have the ongoing data collection. So not only will we know the number of permits purchased, we'll know the number of cars parking and all of those other factors. So the ability to have that data analytics opportunity is something that really can allow you all to make very informed decisions.
What I'm sensing is that it's probably a harder hill to climb to get that to even happen in the first place versus having issues in subsequent
Yeah,
years.
that's why I'm actually surprised that I haven't had that question yet, because we haven't. It's really about getting it off the mark first. And then once we get off the starting line, being able to modify and adapt accordingly. It really, as I was mentioning with Oak Grove, I would anticipate that the program will likely become reduced based on the size of the program today, and that there would be some modified version of that current neighborhood program. But again, that's just kind of gut check of what we anticipate happening.
There was the question around more transient communities like the military personnel. Let's say they just moved here from their last duty station and they're trying to get settled into their home. I guess, how is that situation maybe handled? How do we help support families that are starting off new here?
Oh, absolutely. It's no different than when I have to get the lights turned on in my building. You know, I mean, you have your requirements for what you have to do to get your electric turned on, very much the same for that factor. You know, you bring in your orders or any of that documentation. This is not meant to be a punitive process. It's again about accommodating neighborhood access. So there's plenty of opportunities and options. And again, if anyone has challenges, they can come into the parking office and, you know, we'll work with them to make sure that they're accommodated.
There was another question in regards to why don't we all just pay even in non-permitted locations? My assumption is that we're collecting the fees to bear the cost of the program. So if you're not living within those zones, then there would be no need to charge those customers or those residents.
That's right. And this is one of the reasons why I'm going to anticipate that many of those 1,500 plus parking permits, that many of them will likely diminish because we're now starting to charge for a service that folks have received
free,
complimentary. So I would anticipate now that folks will start to value their parking experience maybe a little bit differently. And I think that that's important to, again, recognize this is designed to be a sustainable solution. This is not a money grab on behalf of the city. I appreciate all of the comments that folks made, but this is truly intended to address an external impact in a neighborhood so that we can ensure that our residents have access to parking.
And then there was two more questions that I have here from that last speaker, and I can't fully read my handwriting, but it was asking for something about expenses of.
Oh, the $48 on the parking citation?
No, it was the consultant's fees, the education program, and there was something. Oh, the survey. Was asking, and I don't know if we have that available tonight, but again, I think just having some line items around budgetary items associated with this might be helpful in the future.
Sure.
And then the last one was, citation. How much does city get? Yes, that was the question. You're right.
So $12, I believe, is that for you for the county and state holdback on $13.50. Thank you, Christy. It varies by county. So of the monies that are on the penalty, there's a $13.50, I'll call it holdback, that goes to county and state fees. And otherwise, the monies associated with those penalties go into the parking fund or the general fund, Christy?
It goes into the parking fund, 10% goes into the general fund.
Thank you.
Perfect. Those are all the questions that I gathered. I was scribbling away frantically trying to capture them all. So if I miss them, I'm sure one of my colleagues will fill me in here, but.
And there's also the cost of the third party who collects the money for us. So just
Yep.
want to let you know.
Okay.
Of the $48, there's not a lot left.
So opening it up to the council for motion and deliberation. Please, Dr. Barber.
So I can appreciate the foundation and the concept of what your goal is here about ensuring that all residents have access to parking. But I think we're missing some gaps here because specifically with Cannery Row, that's not going to be the case. If someone moves out, then that resident that moves in is not going to have access to parking that as part of the goal, this particular goal, if I'm understanding it correctly. The other pieces of the 50% plus one, possibly something that could work, but there are some glitches there as well, for me at least. A few things about the guest pass. I was trying to make sure I understood where it was saying that you could actually get guest passes for your contractors, but would that eat into the number of guest passes you have per year?
So there's two types. There's your guest pass, which for your 100 that you can acquire a year, you can use those for your contractors, guests, visitors. But there's also a contractor permit that as a business in Monterey, I can also be eligible for. That allows you to be exempt during oftentimes business hours.
Okay.
So you can park in the neighborhood.
So you wouldn't have to particularly use your guest pass for that?
That's
Okay,
correct. It's
right.
definitely a nice feature.
Okay, so, you know, what's before us tonight of what the recommendation was of approving the program framework, I think we still need some more research on that. As far as the actual permit fee, approving the proposed permit fee, I still need some more data on that, wanting the expenses and also wanting the seaside and marina dollar amounts that I had asked for earlier. So, and then lastly, approving recommended updates to the Oak Grove and Cannery Row special permit areas I couldn't support because of what I just talked about earlier about the equity in a resident leaving and then somebody else coming in that same apartment and not having that same type of access that we're talking about, that this program is supposed to be ensuring all residents have access to parking. So for that reason, I won't be able to support it.
Okay. I think I saw Councilmember Smith's hands up next.
Yeah, thank you very much. And tonight what we're doing is establishing a framework so you can kind of go back and adjust and take our input. So I wanted to give you some input in terms of, as I read this, and I read through it yesterday and again today, and then glanced at it, for my reading eyes, just trying to determine what a resident with a second, third, or fourth car is going to have to pay. I've extracted, it's $25 per car.
For each licensed driver in a household.
Yeah, so if someone is husband, wife, 2 kids, and God bless them, they've got 2 children that are driving, they're buying 4 permits for 4 cars.
Correct.
Straightforward. Is there a cap on the cars?
So you would be eligible to register 4 vehicles, 1 vehicle per licensed driver.
So there's a cap of 4 cars?
Yes.
So if you have husband and wife, and he has 2 hobby cars, he's 1 driver, and he has 3 cars. And that's not permitted then.
Or I'd have to park it in my garage or driveway.
Right. Okay, so I think that we need to afford the conversation about second cars. One might be an electric car that they plug in, that they use for their long drive and commute. And then maybe they have a recreational vehicle that's their pickup truck that they go hunting with. And motorcycles is not an issue, that you can park that almost anywhere. So I think that there's some, I think I'm okay with 4 cars as a max. But I think that we need to have a provision for a driver should be able to have 2 permits for 2 of his cars.
And why is the city responsible for that second car?
Well, the responsibility is debatable. It's an objective conversation. But
State of
the-
California might disagree with you, but go ahead.
Well, the
Sorry.
state of California frequently screws us, so I'm
Sure.
not even going to open up that can of worms.
Fair.
But let me just focus on our duty and responsibility as a council member to a resident who votes for me.
Sure.
They have a house, they rent it or they buy it. They pay taxes, they go to work, they put their kids in schools. They drive on our streets, we take care of the streets. They pay for a lot of things for services. I think they're entitled to some privileges of being able to at least participate in the street. Now, if it's a high rise and there's one-way streets and there's no parking and they choose to live in that apartment, that's a different circumstance. But when we've got residential neighborhoods, wide streets, places to park, but they're impacted because of the overflow from a commercial area
Mm-hmm.
or an event area. But I think that we do kind of have a nod and a wink responsibility to take care of our residents. So I wouldn't be too flippant about that.
Oh, I don't intend to be flippant. It's really about the issue of there are only so many parking spaces. And I think that that's part of the challenge of why we talk about licensed drivers, is trying to ensure that for those people that do need to drive to get to work, get to school, is ensuring that there are parking spaces for those uses. And I think that that's why when we start to talk about recreational vehicles or, the hobby cars and factors like that, when we're starting to talk about those limited parking spaces, that's truly where the impact is. And that's the reason why when we have limited curb space, why we're starting to talk about regulating it. And using the high rise as an example, I'll use it as simple as your apartment buildings. When you start to get into the neighborhoods that have so many multifamily buildings, you're also talking about the housing impacts that exist today are very different from, when I grew up. And what is a 2-bedroom apartment, maybe that could have traditionally had 2, maybe 3 adults in it, that's a much different footprint today. And many of those adults in that household have cars, multiple jobs, et cetera. And so when we start to talk about the impact on the curb, that's the reality of what we're talking about. So I think that, and I don't mean to be flippant, it's the reality of there is only so much curb space and the reality that people need their cars to survive and to be able to work. And I think that that's the reason why we're talking about these type of regulatory opportunities of how to ensure that we have space for those people that need their cars for work and for school.
Yeah, and I think it's not black and white because we know we have a variety of circumstances.
Absolutely.
I want to drill down into something that was really important, and that was the thresholds. So the staff recommends on new areas of significance where they would go out, petition for contiguous blocks, I think is what the terminology was. And the staff recommends an 80% threshold surveying to get a program together, and then 50% must purchase. And then after a year or two, you would survey to see if there's at least 70% average occupancy. So you want to monitor that. So I think that there's a problem I have is the 80% threshold. 4 blocks, let's take the high school as an example, heavily impacted. The speaker tonight talked about her block in the entrance of Monterey High School on Larkin Street. If she were going to, and her neighbors went forward and wanted to have a program, as this current staff recommendation reads, they would require a 4-block reach, and 80% of those 4 blocks would have to agree. I know they're impacted, and there's all-day parking on one side of the street and hourly parking on the other. And so maybe one of the other ways that we as a city should be better at is that we designate 2-hour parking spaces to eliminate the possibility of students or staff parking all day in a residence. So that's on us.
But 2 hours with a permit exemption is what that neighborhood is seeking because they want to be able to park in their neighborhood for the day. So I appreciate what you're describing, absolutely, to try to regulate and mitigate the impact of what I'll call the transient parker. But for that neighborhood, what they're specifically seeking, the time limit is great, but then they would want a resident exemption to be able to park in those spaces
Not be limited to 2 hours.
and not be
And not
committed to the 2 hours. Yeah.
And I think we have to acknowledge that some of the architecture of our community is built around no driveway, no garage.
Right.
And the residents have no other choice.
Right.
But
And so this is neighborhood by neighborhood.
they can petition to do so.
Yeah, and that's where the heart of this is. I think 80% is too high for me. I don't know what the right number is, but I just think that makes it really onerous for residents in those 4 blocks to solve a problem. We previously had 50% compliance. So I haven't heard a compelling argument to increase that to 80. So just my comments, I just think that 80 is too high. I think a 60% is more doable for me and more understandable. The contiguous blocks, I don't know that it uses the word contiguous, but it says 4 blocks. So is that a block north, a block east, a block south? How do we define those 4?
Basically adjacent. So it's, you just don't want breaks in it so that the intention is so that you're not discriminating against a block face or a household, so that you want to make sure that they're adjacent blocks. So from a contiguous standpoint.
Can I ask a clarifying question to that? Because I kind of have the same thing. I live on Franklin. So if I wanted to do that with my neighbors up the hill, I live on one side of Franklin, that's considered 1 block. Is the other side of the street also part of that block, or is that considered a second block?
So a block face is basically the side of the street that you live on, and then basically both sides of the block, both sides of the street are a block, ideally.
Okay.
I do want to highlight that something that the council member said too is that sometimes there are geographic boundaries that are the exception. So when we talk about 4 contiguous blocks, especially over by the high school, that would be something that would be presented to you all for that exception. And so obviously you don't want to manage a program based on exceptions, because then why have a program? But ideally, the majority of the program is based on those 4 contiguous blocks. But in some cases, especially by the high school, that may not be by geographic design. But that would be something that would be an exception, and when that is presented to you, that would be explained as well.
Yeah, and I think that's important to cover, because there may be a tot lot in the middle of that lot that doesn't really have any parking on that side. But
that's right.
I just think that there's nuances to the blocks. And I think the answer was there, but I don't know that it was clear for the speaker. But the form that they need to take is downloadable on the computer at the website.
Right.
They can print it, and then they can add additional pages and get additional signatures.
Right.
And so we're not trying to make this very bureaucratic. It's
That's right.
pretty easy.
Right.
And I don't think that this new framework is changing that process.
By no means. We want to make it easy for the neighborhoods and to be able to work with city staff. We're just saying that we can't force the permit program on a neighborhood.
Right.
They have to have a want for the program, because you don't want to instill the requirements on a neighborhood that doesn't want it.
Yeah. And one other passing comment, and then I'll get out of the way. The Cannery Row area is particularly vulnerable, and I'm sensitive to just basically retiring in and ending parking for residents that are there. I just think it's a unique neighborhood, commercial, and historical. And I'm not in favor of completely eliminating it. I did the math, 109 properties, I believe you said, and that,
109 permits for 50 addresses.
okay. So we have 50 addresses. Let's call it 2 permits per household. We're talking about $2,500 a year. I just don't think it's worth doing that to those residents. I would like to see it continue as an available parking program for residents in the Cannery Row area to service 50 properties.
For a fee? For the 25,
Yeah.
for the, yeah, okay, so I want to make
For the
sure.
fee.
Thank you.
No, I think that there should be a fee,
Great.
but I just don't think that we should just eliminate a program for them.
Hans.
I just want to offer a quick thought to Councilmember Smith and others when we talk about the 80%, because I think we if we want to look at a different percentage number, which I think is a totally legit ask, we need to think through the rest of the numbers, which is 80% is the threshold right now to get community consensus in that neighborhood. But then when it comes to the implementation of that, there has to be 50% plus one neighbors buying actually a parking permit. So if you start with 50% plus one, you can easily sign the petition, but when it comes to, okay, now please
Pay the fee.
pay the $25, you will have a certain amount of attrition, shall I say.
Well,
So I think, say again?
Look up there, sorry.
So I think the 80% sounds very high, and I agree with that. So there's something we can work on, but we have to look also at the feasibility then of implementing that. And so if we have the attrition or the shrinkage then by actually the folks who actually then participate and purchase the program may not take off if you do not have a solid base before you petition. So just a thought.
Well, and the idea is that the people that are voting, that are making a yes or a no decision on the petition, isn't necessarily a direct correlation with how many permits would be purchased with all the folks that live in there. So you could have 50% or 30% of the people actually participate in the vote. And then when it gets implemented, you have the expectation of having 50% plus one of them actually have to purchase it, real people. So I think we can get back to this conversation around a percentage.
But
so
let me answer that, and I think that's a valid point. I'm not thinking just the one way. I'm thinking, yes, there needs to be a threshold of both sides. I'm thinking like 60, 65%. I mean, I'm open. It just 80% just seems too high. So if it's 60%, we should have 50% have to buy. And if you're not successful, you don't get 51 plus one, and they don't go for it, they don't buy, it's not a program. And so I agree. The other side of that is that there's got to be a commitment with a check for the $25 per car. Because I think 60% is a little bit closer.
Because then the city is going to be engaging in that process for it to then fail. So I think I
And it's an
appreciate
administrative
it
burden.
because
Yeah.
part of it is setting us up for success.
Yeah, it's cost recovery.
And just a clarifying question, just to be clear. So what we are talking about here would apply to Cannery Row in the process of requalifying.
Requalifying, yes.
Okay. That being the case, I mean, we're deciding on a framework, so I'm going to go ahead and support the recommendation because I think there's opportunity here, as we're saying, to see if it'll even launch, right? And then if it does, there'll be annual reviews as well to see if
This allows us to
it even-
begin to work with each of the neighborhood zones and really get into the weeds and be able to bring those program recommendations forward for you all, because ultimately you have to approve each of these zones ultimately. So I think that this really gives us the opportunity to begin to work with the neighborhoods and really figure out what this is going to become and how many people are going to participate.
Exactly. Yeah. And I'll offer also a little bit more of context in terms of why I'm leaning in this direction. I'm sensitive to the point where specifically with neighborhoods where we see more working families who might have a greater need for multiple vehicles, right? But I also, having worked in communities, and actually we see some of those neighborhoods here in our city. I would say also that we have more prominent neighborhoods or neighborhoods that exhibit this symptom, right, of what lack of parking programs do for our neighborhoods in our surrounding communities through the region. And I see the other side of this is that with no parking program, you have neighborhoods that no matter what time of day it is, you're walking through there and there are no parking spaces because they're all occupied. And that does something to the character of the neighborhood. And it also does a lot to the safety of the neighborhood.
I've worked in neighborhoods that are like that, with vehicles parked at any time of the day near, for example, elementary schools, where you're driving through and you have to be really cautious because kids are
Density.
going in between cars and you can't really see them because, again, the street is just
Yeah.
filled with cars. So I think this is an opportunity for us as a city to look into the future and try to mitigate those issues before they become much more difficult to address. And in that, I think I'm also trying to highlight, right, the fact that what we're doing here and what the parking department is trying to do here is really come up with solutions for very specific neighborhoods in an effort to continue to increase and improve the quality of life of our residents. That's really it. It's not about taking away parking or taking away rights to put your cars either on the street or wherever. It's another approach towards improving the quality of life of our residents. And I like how Julie, you put it. It's a way to address the external impact on neighborhoods so that our residents can really enjoy the space that we have. So I'm going to go ahead and support it.
Councilman Barash.
I'm fine with it. District 3 doesn't have quite the impacts that the other more commercial areas have, but I'm very aware of the impacts that you folks have. And I think you did a fine job. I enjoyed it when you presented, I think it was a year ago.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you've done a lot of work. And I think there's the intention to have it be organic and growing and not set, and so that the neighborhoods can work with you, and you're attentive to the Kona issues, which are probably the most sensitive. So I'm all for it.
It's a living document. It's gonna.
That's right.
We're not.
And parking is a living process.
That's right. That's
Yep.
right.
So, Mayor, can I ask a question?
If I could just jump in with my thoughts real quick,
Yeah.
and then we can bring it back around. So the two things that I heard from concerns from Dr. Barber and Councilmember Smith relate to the threshold and specifically Cannery Row. And so I just want to make sure I'm capturing what I hear the concerns are. Is that generally accurate?
Yeah.
So I don't know what there is for us to, like, what does a mitigating circumstance, I guess I'm asking, what does a mitigating circumstance look like for you all as it relates to Cannery Row? And actually, let me ask Julie, let me just pose this to you real quick. So let's say we decide to carve that recommendation out.
Mhm.
What does that look like for the neighborhood and potential impact for residents?
So I think if you all acknowledge and say that we retain the 50 eligible addresses today and say that we want to continue those forward, and if you want to stipulate grandfathering them in, my suggestion would be is that we simply say subject to annual review. And I think that that's something that way we don't know the future. We don't know what the impact is going to be, but I would just suggest that it allows you the opportunity to understand what that impact could be. And honestly, again, that value of the curb space and, what is going to happen in the future with developments. So that opportunity for you to say the fact that those addresses can remain eligible regardless of ownership or rental, whatever the case may be. I do think that the opportunity for us to be cognizant of the eligibility of off-street parking in those addresses is something I think should remain a stipulation, because again, these are very valuable parking spaces for the city as well. When we talk about the resident or the revenue drivers too for the paid parking zones. So I think that the opportunity to have it be grandfathered and reviewed annually, I think would be a reasonable consideration for the future, because again, we all don't know what is going to happen. So that would be the suggestion that I would suggest as a way to mitigate this moving forward is to understand that we don't want to penalize those if there's a change or again, inheritance or whatever happens with a property transfer. But I would just say that it should be subject to annual review, just like the rest of the program.
I like that. I feel like that creates some flexibility for
Right.
us. And then regarding the threshold,
Mhm.
what does staff feel regarding a low number at the place?
I would suggest, to the city manager's point, I would suggest a starting place of 70%, only because of the fact that it's that attrition rate that we were talking about, is that there is a significant administrative burden that the city is going to bear to get us to the place of being able to establish a new zone. And so I would suggest that a starting place would be 70%. And then that can also be something that can be subject to review and consideration. Because I think it's a bit of a compromise between, where you were and kind of the original number. And that's a solid number. I will say that in California, that number does vary. And I think 70% is a solid number that allows us to make sure that you have enough of the neighborhood participating so that to achieve that 51%, you don't want to get everybody involved and invested and then have the program fail. Because if it's something that everybody wants to be involved in, and again, with the amount of, customer support that I know Christie's team will provide, I would suggest a starting point of 70. And I think that that would be a reasonable number to achieve that balance. And again, it can be something, it's a living process that can be modified. And that's something that you all can absolutely consider in the future as well.
All right. I'm being a little bit cautious of time. We've been talking about this for 2.5 hours, which is nothing I've ever expected. So I'm gonna make a motion and then let's see where the conversation goes from there. But I'm truly trying to move us on because we have some other items on the agenda. So my motion is to approve staff recommendation with a change to the threshold to 70% and to allow for an annual review of the Cannery Row grandfathered spaces.
Second.
Okay, so moved and seconded. Any other discussion? I know Councilmember Smith, you had some thoughts there.
Yeah, I think 70% is still too high. I've heard from residents who tried to get neighborhoods to get them to respond, to get the petition signed. They struggled with that even at 50. So I think I don't see a big difference between 60 and 70. I mean, if you get 60 that say, yeah, I'm down for it. The really important factor is, do the checks come in and is it 51%? So, I mean, I don't want to make this so onerous where people have a problem, but they just aren't going to even try and solve the problem because they're looking at 70% of their residents. And it's a lot of work for these residents to go out and knock on the doors to get it to work. So I'm a lower threshold for this. I'm a 60.
Okay.
Point of clarification.
Mhm.
Sorry, point of clarification. When you said for the annual review for Cannery Row for grandfather, then what specifically are you talking about grandfather then? I just want to make sure it's clear.
Yeah, so the idea is that we would still we would grandfather in those that have it now. And the idea is that as new residents come in, that they wouldn't, but we would review that on an annual basis to see if we need to make a shift or a change to that policy.
Okay, so if somebody leaves and a new resident comes in, they would still be eligible for the program. Is that my understanding?
No, they wouldn't, but subject to review during the annual review process. So let's say we pass this today and it's fully implementable. I don't know how the dates work here, but let's say it starts today. If somebody moves in November 1st of 2026, somebody moved out, some new person moved in, they would not get that grandfathered in permit. But come November 4th or whatever that Tuesday is in 2026, if the council says, hey, we're hearing concerns around people not having that parking, we could have that conversation and allow it at that time if we so choose.
Okay, so it's not automatic like everybody else's is automatic.
That's correct.
Where they get it, but Cannery Row's the only one that's not automatic.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's what his motion is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, any other comments? All right, I'm gonna call the question. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
No.
No.
Motion passes 3-2. And with that, I appreciate all of you that are here for this next item. I'm so sorry that it took this long. But at least you're watching policy making in motion.
Gizmo 70.
There's no making this sound nice, so I apologize. Public hearing item 17, uphold planning commission's decision to deny use permit application for a daycare general use at 2400 Garden Road. Application AP 250236, use permit application UP 250013, appellant Henry Runke, Wald Runke, and Dost Architects LLP, property owner WR Mont LLC, Industrial Administration and Research, Religious Assembly Overlay, Emergency Shelter Overlay, Multifamily Residential Overlay. It's an IR 130 RA ESMF1 zoning district, employment general plan designation. Whew, that's a lot. And with that, I'll pass it to Hans for, wait, sorry.
Also to our city attorney. You wanted to say?
Announcements from closed session.
Oh, did I skip that?
We did.
I sure did.
It's a long night. I'll just do them very quickly.
Please, yes.
Okay, the first item was conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection 2. Ashley L. Chesser versus the City of Monterey. There was no reportable action. The next item was Ronald Rogers versus the City of Monterey. On that one, there was a unanimous roll call vote and confidential direction was given to legal counsel. The next item was the public employment pursuant to the Government Code for unrepresented city manager recruitment, unrepresented employee, and there was no reportable action.
Thank you, Chrissy. Okay, so I'm going to request with the council, if anybody's had ex parte contacts, to disclose them now.
So I don't know if it qualifies, but several friends of friends that said, I really hope it passes, but they're not principals, they're not the applicant, they're not even parents.
Hope that it can move forward.
But they hope that it will go forward and they'll be successful. But they're not related, they're not the applicant, they don't even have children in the school.
Okay, that's relevant. Anybody else?
Why is that relevant? If it's not
It's
the applicant
information relevant to decision through contact with the parties or the public.
or the public. Okay, we talked about it in the Monterey Vista Neighborhood Association meeting last night. And there was one question about there was one question that a non-involved person asked, which was, what was the same question I had. Why would an apartment complex be allowing children as basically as close as the daycare site? And I didn't have an answer, but that's a question out in public. I don't even think that qualifies as ex parte, but
It's there.
it's there. It's there and it's out there.
Just in case.
That's it.
Everybody else is good? All right, I'll pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
Yeah, you just send it over to Levi.
Thank you, Hans. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item before you at this point is an appeal to the Planning Commission's denial of use permit application UP 250013, requesting to establish a daycare general use at the property at 2400 Garden Road. Staff is recommending that the City Council adopt a resolution denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission decision. So I'm going to walk through the background of this application and explain how we got to this point. I'll try to be brief, given the time of night, and focus my presentation on the elements of the project that were found to be more concerning to the Planning Commission. But we're happy to dig into any details as needed. I'm also joined this evening by Senior Associate Planner Chris Schmidt, who worked closely on the project as well. So as stated earlier, the project applicant requested approval of a use permit to establish a daycare general use at 2400 Garden Road. The project would involve the conversion of an existing structure into a daycare use that would have a maximum enrollment of 104 children. And the facility would be proposed to operate Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Excuse me, Levi. Nat, Could you close that door, please? We've got some external noise.
Or ask them to just scoot further away.
Yeah, either way.
So in reviewing the application for consistency with the city's general plan and zoning code required by the findings for the use permit, staff received correspondence from the Monterey Regional Airport staff noting that the subject property lies within the airport influence area zone 7 and that they opposed the use, citing provisions of the airport land use compatibility plan. Airport staff specifically noted that the site is within 1,400 feet of the active runway, and the compatibility plan strongly discourages the introduction of vulnerable occupants within 6,000 feet of the runway due to an elevated risk. Vulnerable occupants is defined within the plan to include children, elderly, and people with disabilities. Concurrent with the letter from the airport staff, the city also received confirmation from the Monterey County planning staff that confirmed that the project would be required to be referred to the Airport Land Use Commission. And the purpose of that is for them to make a determination on the consistency with the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan. In July of this year, the item was considered by the ALUC and was unanimously found to be inconsistent with the compatibility plan, specifically citing the discouragement of the introduction of vulnerable occupants in the vicinity of the airport. There are sections of the state law that set forth the process for the city to override decisions of the ALUC. However, only the city council has the authority to do so, and there's a specific process required under a separate action for that. As noted in the agenda report, the city has overridden decisions of the ALUC in the past, most recently in 2019 with the adoption of the city's ADU ordinance. I'll note that the Airport Land Use Commission adopted a new ALUCP in 2019. So that is the adoption of the new plan of 2019. As required by the city code, the item was considered by the Planning Commission to determine whether or not the required findings for use permit could be made. Upon evaluation of the project and receiving public comment, the commission concluded that the findings related to public safety could not be made and ultimately voted to deny the use permit. As recorded in the Planning Commission findings, the project, and this is a citation from the Planning Commission's findings, the project introduces a high number of vulnerable individuals into an area with documented aircraft arrival and departure risk. This potential impact to public safety cannot be mitigated through operational conditions alone, and thus the project is considered detrimental to the general welfare of the city and the safety of potential vulnerable occupants. The final vote of that meeting was 4-0 to deny. The applicant subsequently filed an application to appeal the decision of the Planning Commission, citing that the commission considered liability issues that extended beyond its purview, and that the commission considered ALUC and Caltrans Department of Aeronautics recommendations, which they should not have. The appellant is here as well, so I'll let them provide some additional detail in regards to the basis of the appeal. In regard to appeals, the Monterey City Code states that upon hearing an appeal, the City Council shall consider the record and such additional evidence and shall find whether, in its opinion, error was made in the decision. The council may affirm, reverse, or modify an action appealed as it deems just and equitable. With that, staff is recommending that the City Council deny the appeal, upholding the decision of the Planning Commission. This concludes my presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions. And as I noted, the applicant's here as well.
Thank you
Appellant, I'm
for
sorry.
the presentation, Levi. Are there questions? Do we take questions at this time or? Yes, questions. Are there questions from the council for Levi? Okay, we'll hold off on that. Just for Levi. Questions for Levi?
Yes. The staff report refers to this site as being a previous church. And when was the church occupied? And I'm assuming that when it was occupied, it had childcare, Sunday school, children present. When was the church there?
I don't have the specific date of when the former use ceased. Are you aware? Yeah, I don't know the specific date of when the property became available.
Okay.
And I'm not aware of a childcare use being as a part of that former use, to my knowledge.
Other than probably a Sunday school.
Perhaps,
something
yeah,
like that.
ancillary.
Okay, the subject property, is it standalone or is it associated with any other commercial business?
The actual property itself
Yes.
is an individual parcel and lot,
Okay.
all on its own.
And there's no other structures on the property
outside of what's being proposed to be converted to the daycare use, no.
Okay, okay, great. That's the only questions I have.
Any other questions from the council at this time? Okay, thank you, Levi. With that, we will go ahead and have the applicant appellant present. I'll have a time limit of 15 minutes, and then we'll take questions from the council afterwards.
Okay, and I might share some of my time with Hanson Reed,
Okay.
who is the legal counsel for the Montessori School. Great, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Henry Runke. I'm with Wald, Runke and Dost Architects. And I have an architectural firm on Garden Road, and it's a firm that's about 2 buildings away from the Montessori School project. So I'm very, very familiar, not only as being the architect on the site, but I'm very familiar with the Garden Road neighborhood. So I experience it every day. We've been working with the Tershi family for about a year on this project. They are the ones who are running the Montessori school. They have a current location currently in Scotts Valley. They'll probably talk a little bit more about what they do. And throughout most of this process, staff was extremely supportive of the project. We were very encouraged, so much so that the Tershis made the decision to purchase the property based on the understanding that this was something that was going to be able to work in this location. And so they started to move forward with that process. We were hired as the architect to come in, work through some of the logistics to make this building adequate so they could be able to do what they do, which is to teach young children. We were ready to go to the Planning Commission back in June. And we had a date set. We had a hearing ready to go, and we received notice from the city that said, oh, by the way, we just received correspondence from the county saying the Airport Land Use Commission has a concern and that we need to take a look at this before we can actually put you on that agenda. So we got removed from the agenda at that point, which was a real surprise to us because we thought we were going to be getting a support from the city to move the project forward and to be able to open the school. But what we discovered and what staff discovered was that there's a zone called Zone 7. And I have a PowerPoint here. I don't know if we can get that up. Yep. And so this Zone 7 is, a few years ago, there was no such thing as a Zone 7. We wouldn't be here tonight a few years ago. Thank you. So it's a situation where circumstances changed. And so we wound up with this area called Zone 7 that we found that our project was in. In the past, there wasn't the Zone 7. There's Shoreline Church, which is just about 2 doors down from this. They have a church, they have a preschool, and that was not something subject to the Airport Land Use Commission at the time. I put up here a map, and you can see that blue area. This is their Zone 7. And then in there, you can see kind of what looks like, I've heard it described as like a Tylenol pill in the middle, that kind of oval. I'll zoom in on that. And you can see this is what they have as far as an area within Zone 7. And you can see the runway, you can see the city. It consumes most of the city. It consumes part of Seaside. And what this is showing you is what they call their area within Zone 7, that they would like to have a 6,000-foot boundary on the sides of the runway and a 10,000-foot boundary from either end of the runway. And within that zone, they don't want vulnerable populations to be there. So that means they don't want children, they don't want the elderly, they don't want the disabled. Now, if that's the situation, you could look at a lot of the things that are within that zone. I'm going to go back. I guess I can't. But what you're going to find is that Santa Catalina School's there, Shoreline Church, as I referred, the daycare at Shoreline, Ryan Ranch Daycare, Ohana, which is part of Chomp, You can go through the list and you'll find that there are a lot of different uses that would be considered non-compliant now, that would never be able to be developed based upon the Zone 7 criteria, which would be a terrible thing, and it's unfortunate when you see some airports, what you see are warehouses as you approach the runways. That's the ideal. Unfortunately, we have a situation where you have an airport and we have a city, and the city was established much longer before the airport. And so we have a certain situation that's unavoidable. The issue that it also brings up, let's see, click. This is not moving forward. Am I hitting it wrong? I'll need my 6 seconds back, please. Okay. And so it'd be the next slide. Okay, there we go. This is really hard to read, but I just wanted.
Good time.
We're good. Okay, this is really hard to read, but I mentioned that we were going to be going before the Planning Commission. Planning staff actually said, well, you're going to need to go to the ALUC before you go to Planning Commission. And let's see what they do. Staff actually wrote a memorandum, and this is a copy of the memorandum supporting the project, basically saying it's important to note that Safety Zone 7 encompasses a substantial portion of the city of Monterey. And if you prohibit this type of development, it becomes basically a hardship, and that the city was in support of this. We also had basically another, well, actually, I mixed them up because I can't see it very well from here. But the second one that you're seeing, or the first one that I showed you, was the one from the city, but also this county staff who are the experts in land use. They're the experts in the airport. They recommended approval of the project also. So we had both the city staff, we had the county staff recommending approval. We went before the ALUC. The ALUC unanimously denied us. Now, I've gone before the ALUC many times, and I've been denied and unanimously many times. And I did it with Calvary Chapel, those types of things. We went to the city council. The city council overturned the ALUC, understanding that there's this relationship where they deny and the city council in many instances is overturned. That happened recently with the situation with the ADUs, or the secondary units on Garden Road. There was an overturn by the city council on that. And likewise, what I wanted to point out was that the housing element includes a lot of housing on Garden Road. Next door to me is the CIG building, which is now for housing for teachers, which have children. And there's going to be people in our area that are going to include the disabled and the elderly. So as we add in the general plan, I think there's 687 new housing units. What we're going to find is that those people are going to have families. We're going to have basically a new neighborhood coming in. And I calculated it out and I said, okay, in California, the average is 2.1 persons per household. We're going to have up to 1,443 people there. When you look at the percentages of the vulnerable occupants, the city just approved an area that'll have 624 vulnerable occupants. So the idea that this is something unique or unusual and we're not going to have this population within this Zone 7 is unrealistic. And so what I think is that it's reasonable to have a Montessori school here in this location. It's needed. And I'm going to give some of my time to Hansen to kind of explain that when you look at that big oval and you look at how much it consumes, what that basically says is we can't put a Montessori school anywhere within that zone. That means we're starting to go into Cannery Row. We're starting to go into residential neighborhoods. There really is not another place for this. And there is an exception in the when they talk about vulnerable occupants in zone 7, it's basically gives an exception that allows you to have vulnerable occupants if there's no other place to put them. So there really isn't a lot of great places. So with that, I'm going to let Hansen kind of follow up on a few of the more legal things like that. But thank you very much, and I'll be available for questions too.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. God bless you for doing this, because I could not do this. The greatest thing that ever happened to me was losing way back when. So thank you for doing this.
Well, I think I was the one that won, so I.
Yeah,
can't-
no, no,
I
no.
agree with you.
Yeah, I know, but it's okay. So
Paid hard, buddy.
Can you imagine if things were
So I
different?
sent you all a letter, and you got my letter, and it's long and complicated. I'm not going to reiterate the whole letter. So, and I only have 4 minutes and 30 seconds to do this, so I won't reiterate the letter. But what I want to say is that the city has an airport problem. There's an airport literally in the middle of Monterey, and there's nothing that we can do about it. It's never going to go away. What we can do, and let me start with a quote from the 1952 report from the Presidential Airport Commission on Airport Safety, which was the Jim Doolittle Commission. And it says, it's a definition of calculated risk. Calculated risk is an American concept which gives mobility to the whole social structure. The phrase simply means a willingness to embark deliberately on a course of action which offers prospective rewards outweighing its estimated dangers. This is all about calculated risk, right? We know that there is an airport. We know that there's going to potentially be problems at the airport. The Land Use Commission has decided that that this is a big issue for them. What I want to say is that the ALCU staff recommended this project. The City of Monterey staff recommended this project only 4 to 5 months ago. July 28th, all staff was agreement that this project is good. In that staff report, and Henry stole my thunder, is that there is an exception to this rule, that if there's no other feasible place to put this, that there's an exception to this. Now, that still doesn't get over the safety issue, right? We still have a safety issue to think about. I will say that today I have become an expert on the California Handbook for Airport Land Use Planning. Not really an expert, but there's graphs that show where the serious parts of the airport are, and they are at the ends. The end of the airports, either when you're on approach or on takeoff. That's where the problems are. There's very little problem on the sides of the runway. There's virtually, there's these graphs. It's really complicated, which I brought, if you would like to see the graphs. At the end of the day, the planning, and as Levi said, the Planning Commission found, as proposed, the project introduces a high number of vulnerable individuals in an area documented aircraft arrival and departure risk. First of all, I didn't see anything in any staff report that documented anything about risk. It is next to an airport, but there was never a conversation. There's nothing in any staff report that says, here's a risk. As a matter of fact, the ALCU, I reverse the letters, said that the side of the airport is actually safer than the ends of the airport. Development on the ends of the runways, that is where you need to really worry about. I am a City of Monterey resident. I live in Fisherman's Flats. I live less than a mile. I live less than 6,000 feet from the airport. I hear the airplanes take off every morning. This morning one took off at 5 o'clock. And I'm inside that 6,000 foot zone. I am not worried about the airport. I run 5 days a week on Garden Road. I am not worried about it. It's a calculated risk, though. What is the risk benefit? I will say that I did in the letter, I provided some findings, and I have draft findings that I can hand out to you that would, in fact, allow for this. And I will say that I piggybacked and stole most of them from the ALUC. Because they could find it. They found, they recommended to the ALUC that, in fact, it should be proposed, should be agreed to. I think that I can work with city staff if you guys are interested in, and Chrissy, to come up with findings that can be part of this. We understand that I understand and my client understands that this is not a tonight decision, right? You were going to make a decision tonight, but if you decide that this is a project worthwhile, there are other steps that need to go on in order for it to actually, you to overturn the, or override the ALUC decision. Thank you very much for your time. I greatly appreciate it, and we're happy to answer any questions about the project that you may have.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Council, any questions? I think Dr. Barbie, I think you might have had.
Yes, thank you so much for the presentation. I had a question about a couple of things. I know it's stated that the appellant actually argued about the concerns and references to the Department of Transportation and how they were improperly used. So how do you feel that they were improperly used?
So I will answer that question. So they were improperly used because, well, it was improperly used. It's a long, complicated legal answer. So the California Department of Transportation, Division of Aeronautics has no jurisdiction at this point in time over this project. Zero, not one bit. They are not to be talked to. They're not to be discussed. This is not a school. The only way that they're supposed to have been contacted is all the laws are relating to if a school is going in, you have to go talk to them. They have to opine about it, and then they make a decision whether or not it's allowable within, and it's a school within, I don't have the code, but it's within 2 miles of an airport. So they then would decide whether or not it's a good decision or not. In this case, the ALCU staff contacted them. This is a daycare. There's no jurisdiction for them whatsoever. So when that is brought up at a public meeting saying, well, we talked to them and they don't support it, that influences the decisions on both the ALCU, which then it was also brought up the Planning Commission, which then has an influence. We're saying, wow, the state of California, Department of Transportation doesn't approve this project. That has a direct impact on the triers, in this case, not really triers of fact, but the decision makers that, oh, wow. And so that is prejudicial to the applicant and in this case, the appellant.
Okay, and kind of piggybacking on that, you state that it is not a school, but a daycare. And,
Correct.
And I see that the ages are 6 weeks to 6 years old. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then, of course, I'm familiar with the Montessori plan. I had my son in one, so I'm very familiar with it. So it aligns with right before they go into the regular, what I call elementary school. I guess they're still calling it elementary school now. Elementary school, is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Councilmember Rash.
Hanson or Chrissy, to the question that I had and my district member from my district had last night. How do you explain that?
Can I get some water?
Sure.
Sitting here.
Sure. How do you explain that the Brad Slama apartments that, as I understand, were recently purchased by MPUSD, that there seemed to not be the same depth of discussion about having children in those apartments? I think you said 657 people will be living in there potentially, and yet the daycare center is under the scrutiny for having the infants. So
I can't answer that question because that's the question I would ask. That
and
the,
do you think that the council is appropriately just the adjudicator of last resort? I mean, is it as simple as staff don't feel that they have the authority to make this decision and the planning commission perhaps don't, and that it really just belongs with us and we get to make the decision?
well, I'll say legally, the decision is with you. So, I mean, planning commission, although this is an appeal, the planning commission didn't have the authority to actually approve the use permit at that hearing. I mean, it's a I'll use my hands a lot. A legal impossibilities, right? They can't, you can't, if they would have approved it, it still would have to come to you anyways. So you are the last resort, based upon the ALUC's finding that it's inconsistent with the ALUCP. There, I got them all right that time.
Okay, and
So to answer your question about the why the housing is approved and the daycare is not approved, and the housing is going to hold families, again, in my letter, I outline it's basically, although it's not workforce housing, it's workforce housing with young families and potentially elderly and all this stuff. And why is that approved? And this is being scrutinized so dramatically. I don't have an answer to that. I will say that Zone 7 did not come into effect until 2019. So up until 2019, we would not be here right now.
Yeah.
So and if you saw on the first slide that Henry had, Zone 7 is literally all of Monterey. And then this other zone, the Tylenol pill, I'm the one who coined the term the Tylenol pill, because I was trying to explain it when Henry was drawing it, what it should look like. That covers the vast majority of the city. And my client, again, I'm using this time to answer questions and give more information. My clients looked for other places to put this, but every place that's available is within that Tylenol pill. I mean, it's there. There's no other place to put this. And you're going to have a problem approving land use decisions going forward if the ALUC makes these determinations upon, I mean, if there's a private school, a children's dance studio that needs a use permit, it has to go to the ALUC. If it's within that Tylenol pill, you're going to have to take it there and they're going to deny it. And so you need to, I mean, the city council should say, and I'm preaching to you, I'm sorry, that, I mean, you guys need to have your own autonomy with your land use decisions for the city of Monterey and not defer to an agency that in reality is hypersensitive to accidents, and hypersensitive to risk. Because I mean, again, airports, when there's an accident, they're usually not just teeny. And so I understand that. But again, if you look at these charts, and I've looked at them hours today, that the vast majority of the accidents come, I mean, not even the vast majority, like 90% happen in that shortly thereafter, either side on takeoff. And so if you're landing before the runway, if you're taking off right after the runway, very few on the sides. And again, it's a calculated risk, right? That the safety of these, I can tell you my client would not be here if they thought there was a risk. They deal with a vulnerable population every day. They care about children. They're not going to put children in a position where they're going to have a situation where there is going to be a major risk. They're wanting to put the children in a position where they're going to be safe. They're going to, a daycare down the street is just as much problem or outside this as any other place. So.
And Chrissy, if the council votes to take this to ALUC for override, and it gets overridden and the daycare center goes in based on the five of us making this decision and something happens with an airplane, what is our personal risk?
As council members,
Mhm.
I don't think there'd be personal risk.
Okay.
Ordinarily there wouldn't be. You're acting on behalf of the city in a legislative capacity and,
Right.
I wouldn't see that as a big concern or worry.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that?
Sure. I think I'm done with my question.
What would be the risk to the city?
It's a complicated question. I think it depends on what happens, what the incident is. There's always going to be a causation question, right? So is the fact that the city granted a permit allowing development in an area near an airport the cause of an injury? Or is it pilot malfunction, things like that? So it's a complicated question. It's hard to answer it.
Okay.
In hypothetical.
I will say that my client would be willing to indemnify, enter into an indemnification agreement with the city of Monterey. So we could put that in place as well.
Okay. Were there any other questions? Oh, please, Councilor.
Might not be a question you would have, but for Chrissy, with the ALUCP commission, do we know what their vote number was when
Was
they heard
unanimous.
this matter?
I think they said it was unanimous.
Did you say it was unanimous?
So it's unanimous, right?
Six
Yeah.
zero?
Mhm.
Okay. And then
It was unanimous.
let's see, Hanson, I'm sorry, it is a question for you. If this was an issued permit and you moved forward with a building permit, how long before the school could be open?
That's a Henry Rundke question.
We're in process with the building department at this moment. We've had an active building permit application based upon our reliance on discussions with the city. And so we made that application earlier this year, unfortunately, not understanding the risk. If we were to receive approval and we went through this process, we could be starting construction by January 1st.
And then open enrollment would be,
That would be a question right away, is what I just heard.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And the reason I ask that question is I think we all can acknowledge that childcare facilities for those employed in Monterey is an acute need. And your school will be immediately filled up when you open. When you announce you're taking enrollment, it will be full immediately.
We're going to have a new neighborhood
Yes.
right there,
Yes.
lots of children. It's an absolute need. And the idea that you would live on Garden Road and drive 2 miles to daycare to drop your kids off because you're trying to get out of zone 7 doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Right.
Thank you.
That's the only questions I have.
Okay, Dr. Barber, and then we're going, okay, so I'm gonna go to Dr. Barber, then I'll go to staff, and then we're gonna go to public comment.
Okay, so I was curious, have there been any parental concerns that have been brought to your attention, knowing that you were gonna move there? And then my other one was for, I guess, I don't know whether staff would know this or whether Levi or whoever, have there been any incidents, prior to, 2019, in that, zone 7?
So
So your question would be-
no parental issues whatsoever.
or concerns about
Nope.
being in that area? Okay, and thank you. And then, do we know any like known incidents in that zone 7?
So as you saw, Zone 7 covers a considerable area of the city. So there have been incidents throughout the years that would have fallen into that Zone 7.
Mainly at what part of the pill, as I borrow his?
Well, most recently at the extreme part of the Peel, as you saw, I think some of it extends over the waters. So we had a recent
Okay,
aircraft.
not on the sides.
Well, there's been some on the sides, I believe, around Jack's Peak. There was a collision
Okay,
years ago as well that would have probably fallen into that.
Yeah, there was a plane crash in Delray Oaks, probably 30 years ago.
No, the most recent crash on
Make sure you're speaking to the mic there so we
the
can.
south side was a couple years ago, and I believe it to be outside. It landed in Monterey, but I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
it was outside.
Yeah.
Probably right at it would be close, or it would be considered more of the 10,000-foot zone versus the 6,000-foot zone.
Okay, all right, thank you both.
I think they've all been small craft.
Okay, and then we'll jump.
And I was
oh,
just going to
sorry.
circle back to Councilmember Rash's question earlier regarding the multifamily overlay and Bratz Wellness project. So the ALUC actually approved the multifamily overlay that was considered by the ALUC in 2019, and they actually approved that. So I think when they were reviewing that, they looked at the mix of occupants, and I think the way that they approached the vulnerable occupants portion of the ALUC is looking at concentrations of vulnerable occupants, looking at children, concentrations of children, elderly, and people with disabilities.
Thank you.
Of course.
All righty. And with that, we'll go ahead and go to public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. For folks in the chamber, if you could stand up to the left of the podium, or if you'd like to remain seated, you can just raise your hand.
No, it's too late.
So I have 8 folks standing in the chamber, if I'm doing my math correctly. Anybody else that's still seating that wants to speak on this item? All right, so we'll go ahead and close it off in the chamber. We'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's 3 on Zoom. We'll do 2 minutes. We'll start in the chamber. Please, 2 minutes, yep.
Thank you, Mayor Williamson, members of the City Council, Luis Osorio. I had the honor to serve in the Planning Commission with former Commissioner Hanson Reed here. I miss his candor. I think this one is really easy. What is the definition of vulnerable people? Is it me? Is it you? Is it children? Is it elders? We're all vulnerable. Somehow there's this definition of vulnerable, including only 3 kinds of people: children, people with disability,
Elderly.
and whatever the other one is. And it excludes everybody else, which is us, everybody that lives in the city of Monterey. I think if I'm not mistaken, there was a recommendation from the airport district that this should not be approved because it was vulnerable people. And this is the airport district that is, they are expanding the airport, and they want to add, I don't know how many flights into Monterey, which is going to add, to the possibility of accidents. And I can tell you, I was a land use planner for 26 years at the County of Monterey, and I was a 9-year commissioner here. This one is really easy for you. You can overturn the recommendation from the staff and from the ALUC very easily. It's been done before. This is a bureaucratic quagmire. That's what it is. This applicant here is caught between the LUC, the airport district, the city of Monterey, the county. This is where it gets really weird in terms of the regulatory environment. Just overturn it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council and City staff for your time, and thank you all for being here, and those who are still on Zoom. My name is Bill Tershi. I'm here with my wife, Regina, and my daughter, Malin, and my daughter, Aurora. We are the owners of Montessori Community School. My wife is a toddler teacher. My daughter, Madeline, is the head of school, and my daughter, Aurora, is the assistant to the head of school. 23 years ago, with the help of my parents and cousin, my wife, Regina, and I started Montessori Community School in hopes of enriching our lives and enriching the community with the teachings of Dr. Montessori. MCS consists of 3 generations of Montessori students, teachers, parents, and administrators working together to create a caring community devoted to the principles of Dr. Maria Montessori. We are here tonight to obtain the support of the City Council to reach our goal of enriching the community of Monterey with the teachings of Dr. Maria Montessori. Back in May of 2024, our family made an offer on 24 Garden Road in hopes of opening up a Montessori school. For the next 3 months, from the time we made the offer to the time we had to commit to the seller financially and contractually and to the bank loan on 2400 Garden Road, we did our due diligence. We made sure that the property was suitable for what we wanted in a Montessori school and what was wanted by the city in order for the likelihood of acceptance of the project by the planning department. During these 3 months, we often heard positive feedback by the planning department as to the good fit of the project. Throughout the 3 months of our due diligence, we never once heard any negativity or concerns from the planning department or from the community. Only what a good fit our school would be for the community of Monterey.
Sir, that's your time. I apologize.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. My name is Madeline. I am here to speak as a former Montessori child, a current Montessori parent of 2, and longstanding Montessori director. A parent's goal for their child is the same: to be benevolent, honorable, confident, successful, and a good and moral citizen of the world. This goal is inherent in each of us parents. I believe deeply in Montessori education because this is not only my goal as a parent, but it encompasses the vision and the focus of Maria Montessori. Montessori education is not focused on rote memorization or play-based learning. Montessori education focuses on each child's whole and individualized development and guiding them through these formative years so they can have a foundation in life based on the above goal. A child will build his or her personality before the age of 6. It is critical that we provide the best environment to support this development so we can support our children, which are the future of our world. This is what we want to bring to the Monterey area. The whole premise of the denial is based on irrational fear, the fear that something so improbable and extremely rare would happen in our school. There is risk in absolutely everything we do. Using the same fear-based logic, you would not allow a daycare from opening along any street for the risk of a car going through, which would be a higher probability. We urge you to let each parent decide what is safe. As you have heard from countless people, Monterey is simply in need of childcare options. Childcare is essential to a community, and without it, parents can't work. Our school is not only offering that essential need, but also an environment designed just for the child, focused on their whole development, a place where parents can feel confident about leaving their child, a place that is focused on partnering with parents to raise benevolent, honorable, confident, successful, and good and moral citizens of the world. Please do not rob our community of that. Parents should have the right to decide what is best and safe for their family. Thank you.
Hi, thank you everyone for coming. My name is Matthew Vandenheuvel. I'm a proud father of 2 children at the Montessori Community School in Scotts Valley. I guess instead of not only touching on how amazing the Montessori school is as a whole and all the effort that's put into raising our children and how lucky we are to have people who care so much about our children. I get updates on my phone while I'm working on a roof or doing anything like that. I could check my child's day at any time. Updates, what he had for lunch. It's amazing. To not want that in your community is insane, especially as we advance. I think the other thing I wanted to bring up were just a couple questions for Levi and people about how many vulnerable occupants are in Zone 7 already, including elderly and things like that. Do you have retirement housing or caregiving facilities in that area, hotels, apartments, things like that. Why isn't that even being talked about in this? It's kind of just being brushed aside as like an obvious question. I think Ms. Rash, you pointed that out. It's kind of just being dismissed. It seems like a housing community would allow for a lot more vulnerable occupants and maybe some more airplane tickets. But that's kind of the only difference I see in any of this. Is the city at fault and personally liable for any accidents that happen within its confinements, on its streets, in its buildings? I mean, I feel like a plane accident happening is kind of crazy to then be able to turn around and point the finger at one person that's not involved in an airport. So it seems like a lot of this stuff has been brushed over really quickly. I guess I just don't understand why that's not being addressed in this by the reason to not approve it. They haven't touched on it at all. It's like they're scared of it. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Ernest Lostrom. I'm a real estate investor and I've owned several of the buildings in Monterey, including the subject property. And I can tell you that it's a quagmire was the right word. The city of Monterey and the airport board have always been in competing interests. The airport doesn't want to see development because it makes their risk higher. The airport board never has an audience like you have. So they can kind of go about their business and make it happen pretty quickly. And I can see why the airport board said we want to expand the safety zone because they can. It gives them cover. But it doesn't necessarily mean that you need that cover. To me, if it's really dangerous as the airport wants us to believe it is, then I think you need to rethink your housing element and your general plan, which had a lot of environmental documents, a lot of study into it that recommended all the housing to be built on Garden Road. Because if this school is unsafe, that housing is unsafe. The existing churches that are there are unsafe. So I just hope that you make the right decision tonight, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Monterey County is in dire need of childcare, and it is unfair to try to stop a high-quality preschool from joining this community over a hypothetical fear of an accident. The worry about pollution came from the Planning Commission and was not mentioned by the Monterey Airport Land Use Committee. I think that if pollution was a valid concern, it would have been brought up by the professionals from the airport. The argument against our school would make more sense if it was a public school because some families have to put their children there without choice. But this is a private preschool where families are able to make that choice themselves. Parents should be able to make the choice on whether or not they send their children to a school nearby an airport, rather than the city taking away the choice from parents. This could leave them in a terrible spot where they have to either stay home from work, not socialize their children in a school setting, put them in a low-quality daycare, or even put them in an unlicensed daycare where they are not supervised properly and could face neglect, abuse, serious injury, or sadly death. We have already seen this once with the infant that sadly passed away in Salinas while at an unlicensed daycare. If there were more preschools open with financial assistance options, would that death have been preventable? The Monterey Airport said that they are denying our proposal so it won't be on their conscience if something happened from the airport. But if this is the case, how will everyone feel if there is another death in an unlicensed daycare in the area? That will too be on your conscience. I urge you to allow parents to make the choice on whether or not the school is too close to the airport by themselves instead of taking away the parent's choice. Not allowing the school to be a part of the community will leave some families with their only option being an unsafe or low-quality school. Thank you.
Thank you, City Council and Mayor. My name is Melissa Kopt. I'm the teacher at the Montessori Community School in Scotts Valley. We know that the Planning Commission is raising concerns regarding the school's proximity to the airport. While safety is a priority for everyone, the likelihood of such an incident is extremely rare. There are airports in all types of communities with schools close by without incident. Additionally, many schools are located on busy roadways and few, if any, have incidents. We strongly believe that given the interest from the parents in the community to this new school, they have made the decision that this is a safe environment for their children and are not at all concerned about the airport. That this is the decision that should ultimately rest with the parents who are best positioned to weigh in the risks and make informed choices about their children's education. Our school will provide an authentic Montessori education with teachers certified through the Association of Montessori. They're certified educators that undergo rigorous training to ensure a safe, structured, and child-centered learning environment. The need for the school is clear. Over 115 families have already expressed interest and plan to enroll once the approval is granted. This speaks volumes about the demand for a trusted, high-quality educational option in Monterey. Parents are ready and eager for this opportunity. All we ask is the chance to provide that and leave this decision up to the parents in the community. We respectfully ask the City Council approval to move forward so the parents of Monterey can make this important decision for themselves and their families. Thank you.
Hi, City Council. My name is Alex Swartz. I'm a ninth generation Monterey native. I had a whole speech written, but everybody kind of touched on the topics that I wanted to talk about. The only thing I'll say is that, as Dr. Barber mentioned, she asked if any parents had brought up any concerns. Well, we're all here. You know, it's a 10 p.m. work night, and we're here to support this school that we so dearly need in this community. I'm a parent. I have a 2-year-old daughter, and I feel 100% comfortable bringing her there, and that's my choice. And I just ask you to give us that opportunity to make that choice for ourselves, and give us the opportunity to give our children a great education. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll go to our callers on Zoom.
First, I'm calling on Lori.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Another topic I didn't plan on speaking on, but I think like a lot of people listening, it's confounding to me, this whole situation. Like, what constitutes a concentration of vulnerable people? Like, how many? Why in some of these housing complexes in Garden Road is that okay? And all of them on Garden Road, the MPUST building that they just bought, that are going to house a lot of vulnerable people. Not sure what the concentration of that is, but nobody knows. Tarpey Flats, the more arena plant elements, all of it, then maybe that all needs to be scrapped. And for perspective, I was just thinking that all these families that aren't going to be able to use this Montessori school, if this is not overturned tonight, with children, they're more, just for perspective, they're more at risk having to get in cars and drive miles away outside of this Zone 7 to go find another school than a plane crashing into the Montessori school. So the odds of getting in a car wreck are much greater than a plane crashing. So, and you know, it's kind of, I think the first speaker kind of touched on this. What about the rest of us? Nobody seemed, you know, in these decision-making capacities, the ALUC, no one seems to care about the pollution or risk factors for all the rest of us living in this Zone 7 in Monterey, with all of the airport expansion and the increase in the number of flights being added that continue to be added. Maybe we need to rethink that and stop the expansion and stop the addition of risks to all the rest of us. Thank you for your time. Good luck with the decision.
The next speaker is Zoe.
Hello. I have been fortunate to be a part of the Montessori Community School for the last 6 years, and I have seen numerous families go through our infant or NIDO program. Finding quality and dependable care for infants can be challenging. Our program offers a safe, licensed community where parents can bring their young babies, enabling them to continue their careers, improve themselves, and maintain a healthy work-life balance. Our school also offers parent education and community building through school-wide celebration or garden days. Families research, tour, and apply to multiple preschools to find the best fit for their children. The effort they put in ensures they can confidently choose the right school. While we recognize the board's dedication to public safety, we strongly believe that families are capable of making informed decisions about their children's education and well-beings. Parents carefully research where they send their children, considering all relevant factors, including the school's location. This is their choice, and they are fully capable of assessing risk and benefits. Denying this permit would unfairly limit educational options for families and ignore their ability to make decisions based on their individual research and circumstances. The opening of our school would not only meet a vital educational need, but also attract new families and residents to the area, boosting the local economy and strengthening the community's reputation for educational excellence. Montessori education encourages independence, community, and a sense of belonging. A new campus would expand the prepared environment for children, create a broader network for families, and foster deeper social connections. This school will truly serve the people of Monterey. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Colin.
Hi, my name is Colin Gallagher, and I wanted to just kind of briefly speak a little bit about my past. I have worked in the past as a planner for the County of Monterey for several years. I worked for a brief period for the City of Monterey as a planner. I accepted at one time an appointment as a planning commissioner for the City of Marina. So I've done my bit of service in local government planning. And I also work with Luis Osorio, who correctly identified this whole situation as a quagmire when he was a planner. And I just wanted to kind of mention here, kind of with this broad experience I have in County of Monterey, City of Monterey, and all this bit of planning that I've mentioned, City of Marina, et cetera, that this whole thing, as Luis correctly identified, being a quagmire, the city council has a proper opportunity just to basically say that the project needs to be approved. But I would go further. I would say that the city needs to look at advancements in how it could potentially find ways to legally preemptively overrule the airport or the airport land use commission in the future, and not have to deal with these kind of problems in the future. And I would also say that these expansions of the airport and all its dumping more and more flights and all that needs to be curtailed as well. So we need to look at these kinds of issues instead of the airport telling us that we can't do things in our city, and so the city can maintain its local sovereignty. And so with that, I close my comments and I return back to the city council to make its decision.
That was it. Okay, we'll go ahead and close general public comment. Bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation. And just to reiterate, so it's clear, for the council to override, any override must then be adopted by a 2/3 vote of the city council. So we require four votes at the council. Open it up to the council, please.
I'll gladly start. I don't begrudge any of the other commissions. Their, I guess, unanimous decline of supporting this project. I kind of get it. There was a gentleman who said, you know, the airport only benefits themselves to protect themselves and not approve it. So it has accelerated up to the body that can make the difference here. And I'm going to be glad to support overturning it. As Monique Caldy said in her letter, 7 of the 10 daycare centers are already in Zone 7. And as Mr. Hansen beautifully delineated in his letter, the appellant has proven that there's no other sites that are suitable. And not just suitable, he walked through the analysis of why they weren't suitable and the evaluation of other locations that weren't available or weren't suitable. The decision to override would be pro-business. It would be supporting the interests of the Montessori professionals, and we're constantly looking to support business, and we can't always. And this is one that I agree is pretty straightforward. It would support young families, and that's what we hear a lot of, that families need a break. They want a break. Mr. Hansen put in his letter, training for teachers. And it's interesting that one of the centers for training teachers is the child daycare education center at MPC, which is in the vulnerability zone. So we're teaching our teachers in the Tylenol cap there. So that's another irony. And it's also an industry, a business that's compatible with the office character of Garden Road. So I think all those arguments are very compelling. It's also reassuring to me that the risk, which there is very apparent. So in law, this is called the parents are on notice. It's open and notorious. Everybody knows there's planes. So the parents can make the decision about what kind of risks they want to take, as the gentleman mentioned. Also, something that was mentioned is the need for the daycare. And I can recall real clearly, I went to the Community Foundation has a fund for women. And I believe it was Christine Dawson, and my memory is not the greatest, but this was very clear to me because it was so actually shocking to me. We need 15,000 daycare positions in the county, and there are only 9,000. So we have a shortage of 6,000. So this is 105. You know, it's very important that we do this, and that we support working parents. And I would argue that the public health, safety, and welfare lean in the direction of more and adequate daycare with knowledgeable parents who know it's on along an airport, and they can make the decision if they want their children there. So I'd be glad to vote to overturn.
Can I, I'm trying to get us out of here by 11. We have one more item, and I have a sense that everybody in the council wants to talk. And as much as I can appreciate that, I'm trying to get us to a decision. So is anybody not in favor of us moving forward with allowing this school to proceed? Okay, I'm going to make a motion to overturn the Planning Commission's decision. But I will, and I'm not sure if this is appropriate, so I turn to Chrissy to ask for clarity on this. Seems like the developer is okay with indemnification. And I'm not sure if that's appropriate to include in the motion.
So
Or
there's
it's going to come back to the council,
it
but
comes back. So you would be directing staff to develop the findings based on your discussion. So I would encourage you to have some discussion so we can incorporate those factual findings into our resolution that we bring back to you.
okay.
So it comes back to the city council. You make your findings, pass a resolution of intention to override the ALUC. That then goes to the Department of Transportation as well as the ALUC. They've got 45 days to comment on it. Then it comes back for a final hearing, and that final decision rests with the city council on a supermajority vote to overrule.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to let the rest of the council go. If you have something to say in addition to what Jean said, so please don't repeat and please keep it brief so we can move on to the next item.
You made a motion. Why don't we go with the motion and go into discussion? So you made
Perfect,
the
perfect.
motion.
So the motion is there, seconded. Opening it up to let the rest of the council finish. I saw Councilmember Garcia's hand go up next.
I won't repeat.
Okay,
I won't repeat.
Okay, so I just want to get for the record, because I think it's important that we need to say why. And so my reasons are
Gina.
somewhat what Jean said. I resonate with the fact that there is always sensitivity for the airport, but Zone 7 is so large, and I just don't see how this business model where they have searched high and low for a location, it's impossible to find that outside of Zone 7. This location is not at the landing end or the takeoff end. It's on the side. It's already surrounded by several location businesses that also have association of what you would term vulnerable people. But I concur that it's a risk assessment, and I don't believe that this puts the children in any greater risk than many other businesses that are already there. And I think it's mitigated by the acute need for childcare. It's also an area that we've studied quite extensively for our overlay, for our housing, and there are multiple areas that have already been established there that have children, vulnerable people. So I think that this should be overturned at the airport land use.
We'll go back to Dr. Barber.
Also, to put on record, for ALUC, the IR zoning district permits daycare, and it shows that. And this would be considered a daycare according to even what's in the agenda packet, page 144, as a preschool, even looking at the age group from 6 weeks to 6 years old.
Right, do staff, do you feel good about what we have at this point, or?
I'll just say that should there be some incident in the future, this record will be looked upon potentially, and we need to develop the findings to come back. And so as long as we don't get to invent them for you, so the more fleshed out this record can be, I think the better. So I know it takes time.
Well, can I address that and add, I did read the findings by the staff at the airport land use. There are significant points in there that for time I'm not repeating, but
Okay.
they made the case for why this should be approved. Our planning staff prior to the planning commission also made the case very aptly. I don't disagree with any of those points.
Okay.
And I just think that it was well founded in both the staff recommendations and the prior, and also in addition to what we've said tonight. I just don't think that it puts the vulnerable people in any greater risk. And I'm satisfied with the fact that we need to mitigate a very large Zone 7. And this school really has no other place that it could go.
Okay.
And there's also in the very, very close proximity, York School, the fairgrounds, the Navy Postgraduate School. And it's just incongruent with me to say that we should stop all progress in all life because it's within Zone 7. That just makes no sense to me.
Thank you. That's helpful information.
Okay. I'll stop there because I'm not an attorney.
And then we'll go back to Councilor Garcia.
Yeah, I'll make it quick. I think ultimately, in the end, parents will determine the success of this daycare facility. If they feel like it's a risk for their children, I, being a parent of young kids, I would make that decision, based on what I believe. If I think that there's too much risk there, I would just won't take them there. So I think ultimately it rests on the parents.
Okay. With that, I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, with that, we will go on to requests from council to agendize new matters. Item 18, Mayor Williamson's request to agendize a discussion regarding regulation of temporary non-commercial signs on private property. In short, what I would say for this item, have a good night. What I would say for this item is, as articulated in the agenda report, there was signs put up in the city that were larger than the requirements, the limits that are allowed by city code. And what those campaigns did was cut up those signs, separate them apart so that they were individual signs and that were in compliance. And one may look at this as being creative, innovative, as a way to be in compliance. But I would argue if the intent is to have smaller signs be a larger sign, it's not meeting the spirit of the law as it relates to city's current code. So if there's a disagreement with the pathway that I'm proposing that we move forward, I think at the very least, we probably need to update the city code so that we allow the larger signs, and not try to get around what is already established into law. So that's what I'm hoping to propose. I've spoken to staff about this, and it seems like it's a relatively easy lift that won't take too much work effort. And so my ask is just to have this item agendized at a future council meeting for discussion. And with that, I'll open up for questions.
Stand by. I'm just, okay. So tonight it's a question of whether we want to bring it back for discussion. So I would just say, I don't think it's necessary. I think we still have an ordinance that stands and can give guidance for future candidates. And I think that the only thing I would say is that more material needs to go.
Sorry. This is the time for questions, and then we could come back and deliberate. So I'm not sure if you had a question at this time.
So the question is for staff. When staff issues or the city clerks issue the packet to the candidate, are we providing them with clear direction about what is the sign ordinance and the size? And is there some area where we might be able to improve on material we give to candidates?
Well, we provide the exact language in the code.
Okay.
So it seems like maybe this question is about how to interpret the code.
I'm sorry, once again.
It seems like maybe this question is about how the code has been interpreted, and I'm just providing the exact code to the candidates.
Okay, so it's just the literal words of the code.
Correct.
Right. And then there's just no other interpretation that goes to a candidate.
Correct.
Okay.
So any other questions? All right, let's open it up for public comment. Anybody on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Opening up for folks in the chamber. We have one speaker. Anybody else? All right, seeing just the one, we'll go ahead and close it off to the one in the chamber, and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's 3 on Zoom. I'm going to go ahead and leave it to 2 minutes. We'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Well, I'll try to keep it very, very brief. I've already submitted written comments, and actually I just wanted to say I apologize that the printed version on your side, the first paragraph looks like I'm yelling. That was not intended. That was an interfacing issue. So please accept my apology on that. I can't see your side until it goes through. Number one. Number two, if you do feel that this needs to be agendized, I would urge you to please put this off until you have fully addressed the structural budget deficit. Please make that our first priority in spending staff time, resources, and your time. As we've seen, matters that you think are not going to take very long to discuss have taken 2-3 meetings. Even tonight with parking, it took a lot longer than you thought it would. The decorative crosswalks, we saw that blow up to 3 meetings, multiple community input. So some things we just cannot control how much time it's going to take. So let's keep our priorities straight. Let's get through this budget deficit and then talk about these other non-essentials. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll go to our callers on Zoom.
First, I'm calling on Esther.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. As a neighborhood and district that was peppered by these types of horrible signage in front of houses, in front of areas that were completely out of line, I absolutely think this has to be addressed. We already addressed a couple of years ago not allowing a whole bunch of the campaign signs on our sidewalks and our public spaces. These are even more obtrusive than those were, because those were small little signs. We're talking billboards, and billboards like we've never seen before in the city. This last campaign took things to the next level, and it's really shameful that the parties that felt necessary to do that and still lost. So I absolutely think that this has to be done. And it doesn't surprise me that Ed Smith doesn't think it needs to be addressed, because it was him and his candidates that actually did these things. And I'm sure they weren't up in his neighborhood and eyesores that he had to drive by every single day, multiple times a day, like the rest of us had to. So I 100% support this. Thank you.
Next speaker is Colin.
Yeah, this is Colin Gallagher. If I understand correctly, this is just dealing with the issue of the signage. And what I want to really kind of drill into here are two elements. One element is whether or not it's necessary to even have this matter be put on an agenda for action. And I don't think that's necessary, because I concur with Monique Caldy, who suggested that first really get in and focus on the matters that have to do with the city's finance, the structural deficit, and the matters that if they require, if an appeal is brought them before you for hearing, then just address those salient issues that have an action taken, that are required to be dealt with right away. And then the other issue is kind of what has brought this here really. So that's the other component here. And what I think it is that there may have been one or two people on the council or the mayor that had said, hey, this is this issue, these are eyesores, and part of it is you don't like the politics of it. We don't like the size, but we don't like the politics of them either. And that's fine and dandy, but honestly, nobody cares, because as the mayor himself said, they were in compliance. So I would suggest putting all this off until you've got the structural budget deficit dealt with and completely dealt with. And then you can come back and you can deal with sign revises and all that kinds of things that are very minor in the grand scope of things in terms of what the city really needs to be dealing with. And then you can get back and you can deal with the nitty gritty of things that take, whether it's 1, 2, or 3 meetings in the future. But don't even bother put this on the next agenda. Thank you, by the way.
And the last speaker is Lori.
Good evening again. Just an FYI for folks out there, it was the code enforcement officer who told candidates that the signs needed to be cut in half so we could see daylight between them. So I think the current sign ordinance is fine. I don't think this needs to come back. Maybe just make sure everyone knows what the ordinance is. But I oppose the mayor's push and the certain Laguna Grande residents push. We all know that's where it's coming from, to restrict these temporary non-commercial signs on private property. It isn't about visual harmony, it's about control, and it's being driven by this one resident's complaint over and over about how others expressed themselves during the last election. Monterey has no business micromanaging private property and free expression. The current code already limits sign area. Trying to dictate spacing, whether it's 5 feet apart, 10 feet apart, it's petty overreach and frankly a political one. Meanwhile, year-round, we see ideological displays everywhere. A neighbor near me around the corner has pro-trans, Black Lives Matter, rainbow pride flags and banners, everyone is welcome, and other signs up 24/7 year-round. Yet this proposal would ban another neighbor on the same block from displaying a single sign for 1 month every few years on their private property balcony, simply because it supports a candidate the mayor doesn't agree with. Whether we agree on any of these signs or not, they're protected speech. And if the city insists on regulating expression, it must apply the same standards across the board, not selectively, and not to settle campaign grudges. And just beyond the hypocrisy here, there's a serious legal problem if you're not careful. U.S. Supreme Court, Reed v. Town of Gilbert made it clear cities cannot regulate signs based on their content or message. You can't single out non-commercial or political signs. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Just to provide a quick response to some of this. Lori, I wish you would stop spreading mistruths whether it's in council meetings or on social media, you do it pretty regularly and it doesn't help towards public discourse. This is not being driven by Esther. So you could easily reach out to me and have a conversation if you want to get clarity on some of the facts. This is not politically motivated or driven. This will create fairness across the board for every political campaign, and it's not necessarily specifically limited to political campaigns. The proposal updates the language in the city code. And as it's written, it's based off of I'm not seeing it here. Give me 1 second. It is based off of temporary signs displaying a non-commercial message. And the examples that are given in the city code are ideological, religious, or political. So it's literally taking the language that's in city code now and just updating it. So, and again, my point is that if you're okay with a large sign being cut up into smaller signs to make to still display that larger sign, then we should update the city code to be in alignment with that. And just in regards to the arguments of our city finances, I think it goes without saying that that's our priority. But if we are able to get this back on the agenda sooner, I think the sooner that we get it back, the better, because the sooner that we get to election time, people are going to be thinking about what it is to get their campaigns up and running. And I'd rather just avoid having issues in the middle of a campaign season. So with that, I'll open it up to the council. Please, Councilman Garcia.
Yeah, so there's clearly confusion about the interpretation of this. So I'm going to go ahead and support it. Support the agendizing of this item.
Yeah, so the matter before us tonight is a yes or no. If we have 2 votes, it moves forward. Sounds like there's going to be 2 votes. So I'll save some of my comments for when it does come back. But I want to say that I think there's a lot being made of something that's relatively very small. Lori was accurate in what she was saying. And Esther might be accurate in what she's saying too. And that does not mean that they are diametrically opposed. At political time, there's always sensitivities. Esther said in her call that she got tired of driving by them because they were only in her neighborhood. She's right. They were only in her neighborhood because it was District 4 that was up for election. I think there was a few mayor signs in her district. I'm not sure where the rest of them were. However, somebody to be very, very upset over driving by a sign in somebody's yard for 35 to 40 days during a campaign, it doesn't make sense to me. So maybe your motivation is personally driven and it's not charged or requested by Esther. I don't know. Doesn't matter. But I just think it's a waste of time to work on something like this. And there's something else that's still lingering out there. And you serve with the city manager and the vice mayor to establish the agendas. It's interesting that this is on the agenda before the governance policy has come back to us, which was specifically requested and discussed that it needs to come back because we haven't finalized that. We also haven't finalized our travel policy. So it seems like we should be addressing the other things that are in the queue before we're doing something that is a specific item of interest to the mayor. I think there's some other things that are being left on the table that should have been done first. So that's my comment.
Okay, so Lori's comment was that this was being driven by Esther. I'm saying that I did not put this on the agenda because of Esther. So Lori is wrong. So for you to sit there and say that she's
So here,
let me finish, please.
Yeah.
That she's accurate is just not factual. Again, you don't even have the facts. You're not even basing your argument off the facts, but leave that there. Let me finish, please. Let me finish. So leave that there for a second. The argument around the travel policy was driven because of the community's concern around increasing travel to council members. So that's already ready to go, but we push that off for the budget discussion so that we can, there's a budget thing there. There's no budget thing with this item. Regarding the governance discussion, have you had, this is a rhetorical question, I don't need you to answer it, but have you had that conversation with the city manager in your check-ins with him? This is the first that I'm hearing from you as a follow-up to that discussion, and I'm happy to follow up with the city manager about it, but it seems like it's a crutch for an argument that you're just trying to throw things at, as opposed to helping to draw clarification in our city code. So
is it my turn now? Are we ready?
I'm going to let Dr. Barber go, and then we can come back to you.
So for what is before us tonight, to bring us back to what we're here to do to close this out, it is not on the agenda, but it's being requested to be agendized, is my understanding. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so because it's not on the agenda and we're having a discussion like anybody can have this, to have it agendized, then I see that there are some ambiguities to it. I'm not saying whether it's this way or that way. So as far as getting it agendized at some point in time, that's fine. I don't have a preference of time. Of course, the deficit's going to be first and foremost, period. That we have to get done first and foremost, no matter what. That's where I stand. But as far as having this clarified, yes, it needs to be clarified, because just even listening to people tonight, listening to the public comment, there's ambiguity. And so let's get clarification. That way we can be able to go forward. So that's my answer for what's before us tonight. I want to make sure we stay on track.
And then real quick, let me go to Councilmember Rash and make sure, and then we can loop back around with you.
Well, I just would like to see the smoking ordinance and the multifamily housing to happen, and then the results of the Route 68 Skyline Forest Road study come before us. Those are health and safety. I think they're important. And we have to finish the work on the tree ordinance. So I see a lot of work ahead of us for items that we've already agreed to agendize. You've got your 2 votes, so it'll get in the queue, but I think the queue is important. And I think there are priorities in the queue called health.
Anything else?
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's important for me to display that's really the gist of what I'm saying, is that there are other things that are in the queue that I think we should be dealing with first. As far as 2 callers, I make no judgment between the 2 of them. They say what they want to say. They're free to have their own opinions, and there may be crossover, and we can say, well, one is more accurate than the other, and the other one's truthful. It's like, I don't think it's fair to get involved in that. And also, it's kind of not very cool for you to lecture at somebody who's not even standing in front of us, that you're calling her out, but anybody has a right to express their comments. But then you challenge her about her opinion, but yet if somebody's standing in front of us, you routinely will say, I'm not going to engage you, we're not going to open up, we're not going to feedback, we're not going to say anything. So I think if somebody is calling and saying their opinion, I just think it's not very professional for you to chastise them, especially when they're not even here. But that's just my personal opinion, and maybe that's just a style thing. Esther expressed that she was frustrated by looking at the signs because they were in her neighborhood. I was part of putting some of the signs up, and when we found out that they were the wrong size, we immediately addressed that, and we followed the direction. In that regard, Lori is 100% truthful. We found out what it needed to be done. to repair it and bring them into compliance. And we follow the direction. So nobody's making that stuff up. So we're going to see this again when it's going to come back. But I think on the matter of the governance policy, I thought we left that with several other things that were yet undone. I specifically asked staff, we're going to see this again. It's going to come back. We'll address this later. So if you as the mayor are telling me that you want me to do a staff report to request we bring it back on the agenda, that's what I'll do. But let me ask the city manager, is it necessary that I do that to bring it back to get in the queue, the governance policy?
That's not what I was saying. I was just saying, following up with him on this, like in your one-on-ones is what my point was, just to kind of do a check-in with him, like, hey, what's the status of this?
Yes.
Yeah.
I do that, and the other things I talk to him about are confidential.
Okay, I'm putting it in my notes, so I will follow up with Hans in my one-on-one with him, but you might want to follow up with him on that as well.
But I specifically asked my city manager a question, so I'd like an answer for that.
So we are, as staff, we're not aware that there was a remaining item of governance, so I would like to learn more about it.
Okay,
Yep.
I'll share that with you, and then we'll work out the mechanism to get it in the queue.
Okay. And I would point out that you were pretty familiar with it because if I recall correctly, you had one of those signs up at your place. So I would just check in. I would just check in with that.
Wait a minute, you just threw a zinger out, so I'm going to respond. Are you saying that I said I wasn't familiar with?
I didn't say that.
Okay.
Nope, I didn't say that.
So I was very responsible for what I did in putting the signs up. No one is denying that I wasn't responsible for those.
I never said that. But okay,
Well, you
moving.
made it sound like somehow or another I wasn't accepting culpability. And I don't appreciate that.
Okay. I'm just gonna check in with staff real quick. What do we think in regards to time frame, in regards to bringing this back?
Let the next city manager deal with that. It's not, we don't have an election coming up. It's in November. The plate is full. We got to get housing stuff done. I turned to the attorney because who will write that is probably mostly you and Kim Cole. And Councilman Marash pointed out other things that are on the list, like the smoking ban and multifamily housing. So again, if the council conveys it's urgent, we'll make it urgent and go for it. So
yeah, well, I think it's a minor edit.
I think that's kind of the distinction I guess I would create with some of the other things that have been brought up in the context of it all, where Highway 68 intersection, I mean, that's not like an editing document. The smoking ban, I know staff has been pushing that off for a while, and I'm eager to have that move forward as well. I don't see a problem in getting it back onto an agenda.
we're not really pushing it off, Mayor, though, because the plate is full of other work, as you know, with the housing plans, etc. So and tree ordinance and other things. So
I think in the context of what meeting it can get on, maybe we can circle back to, but as far as the work, could it potentially be ready for a meeting in December? Just contextually.
Well, it's coming back.
Yeah.
Right? This is just the request to agendize. So you mean I'm confused.
The agenda item for the presentation.
Well, so it's coming back for you to say, okay, we wanna, you weigh in and then we'll write the ordinance. I think it says what you're making the change, right?
But I think they're thinking it's coming back.
The mayor thinks
as
it comes
drafted.
back as a drafted.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
not the case.
It would just be agenda, correct?
Well, there has to come.
This is a request to agendize.
So it's not, it's gonna come back to us anyway.
So when I'm just trying to find clarity because when I recall, we implemented this policy of how council members agendize things. I think part of the discussion was to engage with staff around time frame. So I just want to make sure that we're clear
Yeah,
expectations.
I just think that's almost, that timing might be impossible if it has to still come back for you to vote for it to come back for a reading and have that done by December. That's tight. I don't know if that can happen just procedurally.
So I'm confused. It would have to come back. So we would agendize the item, but it wouldn't be a vote of making the changes. It would be a vote. We do a second vote to agendize it. I'm confused.
Can I offer what I think process wise?
I just, sorry. If I could just get this from Chrissy so I can understand what she's saying, but I appreciate you trying to help. Let me just try to understand what she's trying to say.
already
Can we just pull up the governance policy and then?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll
okay.
share it. I have it up.
Just so I don't misstate it. I just want
And
to
hold
see.
on,
very clear.
hold tight. 1 second, Ed.
I think I'm sharing the wrong thing. Thing popped up. Here we go. So it's this policy A at the top.
Could it zoom like bigger?
Oops.
I don't believe the answer is there.
Yeah, that's
May I offer a suggestion, Mayor?
weird.
Okay.
What I believe the process needs to be, like in all staff reports, this item would come back to us from a staff option. They would put things in the staff options for us to see. The agenda item would come back. Staff is going to have to go back and make a suggestion about how to change the ordinance regarding the sign. They're going to come in with suggestions in that staff report, like they always do. I believe what staff is saying is they're going to have to assign that to the city attorney, the assistant city attorney, talk to code, mull it over, have a meeting, write a staff report, and then bring it into some future date. If the future date is, say, the second meeting in December, what's the rush? Why don't we just say, let's look at January, February, and then that's in plenty of time for a November election. I just don't think it's fair for us to say one more thing on top of the work plan where we do that frequently. We have staff and we already loaded them up with something else that's a big one for legal and planning on the previous topic with the airport land use. So I just think that it needs to follow its process, but I don't think we need to rush it. I think January or February is fine.
I think I heard from city attorney that it seems to be more of a quick edit, right? To clarify whatever the
Right.
unclear text is.
Yeah, sometimes they morph and become bigger, especially when it comes to signs, but the request is for a minor edit to the one code to have a separation between already authorized signs. That isn't a hard thing to do. And so is it my understanding that it would come back for a first reading then in December? Is that the request? And is everyone agreeing that that's the procedure? Because I'm confusing myself on our request to agendize process, which is a little funky.
I think it seems like it's flexible. It doesn't specify exactly one way or the other. We can either come forward with a discussion as a first step and learn more about it, whether that's a study session or other discussion, or we can come forward with a draft ordinance.
I don't think it needs all that.
Yeah.
I think Chrissy provided me the clarity that I needed. I will work with the team on finding out the best time to bring it forward. Is there a motion? Was there a motion made?
If you have two votes and convert.
That's the direction.
Is a consensus okay, or do we need to? Okay, all right, I think we're good.
Okay.
All right, with that, we're gonna go to council comments.
Somebody else go first.
I'm tired.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Tired.
Go ahead, Ed, please.
Just want to highlight, you mentioned it before, you all have a catalog. There's an a magazine, excellent article in here, so make sure you open it up and read that. Our city manager did an outstanding job. He was the event coordinator, host, extremely helpful with everybody and did a great job. And so anytime in the future that there's an association of defense communities, highly encourage you to participate and attend. It's great networking, met many electeds from all across the country, from Guam, which is technically part of our country. Unfortunately, no military folks, but a lot of important things to learn in the network of what's going on with all the other bases, and learned a tremendous amount about the sign that's back there, Great America's Monterey. It's a brand. There isn't anybody that's not in that room, and you said it, that doesn't know Fred, and not a person in that room that didn't know Hans. And it's an important brand to maintain with the relationship with the military and how we do the culture and fight through the bureaucracy to get things done through our ICSIS is well recognized by everybody else that was there. And they want to come back and learn more. So I think there's an opportunity to host something again very soon.
Awesome. All right, with that, we'll go to city manager reports.
Very briefly, I informed the council earlier today that Pat Moore will be our new fire chief, and he will assume duties on December 31st.
We'll go ahead and adjourn. Thank you, everybody. I was going to have you say something else.